Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So, if you guys saw my video the other day about that whole congressional hearing with Scam Bondi, you heard me predict that her embarrassing performance wasn't going to go over well with a bunch of Trump voters. And this is why I distinguish between Trump voters and MAGA, because to me, MAGA is the cult. They're the ones that walk around with their little red dumb fuck finders on their heads. They're the ones at the rallies. They're the ones who refuse to ever criticize the dear leader. But as I've said many times before, there are people who voted for Trump who are not MAGA. They're not even Republicans, a lot of them. So anyway, it did go over as well as I thought it would. Before I get into all of the fun posts with you guys and show you how people just completely filleted her, I want to show you my favorite part of the hearing, which I didn't share with you the other day. It took me a while to find the full clip. And this is especially for anyone who missed the hearing. I mean, oh boy, it was not good for the Trump regime. Let me just put it that way. So take a look and listen to this. This is just almost, it is an SNL skit. It really is. So take a look.
Administration released over 3 million pages of documents, over 3 million, and Donald Trump signed that law to release all of those documents. He is the most transparent president in the nation's history. And none of them asked Merrick Garland over the last 4 years one word about Jeffrey Epstein. How ironic is that? You know why? Because Donald Trump, the Dow right now is over, the Dow is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow is over 50,000 right now. The S&P at almost 7,000. And the NASDAQ smashing records. Americans' 401ks and retirement savings are booming. That's what we should be talking about. We should be talking about making Americans safe. We should be talking about, what does a Dow have to do with anything? That's what they just asked. Are you kidding?
Yeah. I mean, children were violated, but the Dow. And did you see how flustered she was? She reminded me of one of Austin Powers' fembots when they went haywire and they're like glitching. And she's like, Donald, because Donald Trump, because the Dow, the Dow, like, like she couldn't even get out the canned lines that they gave her. I mean, she's like, oh, D, I know it was a D. It was supposed to start with a D that I was supposed to talk about. I mean, she's scrambling. She's looking at her notes. I mean, this was like that Katie Britt, that kind of drama, that level of acting that she did, right? That was so painful. It was like watching a first-year drama student, in their first scene ever, and they're trying to be angry. I'm angry. Like, can't you tell my great acting? Because Donald Trump, the Dow. Oh my God. Anyway, like I said, the backlash was fierce. A ton of Trump voters are calling for her head. One woman whose posts that I've shared with you in the past, who has completely done a 180 on Trump, here's what she wrote. She said, as a legal analyst, victim rights advocate who has represented hundreds of abused children in the court system, and as a former officer of the court, what I witnessed today made me physically ill. Pam Bondi is a pedophile protecting, child abuse enabling, bought and paid for betrayer to her oath who, regardless of outcome, will have to live out the remainder of her miserable life knowing what a vile, soulless, treasonous C word she truly is. She has earned her place in hell. Okay, that is a 3-time Trump voter, you guys. That is a woman who voted for Trump 3 times, campaigned for him, helped with his election campaigns. Like, she is as MAGA gets. And she, in a later post, she shared Donald Trump's Truth Social post that was praising Bondi, saying, "Oh, see, I've been exonerated." And she shared it and wrote, "Trump has completely fucking lost it." And then, I don't know if you guys have heard of this man that I'm going to share with you. His name is Steve Deese. So he hosts a show over at The Blaze, which was started by, what's his face? I forget his name. But, you know, total MAGA show, total MAGA news outlet. Just as right-wing gets. He posted this. "Good morning. Pam Bondi should have already been fired." And then there's a MAGA influencer. He's, you know, Trump humper named Mike Engelman. I think I've talked about him before. Anyway, he claimed, "Oh, Bondi did so great. Democrats had their asses handed to them." So he didn't exactly get the responses that I think he was hoping for with that one. One man replied to him and he said, "Wow, all of these accounts now support Pam Bondi. You can see the numerous posts like they all got the same email. I don't like Raskin or the Dems either, but Bondi hasn't earned any trust, especially after he comments about how we should be talking about the Dow because it's at an all-time high and not the Epstein files." So did not go over well with that guy. This next man told him, "Fuck Pam Bondi. You thought this was great? What the fuck is wrong with you? She's protecting the pedophiles." This next guy said, "She replied about the Dow, Mike. Did you even see it? Cut the bullshit, man." And then a man named Mike also replied with, "Dude, I voted for Trump. I voted to clean the swamp. I voted to not use pronouns. I don't care what you identify as, but I do care about the Epstein scam going on. And she was horrible so much that I'd like to get my vote back." And then this next person is just, they're over it. They're like Megan, I think that's what her name was, Megan on Key and Peele. "I'm over it." So he said this. He said, "I'm done. I have been giving her the benefit of the doubt, but no more. Simple answer is, I cannot comment on an ongoing investigation. Same answer Christopher Wray gave to every question he was asked." And then there were a bunch more people who replied to this guy with negatively. There were a lot of positive comments, people agreeing with him, total, you know, Kool-Aid drinkers. But anyway, I saved some of the other negative posts and I'll be sharing those in upcoming FAFO videos because I found some other posts that I really want to share with you before I share those. So there's a conservative political commentator and operative named Eric Erickson. I've mentioned him before. So he posted this on Twitter. "When the Attorney General of the United States is asked why she has prosecuted no one related to Jeffrey Epstein, and this is her answer, she should be fired or resign. But neither will happen, which is another reason the Democrats are going to have a good election year." And then I also saw a post from another guy I've mentioned before. So this is a former InfoWars host. Yes, he used to work with Alex Jones. He was also a January 6th participant that I reported on. His name is Owen Schroyer. And he said this, "Look, You can be the biggest Trump supporter out there. That's fine. But if you can't admit this Bondi hearing and her handling of the Epstein files has been a complete disaster, you're just as brainwashed and indoctrinated as the radical left that you attacked for the last 8 years. And then he got a lot of positive feedback, a lot of people who agreed with him, fellow Trump voters. And it looked like the majority in his mentions or in his responses. So a man named Paul posted this. I voted for Trump 3 times. Pam Bondi is a national disgrace and the most incompetent AG I've ever seen in my 47 years. Her frantic outbursts today only prove her incompetence further. What does she or anyone else have on Trump that he won't fire her? I mean, guy, really? Like, they still can't figure out that she's doing what Trump wants her to. The reason he's not firing her is because this is exactly what he wants. He wants her out there belligerent. He wants her out there protecting him. He wants her to hide this information. This is not a mistake. This is not her doing, something that is not sanctioned by Donald Trump. This is exactly what he is pushing her to do. I mean, all of these people they always want to give Trump the benefit of the doubt, and it's always somebody else, he's being manipulated. He's being blackmailed. He's he's got the wrong people around him. They're, in his ear, blah, blah, blah. But then out of the other side of their mouth, they'll tell you how strong and tough and everything else that Donald Trump is, and nobody pushes him around, and he just walks right through every barrier you put up. So which is it? Which is it? Anyway, so another person responded to Schroyer, and this person said this. Trump supporter here, Blondie's got to go to prison. And cash, every single person protecting pedos is a co-conspirator. Couldn't agree more. And then a guy named John made this admission. Bondi hurt Trump bad today. There is no other way to see it. When Ted Lieu, a poster boy for the outrageous and moronic, appears more rational and reasoned than you failed miserably. And then this other person said this. I thought she was terrible. Make me question Trump. I was MAGA through and through. And then these were the mild ones. These that I just read you were very mild. They started getting super aggressive about it. So one Twitter user posted this. She sounds like an idiot. All these motherfuckers talking about mic drop moments when this is obvious obfuscation are just as loony as the left. Remember when Epstein was charged in Florida? You remember who the AG was? You remember that sweetheart deal he got? Yeah, same bitch. Now, I mean, she was the AG at that time of the Florida Attorney General. She did not bring charges against Epstein when she was the Attorney General. She could have, but I will admit she didn't have anything to do with the sweetheart deal. That was one of Donald Trump's other minions. That was Alex Acosta. Anyway, another person tweeted this out. They said, bitch still hasn't successfully prosecuted anyone, so fuck her. So this person's pissed off about Epstein, but also the failures of the DOJ to secure any kind of prosecution against any of Donald Trump's perceived enemies. And then this last one, this person moved it they move from B to C in the alphabet. Let me just put it that way, and the insults. So this person wrote, Bondi has been a lying C word from day one. We needed better appointments from Trump. His Jewish advisors wanted to keep a tight leash on Trump, so they put in Patel, Bondi, Bongino, all these idiots, and took away the good guys. Trump has no one in it for him now. It's all for Israel or else. The Dow is up 5,000 points. Blondie, when asked about Epstein child R words. I'm not going to say it because then I will get demonetized. So yeah, didn't win over as many of the Trump voters as I'm sure she thought she did, or Donald Trump thinks that she did. And this is the thing, like with that post, there's, oh, yeah, he has all these people around him, Bondi and Bongino and Patel, and, you know, there's nobody for him. And these are all people that he shouldn't have picked. Well, this is who MAGA wanted. These are the MAGA champions, right? I mean, yeah, they wanted Matt Gaetz for AG and Bondi got put in at the last minute instead, but everybody wanted Patel. Everybody wanted Bongino because all they talked about for years on their shows was the Epstein files, you know, and other things that were true conspiracy theories that have no basis in reality, but people wanted them for that reason. And then now you have them like, oh, nope, nothing to see here. Move on. No, we looked at it all and we didn't find anything. Of course, they won't show us any investigative material. They won't show us how they ruled out the fact that Epstein had co-conspirators. They just want us to take it on faith, apparently, right? Why was that not in the 3 million files that they just dumped on everybody? Is that what they're withholding? Because it's going to show the opposite? I don't know. We'll probably never know because they're never going to release those files, they've said. So, you know, the fact that you have these warring factions in the MAGA base and in the Trump voter base, this is what's screwing them up because some people are like, yeah, Bongino and Kash Patel, who, by the way, Bongino now is on his show trying to push the 2020 election conspiracy theories again. I mean, it's like, oh, gosh, if only they had someone who worked in the FBI who could have investigated that. You just left, dude. You left your post in the administration. You were in there. You were the, assistant FBI director for almost a year. You couldn't have investigated that if you have this so-called evidence of election fraud? Why didn't you do something about it then? No, you got to go back to your podcast so you can grift off of Trump voters and pretend to know something that now that you didn't know when you were in the administration, in a position of power in the FBI. It's all so comical. They're just freaking jokes. Anyway, I'll let you guys know when I have more because there will be. All right. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So Donald Trump's support with young voters is completely cratering. And the Wall Street Journal recently spoke with some young voters. And so I have some really fun and juicy quotes to share with you from them, also from another publication. But before I get into all those quotes and details, I want you guys to see where Donald Trump stands with the voters, with young voters, or actually, I guess this was with everybody. And this is as compared to Joe Biden. They asked people, who do you think is doing a better job of being president? Is Trump doing better? Is Biden doing better? So look at this. So in the Harvard-Harris poll, 51% of registered voters said that Trump is doing a worse job than Joe Biden. Only 49% said Trump is performing better. And then the second one down is Rasmussen. This one is actually even worse, even though only 48% said that Biden did a better job, because only 40% said no, Trump is doing better. And then there were 8% that said, it's about the same. There's really no difference. And then, as you can see at the very bottom, 46% of the respondents said that Trump is doing a worse job than Biden in the Harvard, or excuse me, YouGov Economist poll. And only 40% in their poll said, no, Trump is doing better. And then 7% again said, they're about the same. Now, what makes these figures so surprising and jaw-dropping is the pollsters, well, at least two of them, because the Harvard-Harris poll is typically always more favorable for Donald Trump and Republicans. It's typically they have the best numbers with Harvard-Harris, only to be outdone by Rasmussen. Like, Rasmussen is the most MAGA poll that you can find out there. They don't even try to hide it either. Like, their lead pollster is always on Steve Bannon's show. And he met with Trump late last year. I don't know if you guys caught the video that I did, but I shared a video of him on Bannon's show talking about it. And he went to DC to try to wake Donald Trump up. He's like, hey, Republicans are going to get massively wiped out in the midterms if you don't change course. Well, went about as well as you would expect with Donald Trump, because he has the attention span of like a gnat on crack, like a cracked out gnat. So anyway, on to the Utes. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, just go watch My Cousin Vinny. So here's what we found with the Utes. When the Economist YouGov poll was conducted at the beginning of Trump's second term, so meaning last year, he was in positive territory with voters under 30. At that point, he had a +9 approval rating. Check out where he is now. This is so sad for him. So he is now 42 points underwater with young voters, with voters under 30 years old. That is a 51-point swing in the wrong direction if what you're doing is trying to win elections. And here's the thing. I hear MAGA, I see their posts all the time. They'll post things like, yeah, well, do you know what the Democrats' approval rating is? Like, it's currently lower than it's ever been in history. Okay, yeah, we're not denying that. That's true. Not for the reason they think, though. It's because we're tired of their fecklessness and their cowardice. We want fighters. We want them to fight harder. It's not because, oh, we just hate you and we hate your platform and what you stand for. No, we like your platform. We like what you stand for. But number one, you got to root out your own corruption. And number two, you got to go hard at these people. You got to go as hard at them as they come at you. So you can damn well bet we're all going to be voting for the Democrats who are most aggressive, right? And we've seen who's motivated and who's energized to come out and vote with all of these special elections we've had over the last year. I mean, it hasn't been the Republicans. It hasn't been the people who voted for Trump in 2024. And here's also who's not going to be showing up for the Republican candidates in the midterms. So these people right here, this is what the article I was referring to at the beginning. The Wall Street Journal confirmed about 2/3 of young voters now disapprove of Donald Trump's presidency. And they went and spoke with this woman that you see here on your screen. This is 21-year-old Alicia Morales, I believe is how you pronounce her name. So she cast her very first vote for president for Donald Trump in 2024. And Morales is not just some random voter. She became the Indiana chapter vice president at her college, and this was for Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk's organization. She also became the national committee woman for the College Republicans of America in her state. So this woman has influence in the party, especially with young voters. Well, after seeing Donald Trump's cruel deportation tactics, the murder of Alex Preddy, a couple of other things, how he keeps, getting us involved in foreign wars and conflicts, she now has left her positions with both of those organizations. And she told the Journal this. Morales said, "This is not the party I once signed up for and registered to be in." And according to the Journal, their poll that they conducted at the end of last month, the end of January, showed that 62.3% of young voters now disapprove of Trump. So here is that finding. As you can see, that has dropped almost 12 points since March of last year. And they asked these young voters, if the midterm was held today, which party would you vote for? Almost half said that they would vote for the Democratic candidate. Only 43% said, no, I would vote for the Republican. And the Journal also spoke with a 22-year-old Pennsylvania resident. It's a med student named Jathin Dasan, I believe is how you pronounce his name. So he also voted for Trump in 2024, but he said that he started regretting his vote during the government shutdown at the end of last year. And he said, I found myself cheering for the Democrats. And here's why. He said, it was admirable to see Democrats fighting for some of the basic needs that the government needs to provide. So young people are far more, even if they vote conservative, even if they're in the conservative party and registered Republicans, they're far more progressive when it comes to things like, child tax credits and providing health care to all Americans, things that actually fundamentally matter. Like they're just more populist than older generations in general. And then there was a woman named Maylee, I think is how you pronounce it, Maylee Luna. It's Lewna. Launa. Anyway, she is the director of recruitment for the College Republicans Club at Xavier University, which is in Ohio. She is still a huge Trump fan. She told the Journal, I still really support Trump, but she admitted that, in her position, she's talking with a lot of other young Republicans, young Trump voters, maybe not Republicans, but she is seeing them turn against Trump because what they're telling her is they don't think he's focusing on what matters to them, which is primarily the economy. She said, they expected him to come in and the economy would be the first thing he would work on. Instead, it's the ballroom, it's foreign entanglements, it's, immigration, it's all these other things. And then a 21-year-old who lives in Georgia, his name is John Carr, he told the Journal, quote, "It seems like there's always 3 bad weeks, then one couple of good days." That's his assessment of the Trump administration. And then check out how these young voters rank Trump on the issues. So this is totally in line. You guys know, if you watch my polling episodes, this tracks with what we're seeing in all of the other polls. He is underwater on every single issue with the exception of border security. There's a woman who I've mentioned before. I don't know if you guys remember her. Her name is Rachel Janfaza. So she founded a Gen Z specific research firm. She goes out, that's all she does is talk to young voters. And she recently published an article in Vox. And in that article, she shared some of the negative quotes that she's hearing from young Trump voters. So there was a 19-year-old New York resident named George, and he told Janfaza that he's concerned about Trump's escalation in foreign countries as well. And, a lot of these young people are like, look, I don't want to get drafted, right? I'm at that ripe age to get drafted. And so I don't want to see that. And so here's what he said. It feels like it's very make it up as you go. And then when it comes to Greenland, I feel like it's sort of, what are we doing here? It's not being the good guys on the world stage. And why are you trying to mess things up? Because George, that's all he knows how to do. And then there's a woman named Corinne that they also spoke with. She's a 22-year-old Trump voter from Ohio, and she expressed similar concerns, but she told Jen Fazza this: the no new wars thing is now the biggest joke of my life. It would be one thing if I felt like we were getting involved in something that mattered, but we're inserting ourselves in conflict that we have no real reason to right now. So, I mean, Trump has this, as you all know, this insatiable appetite or need to bully other countries, to be the tough guy, right? And then he wants to win the Nobel Peace Prize. That is directly causing him to bleed support with young voters. That, and of course, as I've said before, he's caught between dumb as a rock and a hard place, because you have the hardcore racist Kool-Aid drinkers who love his immigration and deportation policies, or who even think that he's not going hard enough on it. And then you have the people like this who are like, no, like, I'm an immigrant. My family came from another country, or, I just have morals and principles and a conscience, and I don't want to see people treated like this. So it's tanking him. It is destroying his entire coalition that he built in 2024. All right, guys, thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. I have new Trump regrets to share with you guys, new Trump voters entering the find out phase of their journey. So first up, I have a woman who is just shocked that her fellow MAGA members, her fellow Trump voters, don't have a problem with Donald Trump being in the Epstein files. So check this out.
How are we, the people that voted for Donald Trump, supposed to continue to support him when his name has been mentioned 5,000 times in these files that have been dropped? Honestly, I'm a little bit shocked at how people from my party, I'm a conservative, I have conservative values, voted for Trump, etc. How are we making excuses for Trump? I'm truly baffled, because he wasn't convicted. I mean, how do you get your name mentioned that many times? I think it's time that we hold these people accountable that are doing these disgusting things to children. Irregardless of who you voted for, what you support, we can call something bad that is bad and still be conservative, Just because we criticize a particular person or people, that does not mean that we're like some leftist liberal. They're calling the Epstein files a Democratic hoax. How is this a hoax?
So, I mean, I appreciate her speaking out. I wonder what she's going to say when she finds out that it's not 5,000 times he was mentioned, but actually over 1 million times that Donald Trump was mentioned in the Epstein files. And also, I have to get in the shout out for Stewie on Family Guy. Irregardless, a whole nother. What was the other one that he said? I forget. Anyway, this next one comes from a MAGA influencer. It's a guy named Brian. He quote tweeted another MAGA account, and this account is claiming that Trump's base is still strong. They're still standing with him. He's doing great. So Brian tells this person, "You're fucking wrong, MAGA voice. President Trump is wrong. The base is not okay, and dismiss us as panicans, as we all know you will. Dark times are coming for the midterms because the base is pissed about the handling of the Epstein files. Then being gaslit by the president, Dan Bongino, and Kash Patel is making it worse. wake the fuck up. Don't be tone deaf. And then he took a lot of heat for that post, but there were some people who agreed with him. And I have a feeling after Pam Bondi's little performance the other day, he's going to have a lot more support. But one woman actually responded, and she slammed the Democrats and other Trump supporters. So she said this. Well, first of all, she posted this image that shows someone, saying, "No, I don't want a brain. My party's narrative is all that matters." And she wrote, "These people are brainwashed and as pathetic as the left. I'm not voting at all this November. I'm out." Yeah. So what's so funny is I keep seeing MAGA men and women posting about a CNN poll. This is literally, there was a poll that Harry Enton shared last year. It was literally one poll, and it showed that Trump still had high support among registered Republicans. So not only is it one piece of data, not only is it outdated, but it didn't take into consideration all of the independents and all of the non-affiliated voters who took a chance on Trump in 2024. So it means nothing. Like, these people can keep pointing to that poll all they want. They're just going to be completely blindsided in the midterms, unless, as we keep seeing, unless Trump rigs the midterms. So we all got to do our part. We got to get out there, and please stop depressing turnout by saying, "Oh, it doesn't matter. Trump's going to steal it anyway. We should, it doesn't really matter what we do or what we say. It's never going to be a fair election." You will never be asked to be in the foxhole with me with that kind of attitude. I want people who are fighters to the end. I do not believe in ever quitting. You don't quit until you are dead. That's it. There is no amount of pain under which, you should say, "I can't take it anymore. I'm done." No, you better be dead if you're going to be in the foxhole with me, because that's how I come. That's how I fight. So anyway, it's just sad that MAGA is clinging to that one piece of evidence. They're like Rose holding on to the wood in the ocean after the Titanic sank. You're like holding on to it for dear life, shivering. Trump's gonna win. Trump is doing great. Oh my God. Anyway, so I have another post to share from someone named Michelle. She replied to a Trump humper who said that no one regrets voting for Trump. And she told him this: "I regret my vote. I wish I hadn't voted so that it wasn't on my head that I played a hand in it. I'm disgusted by Trump 2.0. Given the date on her post, I have a feeling she was probably remorseful because of the Alex Preddy murder, because that had just happened on, I believe it was the 24th. And then next up, I have another video to share with you guys. This one is from the Focus Group podcast conducted by Sarah Longwell's group. So take a listen to what this Trump voter had to say.
Some positives, like different changes with men not in girls' sports or being able to access girls' bathrooms, things like that really concern me. So I appreciate, different changes like that. But the economy-wise, definitely, I personally been impacted, laid off from a job, and I am working from home now, but even just trying to because I've been laid off for about 2 years before getting pregnant. While I was looking for a job, it was just so hard. And just trying to look into the housing market, it is unreachable. Standards are definitely not realistic for the times that we're in.
So that one, as you may have noticed on the screen, that is a swing voter. She went from Biden to Trump. As I keep saying, bigotry is expensive, right? This is what happens when you're trying to hurt other people, or at the very least, you don't care that they're going to be hurt. oh, well, at least we're keeping, transgender kids out of sports and blah, blah. I mean, okay. I mean, karma's always going to come back and bite you in the ass. This next one comes from a story in the Chicago Tribune. I was trying to combine the two words. So they spoke with a man named Pablo Payan, I believe is how you pronounce his last name, Payan. He said he normally has voted for Democrats, but he decided to cast his ballot for Trump in 2024. And Payan said that he hoped that Donald Trump was going to reduce foreign aid. He wanted him to ramp up border security. He wanted him to improve the economy. Well, here's how he feels now. So he said, I did vote for Trump, but now I regret it. He's contradicting everything he said he would do. And now it's extremism and immigration and racial profiling and sending money to foreign countries. I mean, yeah, it's basically the same thing he did in his first term. Just worse, just even more obscene and extreme. So Payan apparently thought that Trump would only go after the criminals and deport criminals. And now he says, quote, going door to door, just asking people at the gas stations or at Home Depot, hey, what's your status? That's racial profiling at its best. And then Payan also slammed Donald Trump's kidnapping of Venezuela's president. He told the Tribune, quote, it's the dictator blueprint. Did we not say he would be a dictator? Did he not say it himself? And then he said he wanted to terminate the Constitution. How much more of a dictator could he have possibly put on blast that he was going to be in this second term? Anyway, the Tribune also spoke with a man named Morgan Krupinski. And Krupinski thinks of himself as more of a Reagan Republican. So he voted for Trump in 2016, and then he abstained from voting in the 2020 election. But then, this is what got him back in, guys. When Donald Trump got shot, that was one thing. And then when he gave his speech at the RNC and said, oh, we want to bring everyone together, he actually fell for that. So Krupinski said, okay, I'm going to give him another chance. So then came Gregory Bovino, and his little Timu Hitler, as I call him. He did a little Nazi raid. And apparently armed agents swarmed two Hispanic workers who were working on Krupinski's front lawn. And they were asking them for their proof of citizenship. So these two men who were on the lawn were American citizens, so wasn't a problem. But Krupinski said this, quote, I believe we need to have a strong border and we need to get rid of people who are committing crimes and who are doing the wrong thing. But for that to happen in such a way that's so indiscriminate, going down residential streets and stopping people based on their appearance and what they're doing without a true reasonable cause? Yeah, that's exactly what we've been talking about. And then he went on to say, if you're going to do immigration enforcement, you have to do it legally and constitutionally. Now, what I think is going on is very strained and expansive view of the authority they have. And it's very unsettling. So Krupinski wasn't at the point of regret yet, even after saying all of this. But I will say this did take place. I believe this interview took place before Alex Preddy and Renee Good were killed by Trump's Gestapo. So I would be curious to hear how he feels now. If anybody knows him, please reach out. Tell him I would love to talk with him and find out, has that pushed you over the edge now? Are you finally at the point where you regret your vote for this maniac and his Gestapo? So anyway, guys, there you go. That's it for now. I will have more for you. Thank you so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe to the channel if you have not. Check to make sure that you're still subscribed. I hear from people all the time saying, I thought I was subscribed. I checked, and I guess YouTube unsubscribed me for some reason. So please check on that. And if you can donate, whether it's a one-time tip or if you can sign up for a monthly membership, truly appreciate it. It really helps to keep the show going. So thank you all again. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon.
They're not sending their best. They're sending people that have lots of problems. They're bringing drugs. They're bringing crime. They're rapists. And some, I assume, are good people.
Everyone, welcome to the show. I have a pretty it's disturbing, it's gross story to share with you about a Republican candidate named Scott Bottoms. So he is running to become the next governor of Arizona, and he is doing something that is just, it's just nasty. It's just so unethical. He seems to be trying to take advantage of all of the press that the Epstein story is getting, because what he's claiming is that he has evidence of pedophilia going on in the Arizona political world. I guess you're going to hear from him yourself, and he'll do something about it if you elect him. Now, he's going to deny this, but you're going to hear it from his own mouth. So take a listen.
Pedophilia runs through our House, our Senate, and our governor's office.
Republican State Rep Scott Bottoms made that claim without offering evidence
We know who the people are.
as he campaigned for governor last weekend.
I've been working with the FBI for 3 years now. FBI outside the state of Colorado, because I do not trust CBI, state police, or FBI in the state of Colorado.
Representative Bottoms, how are you? Kyle Clark, 9 News. You are alleging that there are pedophiles buying and selling children for sex, elected officials in this building who are pedophiles.
Yes.
And you have said that you will reveal this information if Colorado elects you governor. If you're trying to protect kids, you actually did. We'll play it here.
We are going to drop the boom the moment that I'm governor. We've actually been talking about maybe doing it before, but the moment I'm governor, we're going to shut down the pedophile rings that are in the House, in the Senate, and in the governor's office.
If you're serious about protecting children, why not present that evidence right now to local law enforcement that is ready and willing to take your allegations and investigate them?
There's a major difference between awareness and justice. Justice is not what you do. Justice is what I do. FBI knows about it. FBI will bring it out when it's time. I'm not the one that's going to bring this out. I'm not a federal prosecutor. I'm not a federal law enforcement. And I never said I would do it when I'm governor. Show your fake video.
When I become governor, because I know this information, I'm going to work very strongly with the FBI, and we're going to put people in jail.
There you go. So I'll do it if I'm elected. Other than that, if I'm not, then I guess the kids can just, suffer and twist in the wind. I mean, how gross is that? And then what is he talking about? Justice is not what you do. Justice is what I do. Who are you? Like, you just said you're not law enforcement. So how is justice what you do? Like, and what does that even mean? There's a difference between knowledge and justice. And justice is not what you do. Justice is what are you talking about? Like, these people just, oh my God. They just blather. They just say words. It's like that scene from Easy A. It's just sounds. You're just making sounds. Like nothing they say makes any sense. These are the most disgusting people. Like, this is what the Republican Party attracts now. These kind of people. And by the way, I didn't include it because I don't want to get hit with a copyright violation. Like, if you share clips that are too long, sometimes they do that and then they demonetize your videos. But that investigative reporter went and spoke with even some members in his own party. And one woman was like, yeah, I've never heard this. I have never seen this. I don't know what he's talking about. I think that he's lying. I think he's making it up. I think this is all a political ploy. Like, of course, the Democrats disavowed him and everything that he's saying, but it's like, really, dude, you've been working with the FBI for 3 years and they still haven't brought any charges against anyone? Are you kidding me? And then why is he afraid to go to local law enforcement? Like, what is that all about? Like, Arizona went for Donald Trump in the last election. There are plenty of Republicans there. It's not like it's, this is a true swing state. Arizona has gone for both parties. There are plenty of Republicans in the state. So he can't use the excuse that, oh, I don't trust them because they're all Democrats. That doesn't make any sense. So anyway, I mean, it just seems, and I don't know this for a fact, but it seems, based on what he's saying, based on the way this is all playing out, like he is trying to use what's in the public view, what's being talked about, what's popular, right? Not popular, but what is, on every news channel right now, what the zeitgeist is focused on, which is Epstein and his crimes. And he's trying to use that to his advantage to gin up support and get people to nominate and elect him. And that is just vile. Using the suffering of children, using the story about a child predator to try to increase support for your candidacy, because that's what everyone's talking about at the moment. That is just beyond heinous and unconscionable if that's what he's doing. So, if he's not full of it and he actually brings forth some evidence and people get arrested, I'll gladly apologize to him and I'll thank him. But that does not appear to be the case. So anyway, guys, I will let you know if I hear any more or when I hear more on this. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. I wanted to share something with you that came up today because I think it's a teachable moment for all of us in that not everyone we elect is intelligent. Not everyone we elect is informed, and many of them they're like the low information voters that put Donald Trump in office. And I'm talking about even on our side of the aisle, even Democrats. So I'm bringing this up because Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman was just interviewed by Politico. He sat down with Dasha Burns, and what was abundantly clear from his interview is that number one, his brain is fried. The guy, and I don't mean that like in he's so stupid, or like Donald Trump's brain is fried, or, I'm not trying to make fun of him. It's just a fact. Like, he had the stroke and his brain didn't recover. Your brain can regenerate, but you have to take care of yourself. You have to work out, you have to eat right, you have to get enough sleep, you have to do all the things, right? He clearly is not that guy. Like, he's not in shape, doesn't eat well, I mean, the fact that he had the stroke to begin with means he had something clogging his arteries, right? Or he had some sort of blockage somewhere that prevented the blood from getting to his brain. That's what a stroke is. So anyway, he just is not the same person. He is not the same progressive guy that we all knew him as. And I mean, it kind of makes the case for you have to be a little brain dead to be conservative. I don't mean to be mean, but that's kind of what it leads me to think, is that kind of have to be missing a little something up there to think this way. So anyway, it also shows us, it also proves that even people at the highest level of the government don't know what's going on in our country. because here's what Fetterman said in this interview. And I'll bring up an article about this if you want to look it up. He said, quote, "I know and I love a lot of people that voted for Trump. And that's part of why I refuse to call these people Nazis or they're brown shirts or they're trying to destroy our democracy. Now, I'm not defending the president, but I will say he hasn't defied a single court order yet. He hasn't." Oh my God. Like, where do you even start with that? Where do you even start with the list of ways that he has defied court orders? I mean, just the most well-known one is Abrego Garcia. The judge told them in no uncertain terms, turn the planes around. You are not to take these people out of the country. You are to turn the planes around and bring them back to the United States. You are not allowed to take them to El Salvador. And they defied that order. They not only defied the order and still took all of those men and some women, the women were returned, but took all of those people to El Salvador and then put them in a torture prison. And we now know that the vast majority, like 3/4 of them, had no criminal record, or if they had any kind of, record at all, it was, oh, I got a traffic ticket. I mean, misdemeanors. There were very few that actually had committed, crimes, like true crimes, and were a danger. And these men were sexually assaulted in there. They were starved. They were abused. They were beaten. What they suffered at the hands of this government is abhorrent. It is unconscionable. For him to say Donald Trump hasn't violated any court orders is the height of stupidity and ignorance of the facts. He has violated the court so much that a judge just said, I no longer trust you, and I may consider putting people in prison. I may start throwing people in jail from this administration. At the very least, I might start imposing sanctions. I might start hitting you with financial penalties. That's how much they're violating court orders. And it's across the board. It's not just on immigration. So the fact that he doesn't know that tells you that either he doesn't care to know, he's just not seeking out this information, or he's just, maybe he's lying. Maybe he does know. Maybe, I don't know. I want to give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm not going to accuse him of lying without proof, but the guy is just ignorant of the facts. Like, he just isn't paying attention. So keep that in mind, because there are a lot of Republicans, I would say nearly 100%, who don't know what's going on. There are also a lot of Democrats like this who they're off living their lives. They're off doing what they do, maybe writing, policy, maybe working, more than likely, no, taking lunch, hanging out with donors and lobbyists, and they're just checked out. They are not paying attention. So, it's kind of like the Israel issue. Like, so many of them are just, they're happy to take the cash from AIPAC, and so they want to be ignorant of the facts. But so many of them are ignorant of the facts. They don't even realize that this is not a real ceasefire. Israel is still killing Palestinians. They're stealing their properties. They're beating them, sexually assaulting them, burning their homes down, stealing their land. I mean, the brutalizing of the Palestinians hasn't stopped. So anyway, guys, I'll let you know if I hear any more, but there you go. Lesson learned. Can't trust anybody. All right. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Thank you all for watching This Space TV.
If you don't know what This Space is,
we are a working class independent media collective.
It's a great opportunity to get involved with a community that is absolutely trying to do the right thing over there for the right reasons.
We are here Monday through Thursday. We do live content. We do syndicated content.
Amplifying the voices that you definitely know and the ones that you probably should know.
Watch this space.
Work that we're doing here is not going to stop when it comes to these type of discussions. It's going to be for us and by us here on this platform when the media is telling us to look the other way. Your support is what helps us move forward. Join patreon.com/like it or not. Help us grow.
Like it or not, y'all. Y'all know what time it is. It's time for like it or not.
Work that we're doing here is not going to stop when it comes to these type of discussions. It's going to be for us and by us here on this platform when the media is telling us to look the other way. Your support is what helps us move forward. Join patreon.com/like it or not. Help us grow.
Like it or not starts now.
Let me make sure that's the right microphone while I'm over here sipping my good tea. That was the same top I had on in the work that we're doing here. It's not going to stop commercial. This is the same top I had on.
And it's the other.
No, this time it's grown out.
no,
grown out.
I'm talking about the microphone. It's the microphone. It's giving Android right now.
Wait a minute. Like it was last week. You missed last week.
Oh damn.
And here we go. Here is the professional mic. Hey guys, I had the same top on.
Still not.
No.
Still not the same one. No.
No.
I mean, we can rock with it. We can hear you.
I mean, we can hear you. Yeah. It's not that.
Yeah.
But yeah.
The sultry sounds.
Yeah. It's giving like.
Here we are. We're with the actual mic. I apologize.
Okay.
Okay. Good, Mike. Okay. I was just saying that I have the same top on that I had in the commercial. But
was it the same one?
Out. I've grown out of the top. You see that? Yeah, that's third. But no, not this one. The one where we said, and the in the commercial I said, and the work that we're doing here is not gonna stop. That commercial, that one. We grown. we grown. No more braces, as we said. That's why I said it needs to be a new, updated photo situation going on because ain't no braces, as we can see.
The teeth is like just like there. They like, hey.
Okay. Every time they stop me in the street, Bubba, they be like, wow. Like, I remember when I was working at that job for about 2 months recently. The white girl that was in there, because the kids be like 21. They were like, oh my God, like you're how old? Wow. And I'm like, girl, chill, grown. And then they're like, gosh, your teeth are so white. And that's because when I had dental insurance, I had Medicaid back when I was in New York, right? Because when you're 21, straight out of college, you ain't got no coin. All you gotta do is say you homeless in New York back then, and then they'd be like, bet we're not gonna give you a home, but we're gonna make sure you can get those teeth clean. We're gonna make sure. And they took out every tooth I had in my mouth. So the ones that you see here are the ones left behind. They gave me because it was Medicaid. They gave me a mad scientist, the man that was retired that would come into the office on Thursdays. Okay, a mad dentist. He would come into the office on Thursdays and start to work on people's teeth. And this man was just going crazy on me. He done drilled my lip, so I have a scar for life and 40 missing teeth in the back, but the front. As you can see, it's giving Trump checks. Remember when Nene said that? I got Trump checks.
Trump checks.
And I ain't talking about the little 1,600. No, this right here. I'm grateful because I had a black dentist that when I came here, a black dentist woman who was like, sis, we gonna get that. We're gonna get those together. And she did, and she gave me a payment plan that was like, God bless her. I don't know where she at in this world, but she gave me it could be illegal, but she gave me a really affordable payment plan. When she found out I was on doing television work, and she was like, baby, no.
Oh, that's good.
No, we're gonna get those together. So that's why, she got me the braces and all that. But that's that story. I apologize for just going in straight into that. Listen.
And before you go on, let me tell you, because I had this dentist, this African man, he was so fine. I'm like, let me go back so you can play in my mouth some more.
That's insane on Valentine's Day. Anywho, wait a minute.
Love you, Becca.
Intro. Welcome to Valentine's Day edition of Like It or Not. Wait, you're supposed to greet. Go ahead. We're gonna do this right. Go.
It's good afternoon.
It's not even the same. Just say good morning. It's good morning on the West Coast. So say good
morning. Okay. Good morning. Good
morning, and welcome to Like It or Not, where we're free to tell the truth
and not care who doesn't like it.
Yes. So the reason why I had woke up this morning and hair was a mess, right? And my hair is natural, whatever. It was a mess. And I said, you know what, I got time. I just cleaned up the bathroom. I got time. I said 11:30, gonna do some little spinning. Let me start doing some Let me start doing my hair right now. So I started doing my hair, so I'm gonna be done. But then my sister called me, and I was pouring into her like, love will come. But she was like, girl, speak to yourself. I'm good. And I was like, well, I need to talk to myself. Love will come. And then I started slowing down on the hair process. And that's why I'm like, I said, I'm gonna do my hair for the show. So I did my hair for the show, and that's why I'm late. It ain't nothing. It wasn't I didn't have no task to do. I had nothing. I had nothing to do. That's the honest truth. I was like, I want to do my hair, and it got crazy. And I was like, oh Lord, it's getting crazy. But then I worked it out, and this is the result. So love will come as I'm newly single, and it's Valentine's Day, but I still feel love. And, how y'all spending y'all Valentine's Day?
With y'all right here, not doing nothing because I'm
right
saying
now.
It's lonely. This lonely people day. I want to say Valentine's Day so bad, but I'm not gonna be like that. But I'm gonna be here in the house and go over to the new place to try to get some stuff together. But yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I can look because that's how Black folks do. They looking in the background looking different.
Yeah. Oh, this is the old house right now, but yeah, it's,
no, I know it don't look. It is not filled up.
It's like it used to be. You're right.
Yeah.
You feel me?
That's Black folks and people business. So people get on FaceTime and look, I'm not looking at you. I'm looking behind you. But that's all right because God moves you into another place, right? You're not going in the streets, but you're going into another place.
Thank you. Come on now.
Come on, somebody. Thank you, somebody.
That's all right. That's all right. And love is, Ben, I know that you're married. God bless you. You have a partnership.
Yes.
So, and I know, I think the older you get, you realize Valentine's Day is really not what they're trying to make it to be. Because if you guys do not see on socials how they are really, baby, I used to say the propaganda'd, but baby, the way that they are saying, like it's, you know how they prom posals, it's Valentine's Day posals or whatever you can call that. Valentine posals. But the people are on the internet. My best friend was telling me about this because I haven't been on the internet for the week, but the people are on the internet and they're asking people to be their Valentines, which is so beautiful. They're asking people to be their Valentines. And as they're asking people to be their Valentine, they are giving them what you would give somebody on Valentine's Day. So what are you giving the person on Valentine's Day when you're asking them to be your Valentine on the 12th, the 10th, the 3rd, and you giving them flowers, chocolates? It's a whole hotel room set up. You flew them out in front of, you know, to go stand in front of what's the tower? Is it the in Paris? And
the Eiffel Tower.
The Eiffel Tower. Yeah, you know, because I don't really care about much about France because they colonized my people and all that other stuff.
Ooh.
So, but I'm like, they over there doing all of that stuff and not for a proposal, like with a ring, trying to get married. This is literally what they are doing for
Just for Valentine's?
for flowers and things like that. I mean, for Valentine's Day. And I think now I'm just, like I said, I'm newly single, and you know, I'm one of the people who are single. I don't hate love. You know, the last time I was with a man, my man, look, a man, but the last time I was with a man, Ben, you was calling me and we was planning over to take over the world that day.
Oh, that was recent?
That was recent. So like I said, that was 2 weeks ago, and that same day, I'm gone.
It didn't work out.
Yeah. So going through a breakup, but this is not child Rebecca. Like, you got to go through your breakup. You got to deal with it. I love love. I think that everybody should experience it and does experience it in some form. You just lean into that love, whether it's from a family member, whether it's from a friend, whether it's from yourself. You lean into that love. Or the love of God.
I like that.
You know?
I like that, Becca.
Yeah, because
like that.
I think a lot of years when the time comes by on this holiday, people tend to be like, look at what they don't have, and you got to really look at what you do have, right? It's just a day. The day's gonna pass, and all those places that have heavy Valentine's Day things, and they're gonna go on sale for 5 cents, 10 cents. Go ahead, grab some, take it to your house, and have a Valentine's Day for yourself, have a Valentine's Day for your friends, or something like that, or just celebrate the love that you have for whatever you got going on. I love my job. I love this. I love that. Just really, really do that. And it doesn't. I know people are online saying that's because you ain't got no man. No, I just had one.
No,
I feel more loved in now than I did in that relationship. So you know, just kind of just really focusing on yourself. But I ain't gonna lie, you know, I love being in a partnership with somebody when it comes to love. So I'm always rooting for that too. When I see two people together and they are in love, it always makes my heart bigger as well, and say I'm looking forward to when that is my time as well. So
yeah, and that's me. I'm a person that loves very hard and has a lot of love to give. So it's like when I feel like I can't give that love out, I think it affects me sometimes. But I've gotten to that point now where, like they said, everyone's saying in the chat, self-love is important. Giving love to your family, your loved ones, your best friends, to God it's important. And I've learned to handle that and deal with that. Like today, I'm like, I'm cool. Any other day, I think I'll probably, or any other Valentine's Day, I probably would be like, oh, I wish I had somebody giving me flowers or candy or a kiss. But now I'm just like, you know what? I'm about to go get me some candy. I'm going to get me a heart-shaped pizza, and I'm going to get me a good weed-shaped blunt, and I'm going to be good. Happy Valentine's Day to me.
As you should. And you know, I can't go nowhere, do nothing. I've been in the house all this time working because ain't a coin in the bank right now. But I've been working, I've been in the house, but I was like, you know what? Since I'm not gonna go anywhere, I can't go anywhere. I'm just gonna really listen to some love songs and just reiterate those songs to me. I was just listening to and this is, I'm gonna say love songs for God. I was listening to in a falsetto. But the part of the song that really, and mind you, this is not even like a Valentine's Day song. It just reminds me of Valentine's Day because at FAMU they used to play it when we used to do Valentine's Day activities. And I didn't even know, like, now that I'm older, the man's like has a part in the song where he goes, he's gonna make her sing in the ooh. ooh. And then when she comes down at the bottom, he goes, okay, you can come back down. You can talk in this key right here. I said, now he said talk in this key right here. And he's doing that. He's doing the key. Said, you can talk in this key right here. He went from saying in a falsetto, ooh, ooh, baby. And then he comes down and says, you can talk in this key right here. I said, what? Brilliant. The dream.
Brilliant.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Brilliant. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
so that was my album back in the day. Okay.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The Love King. But with that being said, Can't Sing Worth Nothing to Me, but has a million great songs. Songs are amazing. I love The Dream.
Yeah.
And you know what?
Amazing producer.
And I was saying, is it that he can't sing, or is it that he has a interesting tone of voice? Because
he has a pre-auto tune. Like, I mean, he's good for what he did.
It's nasally. Like his first 2-3 albums, loved it. He was around the time when it came out, it was amazing. It was perfect for what it was. But now at this point, it's like, producing.
Does he have something new out?
You're producing. No, at this point, he's producing everybody now. He's done a lot of work with Beyonce as of the last 2 albums.
I mean, he's Beyonce. No, from day one, he was doing work. When he
Single
came out,
Ladies,
he was already doing work with Beyonce. He is literally like the person that she goes to when they write. That is her person, and you would be so shocked that is the person that she goes to when they write.
Basically, he ain't got to work ever again in his life.
He writes a lot of people's songs. He's the one that did "I'ma Put You to Bed." Any song that you heard with there was a lot at the time.
Umbrella.
That The Dream made that. And you got Kelly Rowland saying it in her music as well. Beyonce, you have that. It's The Dream.
Yep.
It's The Dream. So at this point, I saw him during the and then we'll get into some news after this, but I saw him during the Brandy and Monica concert. This is me trying to talk to y'all because I've been in the house for 2 weeks working on this new job, and I ain't talked to not a soul, not a body, and been going through the breakup at the same time. I ain't talked to a soul, not a body, not nothing. So I just really I love The Dream. Funny story, 2 funny stories. He opened for Brandy and Monica here in Atlanta, but at the second show in December. But I took my nephew to the store in Alpharetta at the mall and to shop because he did really good on something. I don't remember what it was, but he did really good. And I took him to the mall. Baby, I had a budget, and that boy came and told me, no, actually, it wasn't even because he did something good. They were picking on him for his sneakers at school, and his mom said she's not buying him any better sneakers. So I said, no, we're going to get him some good sneakers. They're not going to pick on him for his Asics or his, Bobos. And so, but I had a budget in mind at the time because I said, baby, you can't go past $90. And then he's like, $90? Oh my God, you can't even get here with $90. And I was like, well, a shoe don't cost $9 expensive. Got there, everything was like $150, whatever for his size shoe. And I saw a guy come in with the mask. I'm over here telling Melinda, I can't get that other shoe for him. I can't get. I have to go. I'm gonna have to get the one. This is us on the side. A guy comes in with the mask. He's walking past. I'm like, people just so close. It's COVID. Oh my God. And then he pulls down the mask and says, y'all don't have to worry about nothing. Baby, he pulls out $400 and gave it to me and said, get that boy the shoes that he needs.
No, for real?
It was The Dream. So shouts out to The Dream. And then he put the mask back up and walks away. And I'm just looking like, Melinda, that was The Dream.
I know you
lying. You
my God, Becca.
She's like, girl, it is, but we're not gonna act like, oh my God, that's The Dream. We're just gonna take the money. And then we took the money, but we made sure to buy the baby all the shoes that he wanted, and we were able to buy him 3 pairs of sneakers. And he would thank us every day saying that and we got him the because he wanted the new, I guess, Mellows at the time. This was 2020, 2021. He wanted the new Mellows, and I was like, baby, I can't afford that. I can't. And it was like, I think it was Artie and something Marty, whatever design on the shoe. And I couldn't afford it. I was like, no, I'm so sorry. And then that's when the dream was like, hey, you can get him whatever he wants. And he gave us the money and that was it. So anyways, that's my rant for this morning about the dream. Shout out to the dream. That was
Shout
the
out
whole,
to the dream. And it's all about right place, right time, child.
Mhm.
I'm trying to find this.
You know, right place, right time. You know who's always in the wrong? This administration. You know, the people in this administration are always wrong. But specifically this week, we saw Pam Bondi crashing out before our eyes. I know, Ben, you said you have a lot, excuse me, on Pam Bondi, a lot of images that we can watch. Hopefully they don't shut us down. Because remember last week, baby, they shut us down. Camera and everything. The feds was watching.
So, which is funny, I was actually watching the stream in the car. Ben's stream was still going, and like I heard the whole conversation. Y'all was still going, but when you said that everything is shut down on your side, Beck, I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah,
like, that's crazy.
It was crazy because they shut you down, but not me down.
Absolutely. You know, they're always going to shut the smaller creator down. And I don't consider myself a smaller creator, but they're going to shut the smaller creator down. I mean, for me, Ben,
you more well known than me. All these years you've been on all them shows.
Okay, I have. And you know who recognized that too? Google. When I said, you know, you heard it right here. Google, who am I? It know who I am. It didn't recognize you, Ben. You're a little more vintage. But that
Wait a minute.
You are the GOAT. And that's why, you know what I'm saying? So that's the reason why. But Pam Bondi is not. Pam Bondi is a fish out of water. I know right now she is the attorney general in the Trump administration, if you guys do not know, but she's been at the center of the major controversy tied to the Epstein document releases, and every single thing that she's been saying has been in my mouth, Trump. I'm just kidding. And all of what we were seeing is somebody who is going to regret this down the line. We're going to have a Marjorie Taylor Greene moment with her. A lot of the people who have been in this administration have left to give apologies or write a book or give us a documentary. And Pam Bondi is going to be one of the ones that are on Netflix, sounding like Tyra Banks in this Netflix special that's coming up, sounding crazy. Okay, so let's start. I don't know where we're going to start, but excuse me. Let's start with, and mind you, the reports are that they have given these unredacted Epstein files, right? And who's unredacted in these Epstein files? Lots of the victims who people want to refer to as survivors, but victims and their full names and their addresses or their homes or personal information about them. But yet who is redacted? Donald Trump and friends. So how they search these files, strange. Where the file's been sitting, strange. How they have been constantly undermining everything that's been going on, the oversight of the committee, how Donald Trump and this whole damn administration just acts like nothing applies to them. But what I love about this is now people actually get to sit in front of her. She doesn't go to the camera in these instances or give these press releases. They are sitting in front of her and they are like, so you tell me what's up, huh? Tell me what's up, right? Because who's scared? Who gonna check me, boo? That's what they're saying to her, and she's shook. So let's take a listen. Let's take a look at some of these moments with Pam Bondi as they're calling her out on the floor.
Has arrested Don Lemon and Georgia Fort, and I might add that y'all actually had a judge that rejected y'all for trying to arrest Don Lemon before, just like the grand jury rejected y'all as it relates to Senator Kelly, just like a grand jury rejected y'all as it relates to Senator Slotkin, just like the case against Tish James was dismissed and the case against Mr. Comey was dismissed. I completely don't get how it is that you're sitting at the top of DOJ because you don't seem to be good at your job. You're spending more taxpayer resources.
And that's just a little bit of our good sis, Jasmine Crockett. She actually read Pam Bondi for filth, questioning her ability, like she did just now, but in more detail, to even do this job. Because, as you know, Representative Jasmine Crockett is a lawyer, and she was able to hit her back with, hey, do you even know what lawyers do, baby? Because, you know, as a lawyer, this is what we do. This is how we handle it. And here's what you did. And Pam Bondi's response, and a lot of the times, is, but Donald Trump, don't speak about Donald Trump that way. Don't speak about him in that way. You hear how they're talking about Donald Trump? They're talking. It's embarrassing. But anywho, you'll see
No evidence that Donald Trump has committed a crime. Everyone knows that. This has been the most transparent presidency. He's the one that asked that those files.
I'm reclaiming my time. I got your answer. You said there's no evidence.
Trump asked
Chairman, please stop the clock. Stop the clock.
The legislation. This is
time.
This
I'd like
is
to reclaim my time.
Time belongs to the gentleman from California.
Okay. I'm going to put up another document from a witness who called the FBI's National Threat Operations Center, because I believe you just lied under oath. There is ample evidence in the Epstein file.
Don't you ever accuse me of a crime.
I believe you just lied under oath, and this is on videotape. You said there's no evidence of a crime. I'm showing you, here is a witness statement who called into the FBI's Threat Operations Center. He drove Donald Trump around in a limo. He overheard what Donald Trump said to Jeffrey on his cell phone. He was so angry, he was going to stop the limo and hurt Donald Trump. And he met a girl who said she was raped by Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. She later had her head blown off, and officers at the scene said that could not have been suicide. No one at the Department of Justice interviewed this witness. You need to interview this witness immediately. Epstein should rot in hell, so should the men who patronized his operation. And as we say here today, there are over 1,000 sex trafficking victims, and you have not held a single man accountable. Shame on you. If you had any decency, you would resign right after this hearing concludes.
Secretary Lutnick's ties to Epstein when he chose him to lead the Department of Commerce. Was he aware?
Chris Malin was a Border Patrol agent.
Okay, so I'm going to conclude that the president, in fact, did know about his ties because he was the next door neighbor.
Shame on you.
Oh, for goodness sakes.
You're
this
from
is
a tiny-
pathetic.
Shame
This
on
is pathetic, Mr. Chair. I am not asking trick questions here. The American people have a right to know the answers to this. These are senior officials in the Trump administration. This is not a game, Secretary.
I'm Attorney General.
My apologies, I couldn't tell.
Clear down. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Stupid ass. Ooh. Bruh.
She said, I'm Attorney General. I couldn't tell. Baby, the people need answers, but they are tired. Mind you, they haven't gotten a chance to be like, Pam Bondi, what's up? So this is a mix of give us the answers, but you raggedy heifer. They're able to really say whatever they need to say, but also discredit her, not in a way that isn't warranted, but absolutely warranted. The things that they're saying about her aren't true. Excuse me. The things that this administration considers her aren't true, but the things that the people are saying to her are absolutely true. Funny enough, Pam Bondi is the author of lies. Okay, for the face of this administration, she is the one that comes out and tells us not to believe what we've seen. That's why we had those arrests of our beloved Georgia Fort, and then there's Don Lemon and the other people who were associated with the activists and all these other people. Have you guys? Side note: have you guys been seeing other people think that they can take over white people who are going to black churches? One of those being Jamal Bryant's churches, and going to tell everybody they're going to hell, and they're thinking they're saying that is actually equal to what happened at the church in St. Paul, and that is not. You got these people going into black churches and claiming that they're going to hell. Mind you, we had people who went to black churches, like Dylan Ruth, and went to the black church, prayed. They prayed over him. They did all the things, and then they shot him. Then Dylan shot them, the black church up. So it's such a difference. You don't hear about people of black churches going into white churches and shooting them up. Those were activists that went in to literally unveil the fact that the pastor is the field director for the St. Paul ICE office. That's why he was in that church on that day, because he was instructing folks on how to kill again, allegedly. And so the activists went there. And what did the journalists do? Follow the story.
Yep.
Investigative reporting, something that was breaking news, something that was specifically journalistic. And so what the people are doing is they're targeting Black churches, Black schools. We see a lot of that happen during this time. They'll call Black schools and threaten bombing or threaten shooting it up. And you'll see some white people now, they're going into, and these are white evangelicals or whatever they want to call themselves. They're going into Black churches and telling everybody that they're going to hell. And that is pretty dangerous. Just historically, what we know, white people, when they insert themselves in that type of way into those churches, what that ends up being. It's always written in discriminatory practices, racism, things to make the Black community feel like what they're doing is how they're worshiping or whatever, them just being Black is problematic. It's such a difference from what we saw in St. Paul, where the people that went there, the activists that went there, were just trying to call out the matter because people were dying in St. Paul. People are dying in St. Paul as a result of ICE agents being there at the hands of ICE agents. And that pastor who was supposed to be preaching about love and connection and unity under Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ does not separate. He loves us all, right? But and that we're not supposed to be discriminatory and we're not supposed to be racist. But the pastor that's preaching that allegedly to this church, and this ain't alleged, he's actually the field directing officer in St. Paul for the DHS ICE agents, which we had murders happen as a result of the DHS ICE agents over in St. Paul. So that's just my 2 cents on that. Here's the video. I guess if you do have sound, you can definitely play that. So this is about the person in church.
It's gonna destroy this church. He's gonna destroy this church. And if you're in it when he does, he'll destroy you with it. It's time to repent of your wicked ways. Race baiting, stirring hatred among the children of God, people that would come to Christ and won't because you make his name a laughing stock of, you blaspheme the name of Jesus Christ with your harlotry, with your whorishness, your wickedness, your filthiness. Your prayers don't even reach the ceiling. You pray to demons. It's time to get right with God. The God of the Bible is going to destroy you unless you repent.
They are ignoring the hell out of him. Just walking right on past like he's not even there. But my thing is that at even Pastor Jamal Bryant's church, like, I don't know. I probably would have. I'm surprised that nobody came and rushed him and really rushed his ass out of there.
And that's why a lot of these churches do have, and sorry about that, Ben. A lot of these churches do have security, and some people feel a way about them having security because it gives the vibes of Michael Todd. But it actually, we've seen with, I want to say it's William, not William McDowell, William Murphy, who has a church out here as well. Somebody ran on stage and ran while he was preaching and ran behind him, and his security came up and tackled old boy. They got video of that? They did. I remember somebody was trying to run up on Philip Mitchell in his church, and he was like, "Hey, bro, they got don't because you might get." He basically said you might get laid out doing all that. Like, don't come up on the stage. We've seen that because, and the reason why they do that, yes, they are actually celebrities in this day and age. It ain't only TD Jakes. You get on, you go viral in the internet streets, and people know what your church address is and all those things. You are now like a celebrity pastor. People can go there at any time. But again, we've seen a lot of the hate that happens in that, whether we like the pastors or not, they should be considered safe. They should be deemed safe. So that's why a lot of them do get protection while in the church, because churches at one point were a huge target. They were a huge target. And so, yeah, here's Jamal. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Ben. I apologize.
No. We got his reply. Let's listen to his reply.
Evangelical nationalist pastor had the audacity, he and his wife, to get out of his car, as you just saw, and for propaganda and disturbance, filmed themselves coming into our church, using hate speech, condemning us with wrath, judgment, and correction completely out of order. And since you are against places of worship being disturbed, and this gentleman attempted to do it at a black church, I want to know, when is the arrest warrant? I don't know his name, but that picture should be clear enough for you to be able to track it down with the full spans of the FBI. Why didn't we have this same kind of calculated rage, outrage, and disturbance?
They cut him down. I hate when they cut.
I didn't know when you be trusting. You'll trust like Revolt to do right, even though no, but you'll trust the Griot CNN on them to do right. And what they do is cut it off at the precious, like, baby, you should have cut that middle part out and gave us the meat, baby, because he was going to go into the juxtaposition of the matter, which is Pam Bondi and friends. You done went and took the people who were actually doing their jobs of the situation, people who literally were outing a pastor for being a part of murdering folks in that city. Okay, and investigative reporting was happening right there, and you thought, not my ICE agents. Okay, and you, Pam Bondi, Attorney General, right, of the United States, decided to put criminal charges, felony charges against the journalist. And we've heard them doing it with activists. No tea, no shade, but we've heard them doing that. But they've done this with the journalists. However, now these white folks think I can do it too, because they're in their head computing it as this is the same thing. I'm going to go to this black church. I'm going to go to this black church. And especially because Jamal Bryant has been somebody who has been outspoken, much as I don't really care for Jamal, but Jamal has been somebody who's been outspoken in his church when it comes to political issues. When it comes to political issues, especially around this area, Jamal Bryant has been somebody to speak on that. So of course they're going to target his church first. So going into his church and telling everybody they're going to hell, no way. Unlawful soliciting, citation. But we ain't seen nothing going on. What Jamal was about to say was, okay, here is an actual crime that is being committed. Since y'all want to go ahead and say that what happened in St. Paul was unlawful, do your job, Pam Bondi. Get the FBI, get the agents to pull up to this man's house overnight in his window, scare his family, scare his children at 3 a.m. in the morning, and arrest him. Officers. That part.
Now they'd be glad. Look, the churches I go to, see, God bless. I'm surprised that man made it out without being harmed. See, that's the grace of God that was covering him, because all the churches that I've been going to lately, everybody's packing. Everybody, the mother of the church, the first lady, the sound man, deacon got a gun, the pastor preacher with a gun. Look, old ladies who you don't think shoot be going to the gun ranges of these churches I be going to, man. So they better be glad. You come up in the wrong church like that, and you're gonna be carried out by 6. That's what I'm like. You can't run up on people like that. Now the protesters, the protesters who protested in Minneapolis, you know what I mean? That's a good cause. You still put yourself at risk anytime you protest. But I just know when you come into some black churches and you talking that nonsense like that, on what grounds? On what grounds? The activists in Minneapolis had grounds. Your pastor is a director in ICE. That's grounds for you to protest a pastor in his church. You pull up on a black church and say, just because what he say they were preaching, what that white man said, he said they were preaching race or something like that. And so he feels like that's the justification. He better be glad he walked out of there alive. That's all I got to say.
Especially in the church in Atlanta, which, I can look at it, it's Jamal Bryant Church, but this is a church in Atlanta. Granted, like Rebecca said, William Murphy Church Dream Center, child, they don't play that in there. Because it's a younger crowd. Dream Center child, everybody gonna rush that man.
Okay.
Everybody.
Mm-hmm. He was
coming
literally
up from the balcony.
He was doing a little jog on the stage. Pastor was preaching, didn't really realize that, and he came. I don't know what he came to do, but he ain't make it. He didn't make it in the name of the Lord. But and here Jamal could have done the same thing, but it was like, let me go ahead and record this moment to show you what is the result of what Pam Bondi is doing and giving the right of way for these white evangelicals who there's no reason for. I didn't hear any reason why this man or pastor or person or whatever came into this church. It wasn't like, I'm calling you out right now, Jamal Bryant, for your past things that you've done with women in the church. It wasn't none of that. It was literally just
not you giving him the ground.
I'm always gonna have
not you giving him the proper grounds to go into church. And
but yeah, I'm gonna be like Keisha, Felicia, Shonda, Rhonda. It wasn't none of that. It was literally just him going in there and being like, y'all going to hell. You going to hell. You going
to hell.
Look, if you're gonna protest Jamal Bryant, is what I'm hearing you say.
Yeah.
Just call out the names of the
protest him for being a womanizer. I don't know, former womanizer. Maybe he, God does change people's hearts. But my thing is, once a womanizer 95 times, you might as well be a womanizer 100. But that's not my business. I don't go to that man's church. Like I said, I don't have to like the pastors to definitely say protect them from these type of people. Because outside of what he's doing in his marital bedroom, he ain't supporting ICE. He's not supporting this administration. He actually is one of the first places he came on was in 2020, was where, on Like It or Not, as he began his journey in the political realm. Yeah, baby.
Forgot about that.
Yeah. And so we know that he has had a hand, of course, taking credit for the Target boycott, things of that sort. He's had a hand in a lot that's been going on here in Atlanta, especially on the political front. So I'm not going to play like he ain't been in it. He's been in it. He's been in the conversations. He's been rallying around. He's becoming more of a prominent figure, like a Raphael Warnock, but not like a Raphael Warnock, because we know Raphael here is a pastor as well. Martin Luther King was a pastor. A lot of that we'll see here in the Atlanta area, that they'll become or go into the space of politics. So that's something that's normal here, normal all across the nation. But other than that, that's not an offense. What I just named to you was not an offense. What else? You just going into these places saying ERs. You must put back on the chains that we had on you 400 plus years ago. You cannot be in the house of the Lord worshiping the same God I worship. And because your people went on and confronted murderers at a church, I will now come and do Satan's work under the guise of fellowship and preaching the word of God, and tell y'all you going to hell with no reason except for we got to save this country, MAGA first. Pam Bondi gave me the right away. She gave me the pass.
I mean,
and here's the thing, like, even if go ahead, James.
No, good what I say.
You about to say something crazy?
Yeah, because he could have went in there and said, "You are going to hell because y'all pastor went with Giselle on Real Housewives of Potomac, and he need to, just say something like that." But no,
that's right. But he didn't say that.
He didn't.
He didn't have a problem with Jamal Bryant's, alleged infidelity. I don't know nothing about that man's personal life. I'm just saying the alleged, all that stuff. He had no problem with that.
Because Monique read all the receipts for the with the phone number on.
Listen. It's for me and my stream. I'm not going. But here's the thing, though. But they got all that in it. Even if they, first of all, that white man didn't go in there for that reason, right? But even if he had gone in there for that reason, every one of these white evangelical pastors are still supporting Donald Trump, who is implicated in rape and murder in the Epstein files. What's up,
P. Dixon? You wouldn't know? I wish it was just the white ones. Okay.
Oh Lord.
It's baby.
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna go back to
Send me a link. Oh gosh.
that man that was murdered. I did not like how he was murdered. I did not like the fact that he was murdered. Let's be clear. I always gotta say that. But that man that was murdered, where his wife is parading his whole business, the white man, and his wife is parading his whole business, and that she's at the forefront of it. Yes. And Miss Erica's out here like he died. Yeah, it's crazy. But anywho, so many of your favorites who always say we don't like, come on, y'all. It's just because of what they believe. Look at because of what they believe, what it's resulted as since that day. Since that day, all y'all came up at the woodworks like, man, I can't even support none of y'all because he died over. So y'all killed him over a difference of belief. Remember that? And then it came out that it was not even a difference of belief. It was the same side. It was the same side. But none of those people, Ty Tribbett, whom I loved, Ty Tribbett, Carl Lentz, who was my former pastor, who was I'm always involved with some drama. Carl Lentz, who was my former pastor of Hillsong, who was the forefront of the drama that happened at Hillsong. That was my pastor, Carl Lentz. But he came out and was like, for a difference of opinion. Now, Carl, you just came back. Okay, you just came back. You
just got back on the scene,
baby. Difference of opinion. And then so many other Black pastors and leaders began to follow suit. And then good brother Philip Mitchell went to the church and said, "This is not a Black church. This is not a Black church." And I loved me some Philip Mitchell. And there's no hate there, but sometimes I got to remove myself from people who are going to, especially in certain times, know that the message that is going to be preached is going to be one that I believe is ungodly. When we see ICE agents or people, let's go back to Charlie Kirk. When we see people that are sitting down and preaching for the possible murder of people because of what they look like, what they believe, what they follow, their sexual orientation, right? For people to not be a part of work, schooling, because of what they look like, what they believe, their sexual orientation. And if you're okay to get up on your pulpit and say things like, your Black child was not gunned down or arrested because he was Black. It's because he needs to learn authority when it comes to a white officer. And then proceed to tell the story, your own personal story of how a white officer bullied you, put a gun to you, and asked you why you was looking at him crazy, and said at that moment you realized that you just needed to stand in authority.
Hey, listen, Philip Mitchell is a plant. I'm sorry. I don't have any. I've listened to too many of his messages, and I see too many of the people who are supporting him. And I know this game long enough to know that there's a vested interest in ensuring that the Black church stays neutralized. But how do you neutralize the Black church when Black folks go to church all the time? Well, you give them a pastor who's going to sound like he's anointed, might actually have a little little bit of anointment in him, but he uses it to push you away from liberation and from justice. So that's who he is. That's what he does. And a lot of folks know it, except the people who go to his church every Sunday. They're gonna stand by their man.
I did the whole video on this for Let's Be Clear. I did it, I broke it down. I even said, hey, I believe that he's called, but just because people are called to the pulpit don't mean that they're going to do right by it. And that's why I think that you no longer have, you're abusing the pulpit. You are literally abusing the calling, and now you're looking at it from, I think, a space of popularity and money. And besides that, I think, why does unity have to look like? Why does unity in Christianity have to look like Black folks bowing down or Black folks accepting or Black folks being quiet about what's going on. And but then you guys are the same people that will quote Martin Luther King, who was a reverend, will quote Martin Luther King, just that one little piece, every time his birthday rolled around, or because again, we have Black History Month this month, people just be like, we're not judging each other by the color of all the things. That's all y'all want to just that little piece, that little part. But then you're not thinking about how this man was preaching, marching in the streets, actually actively calling out what was wrong. Discrimination is wrong. Racism is wrong. Prejudice is wrong. Bombing people's communities, shooting them down, sicking the dogs on them because of what they look like is wrong. He called it out in his messages. He called out, there's no need to go to your church and tell them that you, in the middle of folks getting shot down, tell your church people this ain't a Black church. And it's crazy because, again, that day I was supposed to go to his church. I missed that message. That was the opening of his church, and I missed that message because I was driving around and I couldn't make it into it because there was no parking. Parking situation was crazy. And if y'all invite me somewhere, ain't no parking, baby, I'm gonna just take myself.
Turn around, go home.
Back home.
Always.
I'm going home.
But park across the street.
Absolutely. Where they got food at if you got a coin? But no, seriously, that's exactly what I think is the problem when we're looking at how people are abusing the pulpit every day. It's abuse and it's misuse of the position, right? And what we see with the people in St. Paul, what we see, and this is not the first time, just because that St. Paul guy is a field agent for DHS, it is, yes, they went to go and call him out, but that is not a shocking, there's no shock value there. But you know why? Because as I've gotten to politics, and 10 years ago, as we began to run these stories where it was just more than Trump having a wedgie, you started to understand, damn, the doctor that I got, you're telling me that Black people, I'm a different type of, they say in wording like, you're not like them. You're different. And when you start to hear that, you're like, wait a minute, baby, are you coming to work with a little piece of the Klan's outfit?
Sure.
Like, what we doing here? And then you get back there, and then now they're having full political conversations where it's like, you'll see them mention Michelle, and they're like, ape, right in front of your face as they in your mouth, taking that cavity out. Or you'll see your friends at work start to be like, I used to support like all that, but I don't support them going out and like fighting police officers. I think that's where we have to cross the line. Sis, I'm not crossing, baby, excuse me. Like, this is what this administration, but not only this administration, the churches. I went to a church where I told you about a friend of mine who is Haitian, who his wife is white. I went to that church long ago to visit. And the man started preaching a word that I was uncomfortable with. I had to get up and leave. I went to a church here. The main campus for Victory, not the one in Atlanta. That Black man one time stopped the programming because the main pastor was preaching crazy. But the rhetoric that Haiti is going through what it's going through.
Oh yeah.
Because they serve this and they do that and da. And of course I took that personally. They said it was, and they specifically said Haiti, not any other country in the Caribbean. They said Haiti, but they said, and then all of these African countries. Because that's the same rhetoric that MAGA gives all the time. You're not going to hear them say Jamaica, even though Jamaica is also one of the, on some of the lists restricted. You're not going to hear them say Barbados. You're not going to hear them, but they are also restricted, just being Black. But you're always going to hear the representation of the Black immigrant outside of Africa being the Haitian.
Yeah.
And the way that they're going to speak about them is going to be, and the church speaks about them as they're just satanic or just this or just that, they're just the other. And when he said that, Oh, people started to adjust themselves at first. You know, when you in church, you just gotta once you start
that awkward, that movement.
What did he say? Did he? Then it started to be like they start doing it. Then they just start saying, "Forget it, I'm out of here."
Yeah.
Because when you are a leader and you're preaching, and I know, listen, to each his own. I ain't going to that church no more. That was just it. But when you are a leader and you are preaching as a white man who said that because you have a little tan in your skin, you can preach about this. He said that on that day. He said that on that day.
Wow.
And then they do this thing where like, we're going to do 21 days of prayer. We're going to meet at Stone Mountain and pray for America. No. What side you on? What clique you claim? Because that's going to be dependent if I'm praying with y'all or not.
Right. So what are y'all praying for?
Are you praying for people? Like that's why I say you got to be careful. Now, shout out to Smokey Norfolk. That's my virtual pastor. Yeah. Okay, Smokey Norfolk doesn't miss an opportunity. Yes, he does. He a little bit be like, you know what? Now, outside of the White House and the politics, instead of that, Jesus is the house we gonna serve. You know, he does stuff like that. But then he'll be like, what's happening there? We got it. When those people were being fired, Smokey Norfolk stopped his programming that he was going to do for the following week and said, you know what? I'm giving money to the people that need money. We got a food drive coming up. Sign your name up if you've been fired, this and that. We'll make sure that you get money and we'll help you enough to get you on your feet, all that kind of stuff. Because listen, if you got it, that's what you call, what is it, benevolence? There are churches that are asking for people's social media when it comes to benevolence. There are churches that are asking for like they want to see what you got going on. If you talking about Trump, if you talking about this, if you talking about that, if you out stacking up, or if you went on a little trip or whatever, they will not pay your light bill for you if you need it. There are churches that need to see all of your business. And if you didn't come to church twice that month, then they can't give you nothing. Those are the churches that you got to stay far, far away from. I'm not saying abuse the churches, but I remember when I was in need years and years ago, I needed something. I think it was like to pay a bill or something. And I went to, I want to say it was a local church. They gave me a box of brand new goods, not the ones that's about to be dated. They gave me a whole chicken, a box of brand new goods, and they paid my cell phone for 3 months. Wow. They paid they weren't gonna pay my rent, but they paid my cell phone. They paid, I didn't have rent at the time. It was just like little bills that I had, and they all that other stuff. And it was listen, all they said is, so your church doesn't help you? And I was just like, mind your business. You asking too much questions. Like, but try to, if you haven't talked to your church yet, you might want to just speak with them. And and then they sit you down, like, maybe your cell phone bill, you could take it down a bit here. Like, they talk to you about things, instead of saying, since Sister Azor, you have not been at church in a month. We will not be contributing to any needs that you have. We can't do that for you. And then with that being said, it's like, oh, that's the church you serve. And with the MAGA churches, it's, we seen that you said Obama on your socials. We're not giving you a thing.
We can't give you anything. And the bad part
that you had a rainbow flag, and it was not because he said he will not flood the earth again on your page. You can't get anything from me. So you speak another language outside of American English? Holy smokes! Wow, blasphemy! Have you heard of the Tower of Babylon? Have you heard? That's what they're doing.
When you say like a Christ on the cross.
Christ, baby. That's what you get. And that's what I said. There is no way that we could be living in this moment, in this lifetime right now, and not have a leader, a religious leader, and maybe not every service, because I couldn't do it every service. I need to be challenged in the Word of God, because the way you challenge me in the Word of God is I'm going to be able to tackle what's happening in the world. But when something serious is happening, people they just killed somebody less than 24 hours ago. We got church. And you think that I'm going to want to sit here and listen to you tell me about the goodness of Jesus in this lifetime without saying God is so good. He is so good to us to give us another day to live another life when the enemy has taken a life. When the enemy takes control and becomes the judge, the juror, the murderer, all the things, and takes a life on behalf of this administration, on behalf of their alliance with who they serve, and which is Donald Trump, their golden calf. That is blasphemy. Calling that out. And I'm going to shout out again, Smokey Norfolk. He ain't afraid to bend it a little bit sideways, even a little backwards, okay? When it comes to talking to his congregation about what is happening in the world right now politically. You have to have that. You have to have that. Go ahead, Ben.
A lot of pastors are they had to play just a second or two of catch up. Because for a long time, pastors moved away from publicly preaching the liberation gospel. We've been warning about these Christian nationalists for years now. I would say almost 4 or 5 years ago, I had that video that went viral calling for help from the black church because we saw it coming. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you, it took a minute. It took a minute, but then they started showing up. And when they started showing up, they started showing up real good and start showing up real consistent, but not all of them. And the thing is that one thing about MAGA and these Christian nationalists is that they are all in formation. They're all preaching the same mess. They all preaching the same talking points. And while we have a good group, I'm not going to knock them now. There's a good representation of black pastors who are actually out there doing the thing, calling out this white supremacy, calling out imperialism. Heck, you even got some calling out Zionism. So it's a breath of fresh air, but we still got so many more. It's just a handful of us, but we got so many more who ain't paying attention and don't want to preach about what's happening in the world. And they just want to shout and they just want to have the praise music and they just want to raise offerings and want to have conferences. And they want to have meetings and they want to have dinners and cookouts and all that's good. But if you ain't matter of fact, let's go one step further. If you ain't talking about how this administration is trying to destroy democracy, you are betraying your congregation. You are literally betraying the word of God and your congregation because you're so busy in the church shouting and dancing and not even telling your people that they just took your vote. They just made it harder for every woman in this country to vote. They just made it harder for students all over this country to vote. And you're not talking about it. So we got some preachers that have stepped up. Jamal is one. John Howard Wesley out of Baltimore is another one. There's just a long list of pastors who are doing great, but there are thousands of other ones that ain't said nothing yet.
Yeah, and I think you do have to require your leader. If you are a black person, an immigrant, because I say this because during the election season, propaganda moved fast.
Yes.
In the immigrant community.
Really fast.
Especially they're going to speak to men who are very, misogynistic and patriarchal and all that. So they're going to speak to those men first and they're going to put it in the space. Now we can't even control it. They go to the space of with the boomers who are on the boomer immigrants who are on WhatsApp, and all they will feed them is videos about why, and I had to get my mom together about why they need to vote for Donald Trump around that time. Baby, I went home. I heard it on her radio because Haitians going to play a radio. They're going to have it on the TV and they're going to be looking at it on their phone. I don't know why they done gave us a third device for them to use. But growing up in a Haitian house, you're going to have it on the TV, you're going to have it on the radio, and now they got it on their phones. So my mom is scrolling. I hear it. I'm in the back. I hear her scrolling. I'm like, I hear her listening to this propaganda. Then I hear it also come in a reclam, which is like a commercial because all the Haitians got a little box that gives them Haitian television. I don't even know if it's legal, but I hear the commercial come up and it's like saying the same thing, something similar. Then a few hours later, I'm hearing on the radio. I sat my mama down. I said, no way. She's like, yeah, they're telling me that to vote for Donald Trump.
Wow.
But I'm not going to do it. Never and never. But I had to get her together. I said, tell everybody in your phone the same thing. Because the big pastor down in South Florida who was Haitian was also feeding them, hey, as a patriarchal person, a person again, misogyny, you know how they're gonna do it. We can't have no vagina in the White House.
The White House.
Leaving it as a president? Absolutely not. Meanwhile, she was a whole vice president. No, we can't have her step up. We can't do none of it. We can't have it. I will say we cannot have it, no. And my mom and the little side of her that was, well, you know, the men said, girl, don't play with me. Don't play with me. Baby, don't play with it. Don't play with it. Okay? Listen, they will literally lean on these people, and the ones that can vote, they will make sure that they vote for Donald Trump. I knew someone, probably dating him, I won't say, that went into the people booth, said he was going to vote for Kamala, all the things, and then came out. And it wasn't until a year later, not a year later, months later, that I realized you sound a little Trump-esque. And then it was so funny because his country was one of the ones on the restricted list. He served for this country, and it turns out he ain't getting the penny. He thought he was getting money, all the things. And you start to realize they do infiltrate people by giving them some kind of incentive. If you vote for me, especially the immigrants and stuff, if you vote for me, this will that, this and that, this and that. You remember the Cubans and I would about
which all of them have been deported, by the way, that I heard.
In there and they're saying, I cannot believe Donald Trump deported me. I cannot believe it. Listen.
What they say, Rebecca said it again.
Donald Trump deported me.
I am no longer in this country.
Listen, I've seen some folks. Oh, but quoi que Donald Trump tape fait bagay ça, l'aime tu ouais que Donald Trump dit que il tape by moon plus temps.
Why are you like this, bro?
Mais Donald fait ça vrai? Oh, Donald. Okay, we seen that. Hey, now hands on the head. Donald! Et pas Donald qui fait ça. Et pas Donald qui prend famille moins. Et pas Donald qui mène back. Oh, Jésus! Yes.
I hate you so much, man.
Wait. You gotta translate.
Right, because what the hell?
It's like the halftime show. What did you just say?
I basically said, they just be screaming and saying, is that the same Donald I voted for? It ain't Donald. Not Donald. Not the one that said he was going to extend my time. Not the one that he said he's going to protect us. Not the one that said yes, that same Donald. You should know, because every single thing that he said he was going to do, he never did it. And he kept Haitians on the tip of his tongue when it came to negativity. Stop acting like this was not already. But when you are filled with misogyny, the enemy will look for a way in, and they're going to grab onto the thing that is mutual amongst you guys. It is misogyny. It is you and that person having a penis. And that is enough for me to infiltrate you and say, you cannot vote for that woman. You can't.
And what's crazy on that part, Rebecca, is that there's so many women who also buy into that misogyny. It blows me away, but I'm finding more and more that a lot of times there's some women who internalize it so deeply that they can't see themselves having ever voted for a woman, and they can't see themselves like having this kind of authority. And I'm like, how do we go all the way back here. I was watching the video. If I could find it, I'll play it. But on one side, you had all of these, and I don't say this as an insult. I'm just trying to paint a picture because, I rock with them. All the blue hair, purple haired, white liberal women with tattoos. On the other side, you had all of these, Pentecostal dress wearing looking black women who came from the church. And they were having debate on issues that pertain to women. And the black women's side of the equation, they were repeating every misogynistic talking point so deeply internalized. I wanted to throw my computer out the window because I'm like, how, Sway? But it stems from exactly what you said, like, especially when you're coming from a religious background, when you find in your household and your man and your husband and your pastor are aligned with misogyny, then you, unless you're a mighty strong woman, you're going to find yourself going along with it.
Absolutely. That's why I said I had to catch my mama. Girl. Well, they said you cannot vote for a woman. No, girl, calm it down. When the Haitians start going, you ain't got it, sis. You can't find it because it don't exist. It don't exist. So, anywho, Ben, you mentioned how a lot of that is instilled into who we are as people. Like I said, the enemy will find those little places that are not true or that are negative. And the enemy here is being Donald Trump. And that's how he went on in his campaign. He knew, if I start with anti-immigration, but if I start with, the fact that Haitians are a problem in the middle of nowhere. You went to Haitians, the place where, a town that Haitian grew. And of course, in Springfield, Ohio. I mention this every opportunity I can get, and I will always do it. And JD Vance, who was also running for vice president at the time, who comes from that town, but was the mayor or something?
He was a senator from Ohio.
Yeah, from Ohio. So he did that because it gave him a boost. And he never followed up on the story because they found Fluffy, or whatever his name was, the little cat, in the basement. And that person who let that story run with the kitten, she said she kept calling his office and they never, mind you, this is documented. I got it in again on one of my Let's Be Clear, very, very, very descriptive stories on how we got here when it came to this administration and Donald Trump, because it didn't start with that. It's historically a thing here. That's why he made sure to start it. It already is in the heart of America, the anti-immigrant, but of course it's the anti-Black immigrant. And of course it is the Black immigrant that is hated the most, and that is the Haitian. And if we start with that, if we attack that, because Haitians here in America have been disrespected. When we talk about Guantanamo Bay, when we talk about the Haitians being on the bridge, when we talk about Haitians having AIDS, when we talk about us not being able to assimilate in a respectful manner, that's this disinformation, misinformation, these lies that come from how America has always viewed Haitians, because one day we had audacity. That's it. And so Donald Trump made sure to tap into that. And so did JD Vance. And they do that even amongst the groups of people who are being oppressed by the very person. You know what? What do we have that's the same? We're men. And men who are immigrants are usually what? Anti-women doing anything in a predominant, in a strong position. In a position of power, no woman can do it. I'm glad that the men know now, right? They're learning. But in those countries, those are really the values that they have. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to just lie for mine, because I love mine. You know what I'm saying? When I see that red and blue flag, baby, you know what I'm saying? That's mine, right? But at the same time, we know we got our own issues as well. And that's one of them. And when this administration, or when people who are, in power want to abuse it, and when they want to have the alliance of other folks, they will speak to those parts of them. And that's why we saw a lot of that. That's why we had I would vote for Donald Trump. That's why we had all of that. That's why we had, blacks for Trump as well. Grift, they saw what happened with Diamond and Silk. They saw there was some money there. They saw what happened with Candace Owens. They saw what was happening with the man that was dropped. I can't even remember his name, but we covered him for a good minute too. A little boxer man, I guess. I don't know. Football player. I don't remember.
Herschel Walker.
All these people, and all these people who actually tried to sell to us bipartisanship. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't working. It wasn't. Okay. So
it wasn't working.
It wasn't.
Wasn't working.
So, so that's why I say, baby, choose a side, pick a side. Who is the clique that you claim so I can know what to say next?
But you know what? The other part of the problem is that you look at the saturation that your mother and your father, for example, when it came to the propaganda, they were getting it on their TV.
Not my daddy, but my mama. So go ahead.
Okay. So your mom, right? She was getting it on the TV. She was getting. She would just say, "Wait, let me make sure we clear." It wasn't my papa, but she was getting the propaganda on the TV, on the radio, and on her phone nonstop. And the question is like, where is the counter messaging? Right. The biggest problem that we faced then is the same one we face right now with them passing the SAVE Act. Right. Where is the messaging? Where are the dollars? Where is the infrastructure? Where's the media infrastructure for the rest of us? I don't even want to say for the Democratic Party, because at this point we know that they ain't going to do it. They ain't never done it. And they just leave us out here while MAGA is pouring billions of dollars into propaganda and media. And so everywhere you go, somebody's getting paid some money to spread that propaganda. Meanwhile, most people on our side, the messaging that's coming out from our side, look at all the people on TikTok. Look at all, like everybody on TikTok and Instagram, they're not making money. Some of them might be making
not
money.
Anymore. They shut that down too. They shut it down most recently.
The vast majority of people who are trying to help get folks free and liberated and push back against bigotry, we're all out here doing this for free. Meanwhile, MAGA is just putting billions of dollars, and that's why their message won out in 2024.
Yeah. And the more you grift, though, that's it. But you got to know that when you're a black grifter, you will be thrown away. You have an expiration date. Expiration date can sound crazy, but we saw what happened with True.
That's right.
It's the truth.
Yeah.
And then remember when what's his name? Clarence, is it Clarence? One of them done died, got COVID, and we ain't.
Oh, Herman Cain. I-99 Herman Cain.
Who is it?
Herman Cain.
Herman Cain. Listen, Herman Cain died, and the administration said,
"Oh well."
They became an owl.
Yeah. Who is that?
Who?
Put you in the ground.
Somebody just put it in.
Imagine.
Go
ahead. Imagine dying for MAGA, and then they don't even remember who you are.
Who? Baby, the shucking and jiving, and it gave like how you look just like when we think about what the people who stay in the Kunta Hotel, how you look just like that.
Right.
That was crazy. Like, you really were you born for this role? It really gave like a Django. It gave like how you really looking like it was crazy. I don't know, but when you and I, it's just really clear. And mind you, if you don't, go with the Lord in physical, you'll go with the Lord in spiritual. You will hate your life. You will find yourself fighting online for your man, and you married.
Wait a minute. You gotta make that play. Hold on. Help us understand that one.
Put the microphone away, baby. You get online every day and like Erica Kirk.
Oh, yes, she is. She really is expressing her true love, isn't she?
Crashing out as a mother and a wife about another man. She said, it's like, even if I'm not here anymore, like, I'm going to make sure that I speak for Charlie Kirk. Girl, is Erica speaking for Charlie Kirk?
Not at all.
And that's the reason why my good sister's on the mic for that man. And I'm like, girl, he gone. I'm so sorry. You wasn't even invited. You was outside the club. And then that is not how that lady came out.
When I tell you, he been playing this video.
Tell her get it out the floor. I told her get it out the door.
Shut me down. This is crazy.
When
But she did come up from the ground. But go ahead, Ben. I mean,
was it? Did she? No, because I know this is AI. Because
this is AI. This
yeah,
is, I'm kidding.
I'm about to
This is
say
AI.
when you just said she came up from the ground, I'm like, wait,
no, I think there was one of the ones that she came from the back or the ground. She came from her entrance. What her entrance to the place was very
high
crazy.
energy. Like,
but
so,
she,
in other words, she. You know what? Let me stop. I ain't gonna put no conspiracy theories out here on y'all good channel. I'm just
look, man, look. Come on, wait. First of all, Rebecca, I'm not gonna disagree with you because what you're saying is true. But let's be real. Candace Owens got a longer relationship with Charlie Kirk than Erica did.
But no, you're not disagreeing with me. But that's somebody's husband, girl. And you online crying about somebody's husband. I don't care how long the relationship was. You looking crazy. You look like her being a black woman. We don't even see your own husband. Where he at? Are you like
damn?
All this time you be on the mic about. All this time you be on the mic about this man.
Ooh.
Where are your children? Where is your scooter?
Where is Becca?
I miss.
You don't get. I hate you so much.
It's Real Housewives of Atlanta.
Because I've been saying that damn lie for the past 2 or 3 days. Where is your scooter?
Oh
no,
man!
Because seriously, I think that this is, and this is no shade, but this is. I'm not trying to be on any one of their side, but I get what you're saying too, Ben. She does have a longer relationship, and of course, she wants to talk about what she knows and make sure that his legacy is kept intact or whatever the case may be. But that's girl. If you was sleep on him, we know. It's like, girl, you crying over that man. What about you up at night around 11 o'clock talking to us? Where's your husband?
Listen. I think Candace realizes that she is living in the middle of the beast. She married into the beast. Let's just be real. Her husband from the UK, she married into something that's really ugly. And so for her, she's like, I'm just gonna speak my truth.
Oh, her husband is
oh my God,
from the UK?
Yeah, her husband is whiter than Charlie Kirk.
Let's go take a look.
Yes, please, because I thought he was. I figured he couldn't have been a black man. Though
No, he's not black. I knew he wasn't black, but yeah, she has a white husband. She has children. That's my thing. I don't like when people, bring children into this world, and it's like Charlie Kirk and his wife, right? There are children that's seen and will never forget what happened. If it is the way that they said it was set up, whatever. But why? You're bringing these children in, they're props, and now they're a part of these innocent kids that don't know nothing. They're a part of this mess and this circus. And lady, can you go and give the time that you're giving online? But I know it's paying her. It's paying her money that she's not getting anymore from what she used to do. So the more she talks about Charlie Kirk and crashes out about him and allows people to put the rhetoric out that is her man, that was her man. Even the video, the montage that she did with him. Like, why was he all up in the neck?
It's giving scandal. It's giving Shonda Rhimes.
Yes, it was. And I'm just like, so I want her to stand. I want her to stand up and walk away from this while she can. But I don't think. I think that, like I said, the relationship is more deeper. But you're messing with a woman that has become triple times as powerful as she was just being the wife of Charlie Kirk.
Oh
so,
no! I got to disagree with you. I got to disagree with you now because Erica Kirk ain't nobody. Erica Kirk ain't nobody. Because listen, how do you take when you manage to take the goodwill of America, who would okay, we're gonna love on you because you're a widow, and you go from that to everybody just basically seeing you as nothing more than this. She ain't nobody. She got Turning Point USA, but Turning Point USA is dying. It's going to die out. Her time has come to an end. And I'm gonna be honest with you. If I just appreciate authenticity, and she might be being authentically trifling and hurt, but she's being authentic here because she's like, wait a minute. I believe she genuinely believes that that Erica Kirk has something to do with Charlie Kirk getting killed. Yeah, and she gonna ride that thing all the way out until she gets some catharsis. So I mean, this is the realest I think Candace Owens has ever been in her life.
I I'm looking at her husband and I don't see it. I'm looking at Candace Owens' husband. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing. But again, social media. I can't say that because social media will make you look at people and be like, "Oh, their relationship ain't good, and they best of friends." So I won't take that. But she, I don't really know. Maybe he's in the UK while she's doing all this. I'm just not sure. But Ben, I agree with you. But I'm saying, like, when I say powerful, I mean, like, how powerful this administration is in that manner. Now she has ties and she can do whatever she wants. Like, she can, like, all the things that she wanted to do to be the head of. Like, how do you automatically sit in the seat of your deceased husband or allow the vice president of the United States to sit in the seat of your deceased husband the next day?
That looks about right.
Program.
And she didn't even really. How long was she married to? She knew Charlie Kirk every bit of 5 years, maybe total. Somebody do the math on the internet. Like they got married. And don't get me wrong. Like I met my wife and I married her after 6 months, but that's different because we've been together 15, 16 years now.
Wow!
But she
Congratulations
didn't really know.
Right?
Yeah. She didn't really know Charlie Kirk and all the stuff that's coming out about her and how she was a part of Donald Trump's cabal. She was assigned to Charlie Kirk. Like the way her behavior. Let me put up the right person because I don't want people to think I'm talking about Candace, even though I ain't got no love for Candace. Yeah, I am enjoying. I'm enjoying seeing her tear their world apart. But when you see the behavior of Erica Kirk after the fact, it really just says to me that it was all business. It was all a part of the plan. Whether she had anything to do with him getting assassinated or not, she's cashing in on it like she did. And I think Candace Owens is saying, nah, I knew Charlie Kirk back when. Maybe they did have a thing together. Maybe she actually loved the boy. And she's saying, nah, you ain't gonna go out like this. And you gotta hear the clip where she clowned the halftime show. That's what I gotta hear. When you get a chance, she read them for filth and put all their business out there. So either way it go, I'm enjoying the shot on Friday.
Okay.
No, I know you have to leave, Bubba.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I love y'all. I appreciate it. This is a good show. I love being here with you guys. I want to be here longer, but I need to go take care of some things.
Go ahead. We got a couple more minutes. I wanted to love you, mean it.
All right, bro.
Go ahead and since we were talking about relationships, because kind of we're talking about relationships, it's Valentine's Day. You know, Candace her stuff is blowing up, our relationships as Black people with the church. But I want to go back to Pam Bondi, the Epstein files. It's come out. A lot of people, the victims, have spoken. There was somebody I went to school with. Remind you, I grew up in West Palm Beach, Florida, and I was not too far from Mar-a-Lago. I always went to the island of Palm Beach to go to the beach. I had experienced one of my racist experiences over there on the Palm Beach Island, where I was 17 years old, and a cop gave me a ticket, and he gave it for like something to be on my record forever. I had a lawyer try to take that off for me when I was 17, and all I was doing was driving a vehicle with a learner's permit. So, and he put on my record like a criminal charge.
Oh,
and
wow.
the lawyer was like, my mom said, don't you ever go back to that island again. And well, Epstein Island, where this is somebody that, again, I grew up with. I went to high school with. Her name is Sabrina. And here's her account as one of the victims of Epstein, but also somebody who I think tried to get her power back as well. But she talks about this, and you guys can listen and take a listen.
Actually, got to give me one more second, Rebecca. It froze up on me.
Okay, no problem. And
it's a little bit more. 3, 2.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Threatened. In America, we have an outrage problem where millions of you are taking to social media to express how unsatisfied you are with Bad Bunny's halftime Super Bowl performance, how un-American he is. And then all these real issues of the world burning around us are just kind of cast aside and go unnoticed. The Epstein files have revealed some deep-rooted corruption and exploitation, but where's your outcry? What are you doing to help this country heal from such injustice? It's going to take a lot more than just running to social media and making a post. You're going to have to make those phone calls to the DOJ, make the phone calls to Congress. It's not hard. You spent more time on that post about Bad Bunny than you do for something that one day, if it was your child being molested and raped and sex trafficked, this is making it okay. If silence is only perpetuating more silence, it's only showing that the victims, like, where we spoke out, and for what? For what? To continue to be re-traumatized and exploited and judged and criticized and threatened. This is more than a freaking Super Bowl performance. There needs to be more done, and it's not going to happen alone. It's not going to happen with all of us standing together, united as victims. There needs to be a public outcry, and it needs to be consistent. It can't just be washed over with a Super Bowl performance and any of the other distractions that they're about to throw at us, because it's coming and it's going to happen. Please, 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 if you want to do something meaningful, channel all of that frustration with the world into something that you can actually do something about, something that's going to affect our children.
So she said 22 years ago, I was molested by Epstein. Next time around, I robbed him. At that time, it was the only way I could reclaim a sense of control of that situation. Yes, I was in the files, and no, they did not redact my name. They have since taken it down to God knows what else. But this is methodical. This was the plan. 22 years later, now everyone knows the truth, but you're complaining about Bad Bunny. Fight injustice and corruption in our government, not one another, about a Super Bowl halftime show. So that's basically what she was doing. She put the number of the DOJ on there and to call it and to demand accountability. And she said the victims bore the burden of the proof, the scrutiny, the judgment, the threats, the fear. Please let it amount to something. Don't let meaningless distractions like the halftime show, like she said in this. But this is somebody I went to school with, y'all. I was a freshman at the time, or a sophomore, and she was a senior, I want to say. But this is somebody I went to school with, and so she wasn't my friend, but she's somebody I went to school with. So knowing that, how connected, and we were young. Epstein has always been old. Donald Trump has been old my whole entire damn life. And and I went to school around white kids who were well off, and not knowing where their children were going or where their parents were doing or what their parents were bringing their children around. In these moments where, all of that, this is what's happening. And for her name to have been out there, and, all of this kind of stuff and information to be out there. Imagine the ones that didn't want their names out there, who don't have to have this kind of confidence or power to take back, or didn't get the opportunity to take their confidence back, or the ones who didn't make it, the ones who did not make it to tell their stories. And this administration decided to protect the names of Donald Trump's and friends, but to put the names of the victims out.
Yeah. Rebecca, I've been getting the news secondhand. I haven't been going to the actual DOJ and reading the files myself, because there's 3 million of them. But just the stuff that has been reported on, and the stuff that's been brought out, the pictures and the videos and the audio. There was one particular audio of a child who was screaming at the top of their lungs, "I'm just a kid. I'm just a kid."
Yeah.
I don't know that we are emotionally prepared for the type of evil that we're really dealing with, but we're going to have to be. And if we don't absorb this outrage and it's okay. You know what? It's one of these things we almost have to allow ourselves, those of us who are strong enough, allow ourselves to feel the trauma and act on it and act accordingly. Because if we don't, then this moment is going to pass, and the men who are still free to this day, who's been arrested, Ghislaine Maxwell is the only person in jail for any of this, and she could go to hell as far as I'm concerned. Like, they need
Is that how you What's your name? Because I've been saying Ghislaine, because that's a Haitian name.
It's all kind of. I've heard 3 different pronunciations, so I honestly don't know. But Maxwell, that heifer, she deserves to be under. She deserves to be under the jail. But it's crazy that she's the only person who's been arrested and charged and found guilty and sent to prison. Meanwhile, the men who actually did, and we know the names of all the men, 6 million documents. They got the names. They've been doing investigation for years. And what this shows us, and this is the scariest part about this, is that these men, one, they knew that Jeffrey Epstein was getting compromised information, blackmail information on them. They knew, right? You can see the picture of Prince Andrew as he was laying on top of that little girl.
Oof.
And he's looking dead at the camera. He's looking dead at the camera.
Because the documentation is the point, like the power.
Exactly
the abuse of the power. That's why you see that with Diddy as well, on a smaller level, but a huge level. You hear all of these stories, but these people are empowered. They got money. They want to assert themselves in different communities and do these things. I think that the extremities are what they want to show. And touching children and getting away with it. And
the little
Peter
girl.
Thomas Roth, go ahead, Ben. Sorry.
The little girl who, well, this is and I'll give it right back to you, right? Like if you realize that these men are right now experiencing how powerful they really are. That's the thing. Like while all of us in the streets are outraged and screaming, they're still protected. Like even after he's dead and gone, Epstein, his power to protect these men is still on display.
Yeah.
Like literally, like there's nobody, not the Department of Justice, and forget about Donald Trump's administrations, because we know they're protecting Donald Trump. But even the last administration and the administration before that, and the administration, this goes all the way back to George W. Bush, right? You're talking about 2006, 2007, right? Like these men have been protected for 30 something years around this stuff, and they're still being protected today. So the real question is where is the real power? And unfortunately, they're experiencing and seeing that they have this much power. They got away with it, and they're still getting away with it, even though their names are in these documents. And the government got the names, and the Congress people got the names, but not a thing has been done about it. That's crazy.
And it's meant to be that way. Donald Trump, who is a felon of a president, felon period. And this is outside of the Epstein files. He has so many different charges against him. He's been accused of other things. People have young kids, and at the time when they were young, people have, said that they've touched him, or they've touched him by force, but he has touched them in their younger ages. In the files, I believe that there's things that mention what he's done with the children, mention abortions, mention emails going back and forth. That was one thing I did not get.
Come on.
You literally are emailing. And again, this is another assertion of power. This is how they right. Like you just are hiding in plain sight. You think that you're never going to get caught. You think you are emailing every single person.
Detailed.
It's all there. And you save these documents. They're all available.
So that's the thing. And maybe I don't know. I think Americans are afraid of letting that switch finally switch in our brains, because everybody knows that there's a switch in every one of our brains where we go from being normal to we go to picking up bats and pitchforks and knives and everything else, and we go meet them where they are and really protect our family. Like if any one of us, and I can't say that because there's parents in the Epstein files who actually delivered their children to these monsters. So I can't say every single one of us, but those of us who are actual human beings and actually love our children, had that been any of our children, we would stop at nothing to get retribution, no matter what it looks like, whether it be through justice or whether it be through slicing some throats on our own. And people are afraid of letting themselves go there. But what I'm telling y'all is if we don't allow ourselves to feel this anger and act on it in steps, right? Like we ain't got to shoot nobody yet. But what I'm saying is if we don't do everything else that we possibly can short of homicide, these fools are going to get even stronger.
Yeah. No, they already are in their lift. They're utilizing every single power that they've received, every single damn infinity stone that they're getting or they're hiding under. They are making sure that is, I'm telling you, I don't feel like any of them are sweating. Donald Trump wakes up every day and the Epstein files could be the least of his worries because he knows that you got Pam Bondi who's going to just sit here and be like, you're talking about the president of the United States of America. And they're like, yes, here's his name. Here's what he said. Here's what he did. Like the president. You're saying the president did. You're saying that's and it's like right here he said and not this is not alleged. This is proof. These are part of the files that were redacted. This is all of those things. This is Donald Trump is in them. Now, like I was saying, I have some products and you wouldn't think about that. But one face wash that's good to my skin, as you can see. But this is also like Haiti, being Haitian. Peter Thomas Roth, would never think of the name. I never used this product until I started working at that retail store I was saying about. And they gave us a big bag of goodies. And this was one of them. And I only remember the name because I'm like, who is Peter Thomas Roth? I don't know. But why is this product so expensive? Thank God I ain't buy it. They gave it for free. And random. But he was one of the people in the files. He put out a statement, Peter Thomas Roth, and said, oh, disgusting. I didn't want to believe what I heard. I stuck up for him. All these things. And now I have to remove myself from Epstein and the people that are associated with it. And sorry to the victims. Mind you, somebody put underneath it an email that said, yeah, I'm going to get Peter to come talk to the girls and like show them some facial products because it was literally like an assembly line of people. You got like to groom these girls. And Peter Thomas Roth, who is a skincare professional, was being invited into the conversation to show the girls products. So I done threw that face wash away. It was good, but I threw it away. Because you wouldn't even know that the products you probably using, that's how much money these people have. They probably invested in or spoke with or pushed or whatever. All these people that we see that probably have high positions who probably wouldn't have got there without these people in power. They used them. These people were a part of Epstein's Island and things like that. He got people, okay, the girls gonna learn how to do their makeup. The girls gonna learn how to, wash themselves. The girls gonna learn how to talk, walk, do all this because we're gonna have this person come in. We're gonna have this person come in. And the people that are associated with them be like, hey, yo, back in the day, Epstein used to have craziest parties like they're doing for Diddy. Not knowing, hey, there's going to be a documentary on this. And you're going to be in it saying, Diddy used to have the craziest parties. And it was children at them parties.
Children. And so here's the thing, like I'm getting ready to say something that's crazy. The raping of the children wasn't even the craziest part of the Epstein files.
Crazy.
They were killing. They were sacrificing. They were cannibalizing. This dude got how many gallons, hundreds of gallons of sulfuric acid. Sulfuric acid, the one thing that can melt the entire human body. Epstein bought industrial site. He got a whole tanker truck full of sulfuric acid. It's crazy that I have to say that the raping of children was not the craziest things that these demons were doing. And I'm gonna be honest with you, y'all. Like, I'm feeling like this man in the airport. And I know everybody's like, we're all are on that edge and we don't really know what to do or how do we, but if we don't do something, they get even stronger. And it just, really put it in perspective. We are living in a hell where predator pedophiles who eat children have imprisoned all of us across this globe to serve them financially as economic slaves. And it's almost like we feel like there's nothing we can do about it. I'm gonna be honest with you. When you really put it in the context of what's actually going on, it's like, well, why would we even care? Why would we care about just trying to act and live normally in a society that is this evil?
Play that video though. I didn't get a chance to see this, but I just watching the energy in it, and this is the day the Epstein files have been reported, and they're at the airport. Let's take a listen.
Epstein files have been released. All of y'all are acting fucking normal. Epstein files have been released, and all of y'all are acting normal. All of y'all are acting normal. They can laugh, but y'all can Google it. They can laugh, but y'all can Google it. The Epstein files have been released, and all of y'all are acting normal. All of y'all are acting normal.
They're really
All of y'all are acting normal.
They might not lost their goddamn mind.
Fucking airport is acting normal.
Everybody's calling.
No, you shut the fuck up.
Wait, don't say nothing.
Because the Epstein files, what I'm reading, and everybody in this room can read. If you go to Google right now, everybody in this room can read. They are eating babies. They are trafficking children. And if you think for a second any fucking thing in your life matters, you are on the fucking wrong side of history. You are on the fucking wrong side of history. It don't matter about the flight. It don't matter about who in this fucking airport. It don't matter about this nigga walking past me right now. I don't.
What hurts me when we see all these people are videotaping, and I can guarantee you they have no clue what he's talking about. The woman that's holding that phone, the woman that responded, because I've been in the airport where moments like this have happened, not necessarily this, but where moments where people are like saying things like, are you guys serious? Like, and somebody makes a joke like, yeah, we all know, da, 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 and think it's funny. No, this is not a funny matter. This is a life. This is an American crisis. This situation happened, and you guys are not outraged that this monster did what he did? Are you guys going to wait for Netflix to drop a movie, a documentary, for them to romanticize the murderer that Epstein is, or the disgusting person that Epstein is, before you guys say something? Is that what you're going to do? Because we are in the active moment of finding out this information, and y'all want to act like and then he knows he doesn't have his phone out. He's not looking to go viral on his own page. He's literally in the moment of what I just read is insane. They were eating children. They were killing folks. They were doing all of this. And this is according to these files. And nobody is outraged in this country. This airport should be shut down. People should be in the streets.
That's right.
And of course, no, this is content for my page. Just crazy man in the airport who was outraged for no damn reason.
And they talk about, we need to call security. We need to call security. No, y'all need to listen to the man. Y'all need to listen to the man, because that is the appropriate response. That when you discover that your literal planet, your nation, your bosses Let's just be real, because everybody works for a subsidiary of at least maybe about 12 companies that run everything in this nation. Most of our jobs can be traced back to about 12 corporations, and every one of those corporations has somebody connected to this pedophile ring. You are making money and paying taxes to people who are using that wealth to run a global pedophile ring for the last 3-4 decades. And we just go along like everything is, we just go to the Super Bowl. We just watch the Super Bowl. We just watch it. And I understand most people are in this conundrum. Well, what do we do? First thing I think everyone needs to do is kind of deal with the fact that it's not supposed to be normal. Your day, you should not seek normalcy in this country anymore. You should not seek to be like, oh, if you go to a now brunch, we go concert, right? You going out like things are normal. The first thing you got to do is stop and tell yourself it is not normal, and I cannot participate in this system at this level. I'm not telling you got to go out and Luigi Maggi on somebody, but I'm saying you got to stop going on your day to day like everything is peachy keen and honky dory, because it's not, because we are literally living in hell and we're paying taxes to the demons.
Nobody cares. They walking around. Let me just get on my next flight. Let me just do whatever. And I can understand the outrage. But again, I haven't been working or trying to hold on to the job. And these moments, I've seen tidbits, but I have not gone through the files. And just knowing that I've been shut out to the world or to what's been going on, and coming here in seeing what's going on, or hearing what's going on and watching his reaction. Now let's go ahead and talk about his reaction, Pam Bondi's reaction. This man is literally telling you guys should care. Pam Bondi is telling you guys, but it's Donald Trump.
The Dow was 550,000. The Dow.
Ain't that crazy? Why? What? For what? You got more clips about her? Because I want to run one more story before we get out of here. But you got more clips on as it relates to her?
I'd have to find some more if you want some more. I just put her up there because you mentioned her, but we can move to the next one.
Okay, because I actually wanted to go to the next story that I wanted to discuss. And that, hold on, let me send this. My niece sent me Happy Valentine's Day because that's the only people who love me in the world. Go ahead. Let me write her back. That's what. Oh, actually, yeah, that's the story I wanted to go over. So, a relationship between
Cardi.
A relationship between a Haitian and their flag is stronger than the little wristband you get at the club. And I love that for me. A relationship between any person and their flag. We are all nationalists in some kind of way. We gonna rock whatever country we come from's colors. Now, I wouldn't do America. Back in the day, I used to wear my little American flag. I have a cute Jimi Hendrix shirt that has the American flag on it because I love the way he played that, the Star Spangled Banner on his guitar. In a way, it was almost like he was resisting what was happening. The current at that time, they had problems. The problems just be coming for people. But anywho, I said to say, she was speaking to her crowd, and if you swipe, if you go to the media, I don't know, is that what I sent you? Yeah. Oh, it got a swipe option. That's so cute. The next one. So play this video. This is going to be her. Run it back. She's talking to her audience.
If I come in here, we're gonna jump their asses. Bitch, I got some bear mace in the back. They ain't taking my fans, bitch. Let's go.
So here she says, if ICE comes into the room, we're gonna jump them. She got mace in the back, right? So ICE decided to respond to her and says, as long as she doesn't drug and rob our agents, we'll consider that an improvement over her past behavior. As you know, Cardi B has discussed that she's
come from a mighty long way. She come from a mighty long way.
She came a mighty long way. And so she responds to them in the next, I think it's the latest. Well, she responds to them and said they need to be worried about what they got going on and the Epstein files and all that other stuff instead of responding to her and what she's saying about ICE. And that's why I'm like, this administration is a joke. It's, to me, it's reminiscent of Pam Bondi yelling, but Donald Trump is literally. You saying that you responding to Cardi B is ridiculous when Epstein files just came out and y'all officers is killing folks left and right. What? Hello. I just feel like I don't know. I don't know where this country is going, but when this administration, they're going rogue. You got people ain't answering nobody else's calls about their children dying at the hands of damn ICE and Donald Trump, and because it's Donald Trump in some kind of way, all the stuff, but y'all sitting here and responding to Cardi B saying if ICE comes, we gonna jump them. Oh, here she goes. She said if we talking drugs, let's talk about Epstein and friends drugging underage girls to rape them. Why I don't want to talk about the Epstein files? That's what Cardi said, and I can 100% agree. Why y'all don't want to talk about
this ratio though? I know this is a small thing, but look at the 693,000 likes to their little 191. Don't get me wrong, 191,000 is a lot, but they messed around and messed with their own person, and they shut up after that. They ain't say nothing else after that.
Yep, not a thing. Yeah, and this is why I believe we have to combat the same way, like, you know, Cardi B may not speak politics no more because everybody don't want her to talk about politics and things of that sort, but to me that's a political stance. You want your pastor to be able to do the same thing. What clique do you claim? Because I want to know if I'm going to Tupac you by saying F you in the clique you claim. I don't know where I'm going to be on that spectrum. But we know Cardi is the one saying, yeah, come over here. She has a part in the set where she has all the Haitian flags. It's always gonna be my flag. But she has all the flags come out. It's kind of like what we saw at the Super Bowl in her tour. And that's a moment where she said, you know, if ICE comes into the room, and she's speaking to her audience because you got a lot of people who don't want to go out as immigrants or immigrant adjacent folks, because they're afraid that ICE will shut down any event, come into the room, get them, do whatever. So we know where she stands. We know where Kalani stands. We know where Shabuzi stands. We know where do you stand?
We know where Nicki Minaj stands.
Exactly, very clear. We know where Nicki Minaj. We know where Snoop Dogg stands. Nelly. They get in the check. They go where the money reside. Where the money reside, where the money reside.
And see that's the problem. And that's something that all of us poor people down here, working class folks, that's something we need to divorce ourselves. See, we ain't getting money like they getting it, right? That's their goal, but they make that our goal. A lot of us down here, we put up with this system. We think we're going to get ahead in this system. We think we're going to get a bag in this system. We think we're going to be successful in this system. And meanwhile, the price you got to pay to be successful is to literally sell yourself to a cabal of pedophiles and cannibals who eat your children and dissolve their bodies with sulfuric acid. That's what that's who Nicki Minaj has just aligned herself with. And she's proud of that.
That is scary. The fact that we're talking about this, and it's like somebody said in the chat, why isn't it a news story that y'all saying that we was eating the cats and eating the dogs, they was eating the children.
Well, have you seen, really think about it, anybody who watches like local news or any, have you really seen coverage of the files, like talking about, like for real though? Like
it hasn't been, there hasn't been headline news. There hasn't been breaking major stories. It hasn't been panels of conversations about what was in the files. Even the Pam Bondi moments are only going viral for the moments that, because our brains are tricked to grab the pieces of these stories not the fact that he was eating kids and unaliving them in a store, or removing the evidence, or what, torturing them, whatever. Not that he was doing any of those things, but this funny moment of, and while it is agreeably necessary to show Pam Bondi crashing out, who is covering the pieces of what's in them files and making those parts go viral? That's why that man was in that airport doing what he was doing and screaming the way he was screaming, because it cannot only be a soundbite. How do we explain this to the, where are the parents of these kids who, what are we talking about here?
See, and the most addictive and deadly drug is the sense of normalcy. People will ignore anything just so that they can feel normal. And we are collectively as a nation. Some of us are trying, a lot of folks are trying to put their energy into this. They're trying to put their thoughts into this. There's people, but it's not in the people with the power to actually do something about it. It's independent media. It's independent researchers. It's random TikTokers and Instagrammers and YouTubers who are throwing everything that they have into trying to wake up the consciousness of the American people around this matter. But when you're dealing and fighting against the opiate that is normalcy, because people want to they want to feel like life is normal because everything else is too scary. Like it's and I can't front. I ain't going to stun on these people. Look, when I really finally realized what we were up against on this planet, like for real. Oh yeah, you saw me crash out, Rebecca. I had to take a whole couple of years off and just sit.
All of us. Yeah, but think. I saw it. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's overwhelming, and I get it, but you got to start somewhere, because otherwise you will be going through this life clocking in and clocking out, watching TV, watching the Super Bowl, watching Real Housewives of whatever city is next, and the meanwhile you're supporting and propping up a system that would raise.
Right. Hello, everybody, and welcome to my channel, Political Coffee House, Environmental Coffee House. I don't know, but welcome. So today we are going to talk about the Board of Bull, really. The Board of Bull. And it's great to see you. I don't know who's joined yet, but I have a video. We're going to go through the Board of Bull. Hang on a second. Thought I was going to sneeze. All right. So anyway, we are talking about the Board of Peace today. And well, really, it is like a new era of geopolitics, which is peace, but with a membership fee, basically. And I'm going to show you a video to start. We're going to show this video to start to get us going. So it's a short one, but this is the history of it. This is how it started, because we know that a lot of this is not, of course, as it appears to be. I mean, it's a board is a multi lateral mechanism, and they want to coordinate reconstruction and peace building in Gaza. Yeah, that's what they want to do. That's what they say they want to do anyway. I just make sure I got all my notes. Yep. And so let's watch this video. And yeah, where is it? Okay, here we go.
Part of the plan is the reconstruction, the building, rebuilding of Gaza. And your builders You've been in real estate. As you said, it's extremely complex. Tell us more about the plan and how much it's going to cost. Where's the money going to come from? And who's going to award the contracts? 3 questions.
I think it's going to cost a lot of money.
What's a lot of money?
You know, the estimates are in the $50 billion range. It might be a little bit less. It might be a little bit more. I happen to think that that's not a lot of money in that region. You have governments that are going to jump on in, and
so the Middle East countries are going to provide the money.
What you'll see European participation and so forth. I think the beginning of this plan is how to get it going, and that's what me and Jared work on all the time. The money raising we think is the easy part. We think that happens relatively quickly, but it's the master plan, and we're working with a group of people who have been working on master plans for the last 2 years.
So there are plans already.
We have plans already. We have a master plan already. And by the way, and Jared's been pushing this, and we're working together on it. And I think if the world saw the progress so far, they'd be pretty impressed.
If the world saw the progress so far. I don't have the ability to make things louder. And I also can't change my camera for some reason to move it over a little bit. But anyway, so that is the beginning of the whole thing. They were planning. Jared Kushner was planning before this Board of Peace even was a thing. And they were talking about European countries becoming a part of it. And why am I talking about this today? Because the first Board of Peace meeting was today. And I watched it, and it was awful. I mean, I do have another clip of the lovely president, which I'm not going to show it at this minute, but I will be showing it. It's a video file. I want to talk about a couple of things with that, and I'm going to show you. We're going to go through that plan, the plan that they started with, because it'll weave into where we are now. So I'm going to add this to the stage. All right. So this is the plan. This is the plan. This is the Board of Peace. Here we go. The Board of Peace. This was the plan. And here's the timeline. The 2-year war, right? 90,000 tons of munitions, 60 million tons of rubble, tens of thousands of fatalities. 20-point plan, ceasefire, release of hostages, UNSCR 2803, and historic humanitarian aid. Okay, so in that, there's supposed to be a ceasefire, and Trump always says there's a ceasefire, but there isn't. No, that there's still all that. Then peace and prosperity. This is like the hopium dream. Security, de-radicalization, free market economy, and reconstruction. And then there is historic humanitarian aid, which is, they're saying it's historic, but we haven't seen any of that yet. We haven't seen anything like that yet. So 100% basic food needs met for the first time since 2023. We haven't seen that in Gaza at all. 55,000 total trucks. We've seen nothing like that. We've seen the trucks being stopped. These people are still living in tents. 1.4 million pallets. Okay. National Committee for the Administration of Gaza, and they have a mission statement. It was authorized by the UN Security Council Resolution 2803 and President Donald Trump's 20-point plan. But the thing is, without me having to read it, this is where the part came. They parted, and they came up with this Board of Peace. Board of Peace. They said they're committed to establishing security, restoring the essential services that form the bedrock of human dignity, such as electricity, water, healthcare, and education. Yeah, for who? For who? Right? So quickly, this was their master plan to do Rafah and Khan Yunis, Now, center camps. Center camps, phase 3 camps. And we don't have to go through all this, but it's all going to be coastal tourism here. And then they're going to have data centers. Oh, yeah, data centers. That's a big thing, bringing data centers there. So all of the data center companies are chomping at the bit. And parks, looks like lots of parks, highways, and but residential areas. Okay, we see the residential areas, but who for? So here's New Rafa. 100,000 permanent housing units, 180 plus cultural, religious, and vocational centers, 200 plus educational centers, 75 medical facilities. And here is the coastal tourism look. I'm sure you've seen it, but we had to look at this anyway. The energy and digital infrastructure, but they're going to a transportation hub, data centers. Yeah, they're supposed to. So the Palestinians are, let's look at this. We'll go back and look at this really quickly. So the here's where they live. Here's where they're supposed to live. And the industrial complexes are right next to the living centers. Isn't that nice? And we know what data centers do. We know how awful it is. So now this is always the one that gets me. Empowering Gazans with jobs, training, and services. It 13,000 a year. Annual average household income in 10 years. 13,000 plus. That's nothing. You know why? Because you see all these hotels and all that you see in this master plan of why I call it bull, is because they're going to in there they're going to be working. They're going to be wage slaves, basically. That's the jobs that they're going to give them. 500,000 new jobs in construction. Who's getting those jobs, Jared? Who's getting the jobs? You know that it's not going to be Palestinian people unless they're picking up the garbage. 25 billion in investments in modern, reliable utilities. Yeah, because they want to have their strip. 1.5 billion investments in vocational schools. We'll see. Demilitarization principles. Okay, so I'm not going to go too much in this at the moment because this says Palestinian led, but it's absolutely not. Nothing about this is Palestinian led. So the Board of Peace. So this was really a bunch of crap, really. But that was what Jared Kushner presented at Davos. And it was really, but there's no Palestinian. It's marginalizing the Palestinians. There's no agency. It's centralizing the decision-making power in a body led by these powerful states, these people that are authoritarian states. Let's look at them. Okay, let's look. So, who invited the invitation to the Board of Peace? It is Argentina, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Bahrain, Bulgaria, El Salvador, Hungary, Indonesia, which we're going to talk in depth a little bit about Indonesia, because they don't actually fit with the rest of them. Jordan, Kazakhstan, Kosovo, Mongolia, Morocco, Pakistan, Paraguay, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, UAE, United States, Uzbekistan, and Israel, of course, who I don't think that Netanyahu was not at the Board of Peace today. They sent their people. Invitations not accepted. They issued them to a lot of places: Albania, Belarus, Cambodia, Egypt, Kuwait, Vietnam, Australia. And I'm saying it because I want this to sink in. Australia, Brazil, China, Cyprus, Czech Republic, Finland, India, Japan, Mexico, Netherlands, Oman, Philippines, Portugal, Romania, Russia, Singapore, South Korea, Switzerland, Thailand, Ukraine, and Vatican City. They were, nope. Canada, they rescinded. So the Board of Peace reached out to Canada, but it was rescinded, and Canada wouldn't do it anyway. And the declination was Croatia, France, Germany, Greece, Ireland, Italy, New Zealand, Norway, Poland, Slovakia, Slovenia, Spain, Sweden, and the UK. Good. good. So as you can see, these countries that accepted, they're all the strongmen. They're all the authoritarian countries. And there's really a business motive to this crap. There's a business motive to this. And you know, it's all of these regimes are in there. And it's economic. And these geopolitical agendas that each country has and business agendas is really overshadowing the local needs of the Gazans. And it's like, okay, so basically it's the future is going to be shaped by these power brokers that rather than the people that actually live there under the guise of peace building. Oh yeah. So let me tell you, now that we looked at that, we saw that, and I showed you the plan, and I don't think the Palestinians are even involved in any of it. Mm-mm. And there's less space for housing than before the war, actually. It seems to me that they don't care about the Palestinians, these power brokers, the Kushner and this board of peace. It's all about power and money. And New Rafah, right. We all know that none of this is really going to happen the way they're saying it is. It's just not. It's all about investors. It's, Jared Kushner said that the United States would host a Gaza investment conference for the private sector in Washington. He conceded that moving money into the Palestinian enclave would be a little risky, but said it would also provide amazing investment opportunities. Oh boy, amazing investment opportunities. And they're going to build that on top of all those people that were slaughtered. They were slaughtered. So the board of peace and the cost of it, it's like, I want to, let me see if I can pull up. I have a whole bunch of stuff. I have a whole bunch of screen share articles. Let's see which one I can pull up next. Okay, let's do this one and make sure it's up there. Hang on. Let me add it. It's a little different than my mine. All right. Where are we? All right. So this one was called The Board of Peace, Gaza, and the Cost of Being Inside the Room. Now, this was in the end of January. So this was before the Board of Peace meeting, which was today. The guarantors of the Gaza ceasefire, Egypt, Qatar, and Turkey, announced their decision to join the board in a joint statement with the UAE, Jordan, Indonesia, Pakistan, and Saudi Arabia. The coordination was striking but not surprising. For most of these states, remaining outside the board was never a realistic option. Maintaining good relations with President Trump, combined with direct political security or domestic stakes in the Palestinian issue, made participation the safer course. Now, there's a founding charter, and it's a full, I don't want to look at the full text, but there is a whole thing, the preamble, declaring that durable peace requires pragmatic judgment, common sense solutions, and the courage to depart from approaches and institutions that have too often failed, which is, they're talking about the UN, because it's directly competing with the UN. Okay. So you see, this is what it looks like right now. This is how the people are living right now. How long is that going to take to build anything for them? Honestly. And this is the Times of Israel. Okay. So let's get rid of that. And let me see. Okay, let's get rid of that. I've got a whole lot, like I said. There's just so many articles to look at. Let me see which one this was. Okay, I don't want that one either. Let's get rid of that one. Let's look at this one. We're going to talk. Let's just look at how he behaved today, too. Listen to this.
Working with the United Nations. In fact, I'm going to speak to the Secretary General in a little while. He's a good man. And I've had a good relationship. Other than in my last speech, they did turn off my teleprompter. I got up there.
He's bitching about the
teleprompter
UN.
Didn't work. I'm sitting in front of all of you people and more. I had no teleprompter. I knew I was in
Still
trouble 'cause
bitching
I'm
about
walking
this.
Up. You know, the teleprompters are over. I had the most beautiful speech ready. I was all set to knock them dead. First, I had an escalator that stopped. You know that. It's going up. Boom. It's lucky my movie star first lady was.
Oh, he's so embarrassing.
Because I put my hand on a certain part of her body, and I was able to stop my fall. Otherwise, because she had no trouble. I said, boy, that was a very sharp stop, Johnny. So I said, that was strange. I've been on a lot of escalators. It's never happened before. Usually it stops very slowly. This was just boom. But our first lady was
Listen
right
to
in
him.
the proper location for me. I'm
He
waving to
never
people,
touched her rear
and,
end.
she was holding on a little tighter. She knew what was happening. She did. She said, that's a very successful movie out right now. Like,
Oh, I had to do
number
that.
one, can you believe this?
Number one, can you believe this? He's so disgusting. He really is. He just makes me sick. All right, I've got another article. I want to talk a little bit about Indonesia here. There's a lot to talk about, but I want to talk about Indonesia specifically because nobody really does talk about Indonesia, and I need to add this to the stage. Indonesia, and then we're going to talk about the troops that they're talking about sending also. This is which one is it? No, hang on. Because when I'm looking at it's very difficult for me to manage to look exactly at what you're looking at. Wow. Where is it? Let me see what you're looking at. You're looking at PBS News, and they're preparing up to 8,000 troops, which is a commitment. This is PBS. I'm looking for PBS so I can actually pull it up and read it with you. All right, here it is. So they're looking to do 8,000 troops in the first firm commitment. Indonesia has become training a contingent of up to 8,000 soldiers it plans to send as part of an international peacekeeping force to Gaza, the first firm commitment to a critical element of U.S. President Donald Trump's post-war reconstruction plan. It's because they have experienced peacekeeping operations as one of the top 10 contributors to the United Nations missions, including in Lebanon, which has been deeply involved. But many Indonesians are skeptical of their president, Prabowo Subianto's plans to join this peace board, which he's already done, and to participate in the international security force, with only vague details so far on how they will operate. It's just they're seeing it as kowtowing to Trump, which it is. And this ISF mandate remains unclear. And in my opinion, it seems like, what is it going to be? ICE of Gaza? Then the United States is going to build a 300 plus acre military base there. Did you know that? Yeah. Did you know that? And the thing about Indonesia is that a lot of people feel that Indonesia should not get involved because Indonesia, well, it could be, they have a 1945 constitution. And by joining this U.S. dominated organization that excludes Palestinian voices and includes leaders accused of war crimes, including Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Indonesia risks appearing complicit in redefining peace as stability without justice. Palestinian peace plans without Palestinians is equal to humanitarian catastrophe, which is rooted in illegal occupation and systemic violence. And humanitarian scholars and peace builders repeatedly warned peace imposed from the outside, especially by actors with clear geopolitical interests, rarely delivers justice. So their preamble to their 1945 Constitution contains foundational principles that guide foreign policy. I thought it was very important to tell you about Indonesia because they are different than the other countries. They had an opposition to colonialism in all forms. They have a commitment to world peace based on freedom, lasting peace and social justice, protection of national sovereignty, a free and active foreign policy, meaning Indonesia does not align with great power blocs and acts independently. Historically, Indonesia positioned itself as a leader in non-aligned movement, a vocal supporter of Palestinian self-determination. They are nowhere in the Board of Peace plans. A critic of occupation and extended control over sovereign territories. So if the Board of Peace, it's perceived as foreign, facilitating foreign control over Gaza and enabling reconstruction tied to private commercial gain, the Jared Kushner, big bucks, the contractors, and structuring governance without full Palestinian sovereignty. And there's critics inside Indonesia that's saying it's totally contradicting their constitutional anti-colonial commitments. So why is that happening? Why is it happening? Well, it's quite tough to understand that. There is okay, I'm going to add another something for you guys to look at, because I don't want to just read from, those were my bullet point notes that I did today, but I want to find the article. Okay, this is definitely something I think that will help us understand because it's from Indonesia itself. This is an Indonesian article, and it's called Indo Left. And this is Indo Left. What's happening inside Indonesia? Reject it. This is contending to reject it. And there they see Prabowo signing it in Davos. So this Civil Society Coalition for Security Sector Reform condemns it. Condemns the decision. Never mind that Indonesia will have to deplete the state's pockets to the amount of 16.7 trillion rupiah for the membership fees, which makes no sense and is a waste. I told you, it is peace with a membership for peace, right? It's not the United Nations. So in this Indo Left, in this writer's opinion, the BOP itself represents an organization initiated by President Donald Trump that under Article 1 of its charter is an international organization, which means it's independent from the United Nations. They're not happy about this, the people in Indonesia. Not really. No. And so it's very important to learn about a country like Indonesia, another thing about them is the business. See, I think the president is looking at the money. The coalition believes Indonesia's stance should be to support the International Criminal Court, which has declared Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu a war criminal, which should be tried in international court and not instead join the Bureau, the Board of Peace, which I'm calling the Board of Bull. It is totally the Board of Bull. 70,000 Palestinians have died as a result of these attacks on the Palestinians on Netanyahu's order. In the context, Indonesia's joining the BOP is to forget war crimes and crimes against humanity committed by Netanyahu, so that Indonesia is slowly but surely falling into Trump and Netanyahu's trap. So this article they're very, very, very unhappy. Okay. These people are very unhappy. Indo Left. What's happening inside Indonesia? And I will have links on my show notes for everybody that wants to look at it. They are rejecting the use of Indonesia's state budget to contribute to this because it has not clearly explained the peace and reconstruction process. All they did was they've explained it in Jared Kushner's presentation. It doesn't look very good. $1 billion membership fee, $1 billion American. It should be used to raise the standard of living of the Indonesian people, especially in areas of education, health, and creating new jobs. Well, that's what people say here. I mean, in our country, it is like, it's not a board of peace. $10 billion is coming from the United States government. It's money laundering in plain sight, like everything else that this administration does. Where is Congress on this? What the hell is happening in our country? Where is Congress? So it's like, okay, where's Congress? Yeah, it's really, it's really bad. So Indonesia, I needed to tell you about Indonesia specifically. And I also then want to go into the military part. And I have another one. This is the New Republic. And I want to get this one in here. The New Republic. It's hard for me to see these little things. It's so different to use two different. Okay, here we go. All right. And forgive my talking. It's just, I guess, a little nervousness. So I don't know if you're going to be able to hear what's in here. We'll see. Now, the New Republic was saying that he was bored. He was bored. He fell asleep when all the other countries were talking. He dozed off. He was looking drowsy. He was embarrassing. He was very embarrassing. I already played you that clip of how embarrassing he was. He was drowsy. He was embarrassing. And when Major General Jasper Jeffers' presentation came, he didn't fall asleep completely. But this is where I want to see if this will play. Let me know if you can't hear this. I hope you can hear this. This is from Fox. And this is where I'm concerned about the military. They're setting up a military, really. I mean, if the United States is going to put a big military base there, we're seeing what ICE is doing in the United States. They're taking applications for people to be in this thing.
For the last few months, we've had a team on the ground of U.S. military experts
Can you hear it?
preparing the infrastructure for the ISF. This team's already operating from a combined joint operations center that's going to be the headquarters for the entire ISF. As you can see on our map, our plan is for the ISF to be assigned in 5 different sectors, each sector receiving 1 ISF brigade. In the short term, we plan to deploy to the Rafah sector first, in addition to the training of police. Midterm objective is to continue to expand sector by sector, all moving to our long-term 12,000 police and 20,000 ISF.
Okay, so you see, this is not. I don't think this is a good thing, actually. They're saying this is, it's all the countries are going to send, but these are all authoritarian countries sending their people. Now let's hear this guy.
دولة الكويت الثابت بدعم كل مسعى يهدف إلى رفع المعاناة عن الشعب الفلسطيني الشقيق وتحقيق الأمن والاستقرار في غزة. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Well, I don't think there was a translation on that one, but the Board of Peace, the New Republic says the jokes write themselves because you saw the president was falling asleep. But that is not, the most critical thing. It is really, like you say, the International Stabilization Force ran by Mossad, of course. Well, probably, but there's, and America. Definitely the United States is in there. Don't forget that, this is, how is Donald Trump running so many things? That's why I say Jared Kushner's behind this. And he's not even in the administration at all. Not at all. So anyway, that was what I wanted to show you from this one. And I mean, to me, this just is all very scary for the Palestinian people. I mean, it is, they're legitimizing this geopolitical restructuring without Palestinians. They're participating in this externally driven redevelopment scheme. It's just crazy, totally crazy. And I have another one that I'll show you. Now, I'm going to show you a couple of different ones. The first one I'm going to show you. Now, this is interesting because it's how the Times of Israel is reporting this. And here it is. Okay, that's not it. Oh my God. Commander says, this is very hard for me to do. Okay, here we go. All righty, guys. Because there's a few things I'll stop. All right. So this is the actual Times of Israel, which is like the right-wing paper there. And Commander says Gaza stabilization force to include 20,000 soldiers and 12,000 police officers. Okay. Yeah. International Stabilization Force Commander Major General Jasper Jeffers reveals that his force will consist of 20,000 soldiers along with 12,000 police officers. The ISF will do two things: stabilize security environment in Gaza. Think about that. Those poor people. And enable civilian governance, Jasper says in remarks at the inaugural meeting. Hang on. I'm a little warm in here. I've got this big, heavy sweater on. It's actually got warmer. They'll do this. He says the U.S. has already established a joint operations center that is going to be the headquarters of the ISF. Oh my gosh. A slide presentation shows that the base will be located in southern Israel, apparently at the Civil Military Coordination Center that has been operating in Kiryat Gat since last year. Jasper thinks Indonesia, Morocco, Kazakhstan, Kosovo, Albania will be contributing troops, and Egypt and Jordan for agreeing to train Palestinian police. We shall see. The ISF commander adds that Indonesia has agreed, which we saw, to fill the position of deputy commander of the force after Jakarta committed to contribute the largest number of soldiers, 8,000. That is why people in Indonesia are so upset over this. But that is the Times of Israel. Okay. Now, besides the Times of Israel, there is the next one I wanted to bring up because of the 8,000 people. Here's another one. I mean, there's a lot of articles I had, tons of articles. That's why I really wanted to do this. People are saying that, and I'm specifically focusing on Indonesia because it's really fascinating for them, and they're upset. Their president, Prabowo, does not care about Palestine. He doesn't care. No liberation, not justice, not ending occupation or dismantling apartheid. What he cares about is power, prestige, and his own image on the world stage, which is what all of this bullshit is, really. That's what his foreign policy is about. So they don't like, again, this is Middle East Monitor, but he says long before assuming office, he maintained quiet engagement with Israel, including cooperation on security training and agricultural projects. These were never technical contracts. They were political signals that Palestinian rights could be compartmentalized or ignored if they conflicted with Indonesia's strategic interests. So at the 2025 United Nations General Assembly, he spoke of peace without ever naming Israel's occupation. He condemned violence without identifying the perpetrator. Palestinian suffering was framed as unfortunate tragedy rather than predictable outcome of decades of colonial domination. Most damningly, he repeatedly emphasized Israel's security, signaling that the priorities of the occupier outweigh the rights of the occupied. It wasn't diplomacy. So it's pretty apparent that a lot of the people. Oh, I never even showed you that article. There it was that I was reading from, but it's pretty apparent that most of his people are not thrilled. A lot of the people in Indonesia are not thrilled with this. Totally not thrilled. And holy shit. To me it's overwhelming. And I'm going to tell you another thing. I'm going to show you this one I'm going to show you. This one I'll bring up and I'll actually show you because I forgot to do that. Yep. All right. Indonesia. Here we go. Forgive me. It takes time to find. Oh, okay. Here's this one. Now this is an older one, and but it'll give you a little bit more of an idea of what's happening here. All right, wait a minute. It's very hard for me to do this. Let me see what it looks like. It is the Asia Sentinel. I got to find it. Okay. A hot mic halted project and Trump's troubles in Indonesia. Now, this is from October, but this shit's been going on a while. Kickstarting stalled projects. A casually recorded conversation between two world leaders has cast a renewed and uncomfortable spotlight on the complex intersection of global politics, powerful family businesses, and environmental controversies in Indonesia, centering on projects bearing the name of U.S. President Donald Trump. The business dealings between Trump Organization and Indonesian tycoon Harry. Now, I did Tedro Bajado. I'm probably saying it all wrong because I tried to practice it. Long known for allegations of legal misconduct. So you see, the president of Indonesia is kind of in bed with his big businessman, big money, like everywhere. Legal misconduct, questionable business tactics, and facing fresh scrutiny after recording of a discussion between the president and Trump that was spread widely online. While some have dismissed it as a light exchange, others sees it for potential for greasing the path of two projects, given that both men now hold presidency, maintaining close ties to their families' corporate empires. Beyond diplomatic whispers, two Trump MNC development sites outside Jakarta on the island of Bali are at the heart of environmental allegations, with one now officially halted by Indonesia's Ministry of Environment. Okay, well, they still have one. We don't. The hot mic happened in Egypt. And President Prabowo was caught on a live microphone asking Trump if he could meet with Trump's son, Eric. In the recording, Prabowo was seemingly unaware his words were being broadcast. An asshole. Could be heard mentioning an area he described as not safe security-wise before turning to Trump. Can I meet Eric? And Trump says, I'll have Eric call you. Should I do that? He's such a good boy. Can you see this? And he goes, we'll look for a better place. I'll have Eric call you. All right, Eric or Don Jr., doesn't matter. And that he would inform someone named Harry, that the oligarch. So this, both Eric Trump and his brother Donald Trump Jr. hold executive vice president roles at Trump Organization. See how the corruption goes so deep in everything they do? This board of peace is the board of bull. Eric Trump said he inadvertently recorded the conversation about his projects in Indonesia. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. It's conflict of interest, and they're sending 8,000 Indonesian troops to the Middle East for this. So these were two troubled projects. I don't know exactly what happened, but they, they were showing the satellite imagery of a lake that they were supposed to, Lake Lido, where it was supposed to be built, these developments. I'm surprised they didn't pay them off. These included construction activities that did not align with approved environmental documentation and land clearing that had caused the sedimentation of Lake Lido in Bogor. So it was a mess. And of course, the Trumps are right in the middle of the shit with an Indonesian billionaire. Wealthy guy, So it's all this fighting about the environmental problems, so to speak. But the Trump organization had partnered with local conglomerate group to develop the two projects in Lido and Bali. So it started in 2019. So you see where it goes so deep. You see where all the mess is deep. And now we have the Board of Bull with Indonesia jumping right in. Yep. Jumping right in. And people in Indonesia still were criticizing local communities and environmental activists and cultural heritage groups who feared that the massive development could disrupt the island's delicate ecosystem and sanctity of one of Bali's most revered Hindu sites. And the Trumps don't give two shits about any of that. They do not care. So there is the other piece of the puzzle here, and that's why I thought bringing Indonesia into this was so interesting, because who else is going to tell you about this? I mean, this is stuff that's really significantly messed up. And I feel for the Indonesians. I really do. I feel for them, because they have to deal with this, and it's obvious that their president is obviously not he's betraying his 1945 Constitution. Yeah, that's what he's doing. And this Board of Peace, who's managing the money, right? Trump. It's a grift. Managing money and risk. The head of the World Bank, AJ Banga, sits on the executive committee of the Board of Peace, and he said that his institution will manage the money while it stays with us. So under the Board of Peace's direction, the funds will then be dispersed for reconstruction and development projects in Gaza. But there are no checks and balances, you see. And that goes back to the beginning of the show where I showed you Jared Kushner and that the other guy, I forgot what his name was, the video showing them talking about this a while back, right? And Israel hasn't even stopped yet. I mean, Trump says the war in Gaza is over. But no, we're seeing reports of Palestinians still being killed. It's over 72,000 people. And that might not even be the accurate number. It's pretty awful. So this whole thing, the U.S. wanted a UN mandate for the Board of Peace. But they did it themselves. They're doing it themselves. And they say they're training local forces, but I have yet to see. We'll be watching. We'll be watching who these local forces really are, because there's this guy, Ali Shaheth, the Palestinian technocrat appointed to lead the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza. He was at a meeting with Mike Waltz. They were at the UN. Then why are they not involved in the Board of Peace? I mean, and think about this. Why none of this would have been needed if Israel didn't destroy Gaza? It's almost like, and I'm not a conspiracy theorist, it just seems like a lot of this was, gee, Jared, boy, there's an opportunity for a Gaza Riviera, dude. Let's, October 7th, and all the deaths of the Israeli civilians was horrible. Do not get me wrong. Most of those people were just innocent. Yes, Israel has a habit of brainwashing their people. I call them MAGA, make Israel great again. They're just like MAGA. I mean, I could even show you this, maybe I should show it to you if I could find it where it was. No, I don't know what happened to it. I had a graphic and I put it somewhere. Maybe I can pull it up. I have a minute or so. I was quite pissed off on Blue Sky because every time I talk about Israel, somebody will block me because they don't understand what I'm trying to say. And it really is annoying. I'm going to bring this up and show you why I criticize and I get people block me because they think I'm anti-Semitic. That's the biggest bunch of bullshit in the world. I have DNA. I have Ashkenazi DNA. Okay, so this is what I posted on Blue Sky because I was so upset over just saying. This is from a friend who moved to Israel from Long Island years ago, right? This is what she wrote to me. We're fine here. I have a bomb shelter in my house, so it's a comfortable situation. Many people have to go out of their houses to a close shelter, so we're fortunate. Now listen to this part. It's a good thing that we're trying to obliterate Iran. It's good for the whole world. Peter's at my house this Shabbat. Shabbat just ended here. He's fine. We're just waiting to see what happens. So I said, every time I talk about Israel, someone blocks me without understanding my contention is that there's hate taught in all cultures. Killing thousands of innocent people is justified. And that's what we're going to do. So that's because I got really pissed off today because I am so sick of people not understanding that Israelis are brainwashed. And they're always saying that the Palestinians are raised from birth to hate Israelis or Jews or whatever. But it's the same thing on the other side. It's hate all around, hate each other. And it's a mess because of, religious shit. And it just pisses me off. So I just thought I would just throw that in because it's really very sad. It's really very sad. Yep. So let's see. What else do I have in articles? I'm worried about that. Oh, okay. One more thing I wanted to talk about also. So another thing about these countries. I would like to pull up one more time. Let's pull up the image file that shows the countries. All right, here we go. So here's the countries, right? Half of these countries, maybe more, that signed on to this ridiculous board, they're not even allowed immigrant visas to the United States as of January 2020. What was it? 21st, 2026. I mean, really, the Board of Peace appears to include many countries whose people under current U.S. policy face an effective block on becoming permanent residents of the United States, unless they buy, I think if they have to buy the, what is it? The $1 million Trump gold card or whatever the frig that is. So it's like a political paradox in this Board of Peace project built around cooperations with countries that are simultaneously restricted by the immigration policy. Chew on that one for a while. Just chew on that one for a while. And the last thing I'm going to talk about is also, I don't have a video of this, but the most ridiculous thing today too was there was an AI video that was created by the FIFA people at the Board of Peace meeting. FIFA, who gave Trump the symbolic FIFA prize, which is just bullshit. This FIFA head was wearing the Trump hat. You know, I don't know if I have a picture. Hang on. Did I make a picture of him? I don't think I did. I could have, but I don't have it. It was a screenshot I thought I made. Actually, let me look. Did I make it? I don't think so. No, I didn't make it. Damn it. Well, anyway, he was wearing a Trump hat. And they now say that they're going to partner with the Board of Peace, and they're going to build 50 FIFA arena mini patches and 5 full-size pitches, a FIFA Academy and National Stadium for 20,000 to 25,000 spectators in Gaza. That's what they're doing with that. So, yeah, boycott FIFA, perhaps? Hi, Monica. Hi, Monica. Oh, Monica's a wonderful writer, by the way. Follow Monica on where she writes on Substack, and she writes for the Climate Crisis Club too, I believe. But so the ridiculousness, that's why I call it this. I call it the Board of Bull. It's corrupt. It's a joke. It's really a joke. It's money laundering. And all these countries, you know, Viktor Orban, they're all authoritarians. They're dictators. And the United States is now lumped in with all the dictatorships in the world. And they are now going to exploit all of the suffering and all of the hardship of the Gazans, of the Palestinians. And, you know, I feel for the Israelis that are brainwashed. You know, Israelis have fallen for propaganda and lies since Netanyahu and before Netanyahu. And I think that deep inside, the hatred and the ugliness didn't have to be. And Gaza didn't have to be destroyed. And there could have been peaceful coexistence if both, you know, if everybody stopped preaching hate because of supremacy. Is it Jewish supremacy? Islamic supremacy? You know, I'm not a historian in religion, but it looks to me like the Palestinians have suffered so much for so long. And I don't think Jared Kushner's Riviera project is so great. You saw how the people are going to be housed right near the data centers, and you know what they create. Where's all that electricity coming from? It's an environmental nightmare. Building on the coast, it's crazy. These people don't have any kind of hold of reality. They don't know real people. I don't even know if any of these leaders have even stepped foot in Gaza. Certainly, we know Donald Trump hasn't. Has Jared Kushner stepped foot in there? And, you know, I really try so hard. They're brainwashing you. Feel sorry for them. Listen, isn't everybody brainwashed? It's a sad situation. I mean, every country brainwashes somewhat. It's just a fact of life. So, yeah, I feel sorry for people. I feel bad that humanity is such a flawed species. Yes, I do. Yeah. And you're right, Oliver. With data, water, nowhere in Gaza, you can't have data centers, but they're going to build them. And I just love the way they say, oh, in 10 years, Gazans, you know, the Palestinians could make $13,000 a year. The whole thing stinks. The Board of Bull. The Board of Bull. The new era of geopolitics where peace is bought with a membership fee of $1 billion that our Congress and our country is putting $10 billion in, that our Congress, and we don't even have a democracy anymore because we don't know where that money's coming from. We don't know who's managing it other than we read about the bank that's managing it, which is all a bunch of crap. And we're worried about I'm worried about the stabilization force. I think that there's danger in this force. You know, Trump, he appointed that U.S. 2-star general to lead the ISF, that Jasper Jeffers. We're going to have to follow this very closely to see what happens there. Are they going to treat Palestinians like ICE treats black people in the United States? Citizens? All of this makes me very uncomfortable. And the United Nations is on the peripheral. So, yeah, the bubble is going to burst pretty soon, and I guess they know it. And we aren't emotionally mature enough to do anything. Gosh. I feel fear for this Board of Peace initiative for the Palestinians. Membership fee, which you get nothing, by the way. It's just another grift. Probably. Yep. Probably. Let's see. What else are you guys saying? Yeah. And anyone else feel like the ongoing catastrophic climate collapse is a bright spot with the current state of the fucking world? I hear you. Ecological collapse, political. You know, the United States is going to economically collapse. Ford is not even building another plant. Truck drivers have been 100,000 truck drivers have lost their jobs. I mean, there's trouble all around and everywhere. But there's a Board of Peace now. Yep. There's a Board of Peace. Well, okay. I'm glad you are. You're optimistic in the long term, but pessimistic in the short term. But the short term, could it lead to not a long term? Yeah, I don't know. And brainwashed, but ultimately such stupidity is legacy. Yeah. You make good. All of you have really good comments. Really. And Oliver, it's just a disaster. The whole entire tragedy and genocide of Gaza. You have to hope Jordan plays some goodness, and maybe, just maybe, the new dude in Syria, albeit he's ex-ISIS. We have yet to see. But I wanted to bring up these issues because Indonesia to me was a glaring example of a country that should not be involved because of their charter, that's doing something against probably what a lot of Indonesians don't want. The Trump grift, con, corruption, and wanting to build in that country, Jakarta or in Bali, you know, and the environmental problems. Overall, the militarization project that they want to, that, you know, is going to go in there. Yeah. Just so the Palestinians could be wage slaves and make $13,000 a year in 10 years and live near data centers, and probably won't even be they'll be allowed to go near these hotels or whatever because they'll work cleaning the toilets. I don't believe for a minute that education proposal, but you know, hey, nope, Greece is not. Nope. No. Because the countries that traditionally were our allies are not. We have crossed the Rubicon, folks. It's 6:00. I love you guys. Thank you for coming. I hope that you learned something from my presentation. The Board of Bull. Because I don't think it's the Board of Peace at all. Have a good day, and I'll see you tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern. Peace out.
folks, let's talk about the possibility of President AOC, which is looking a lot more likely now than it did like a week ago. And you know, as I'm recording this, it's February 16th, and over the past weekend, AOC was in Munich doing an uncharacteristic overseas appearance to discuss American foreign policy, as well as, to a lesser degree, domestic policy and the ideas around populism. That populism was kind of like the big thing everyone wanted to discuss. And it was interesting to see her, as like a sitting member of the House, go overseas and talk about America. It's uncharacteristic. It was a strange move for a member of the House. Not unheard of, but like a little strange. A little bit like, oh, what's happening here? And one of the things I wanted to talk about was specifically this article from NBC News, AOC to offer a working class perspective on U.S. foreign policy at Munich summit. Now, this was written, 4 days ago. And interestingly, here, you go down. Yes, here we go. A lawmaker said that Ocasio-Cortez's friends, allies, and advisors around her are asking the right questions and pushing her in the right direction where that is a possibility. Specifically, where she runs for president. A New York delegation colleague also said they believe Ocasio-Cortez is leaning towards a presidential bid rather than a run for Senate in 2028. So, one of the things I've been on the fence about has been whether or not she's going to actually make a stab at the presidency. And my feelings up until now have largely been, well, it's too early. She's going to go and try and unseat Schumer. Clearly, Schumer is deeply unpopular. Now would be the time to do it. But also, one of the interesting things has been a bunch of folks have been crunching the numbers. The New Republic had their own internal polling done in order to essentially figure out where things stand here. And it's pretty interesting. Here we go. What Democrats want, etc., etc. A lot of interesting data in here. But one of the most interesting things about this to me was in this poll of Democrats, the most favorably viewed Democrat that was polled on was AOC. She's more popular and favorably viewed than Kamala Harris, than Gavin Newsom, than Pete Buttigieg, than Joe Biden, than Gretchen Whitmer, than Hakeem Jeffries, than J.B. Pritzker, than basically anybody else in the Democratic Party right now. Okay? And that's pretty interesting, isn't it? That's pretty interesting. And what's also interesting is that when you put this together with NBC's reporting on what her colleagues have said, on what her friends and allies and advisors have been saying, and what some of the scuttlebutt has been internally to the Democratic Party, it seems like maybe she's going to be running in 2028. And what's really interesting is that I think she has a good chance at winning if she does run. And I will also say that even if she does not succeed, running would still be a net positive for her political career. Like, she has been touring the country with Bernie Sanders. She's been helping to turn out these big crowds. She's been effectively co-signed by Bernie Sanders over the last year. And I think that even if she lost in a primary, I think that there's a good chance that would set her up excellently for a run at the presidency in 2032, right? And so there's not really a downside for her to attempt to run other than to plant her flag in what her consistent ideological beliefs have been, which have been unambiguously pro-working class. And I think that that is actually a huge win. I think that's actually a huge positive. So there's really no downside for her running. I imagine the downside would be more confined to her relationships with other people in Congress, and people ruffling feathers the wrong way by running up against neolibs like Gavin Newsom or Pete Buttigieg. And so I think that this could be good. And the polling really indicates here that any of the previous ambitions of the neoliberal wing of the party to effectively carve out a conservative wing, relatively, the blue dog Democrats, the, Joe Manchins of the party, they're effectively a non-existent force within the Democrats at this point. I mean, the polling here from the New Republic is pretty interesting, to say the least. Yeah. We want to understand where you fall on the political spectrum. Which of these best describes your views? 3% said conservative, 12% said moderate, 21% said moderate to liberal, but 31% said liberal and 32% said progressive. So 63% of the Democratic Party identifies as liberal or progressive, which, to be honest with you, there might be some generational divides here because, 20 years ago, 25 years ago, if someone called you a liberal, they were essentially calling you a communist. And so like there might be some nebulousness on how that label is read at this point. But that being said, 63% being aligned in this direction is very good. Effectively, the conservative wing at this point within the Democrats is the moderate to liberal and moderate wing of the party, which are not great, considering that AOC has an 85% favorability view in the eyes of that mix. She's clearly winning over not just the liberal and progressive wing, she's clearly winning over even many of the moderates as well, which is really, really important when you're talking about a general election. Which, I know we're putting the cart before the horse here, even talking about the general before the primary, but considering that she's much more popular than Gavin Newsom to the Democratic base, that's important information, AOC could be the working class hero. Well, yeah, I'm reminded of the fact that Republicans continuously bash AOC for being dumb or being like, oh, she's just a bartender. And like, that's one of her biggest strengths, that she was just a bartender. She's just like any one of you could have been. That's good. Also, the entire framing of her being dumb is largely manufactured. To be completely honest with you guys, it's just, how do I put this? You know how Donald Trump just goes on insane, barely legible rants on social media, or will just have verbal diarrhea nonstop, and then the New York Times will like report on it and be like, ah, yes, this is what he was actually trying to say through his mouth slop. And like, they sane wash him. They sane wash him constantly. They rehabilitate the verbal diarrhea he creates constantly. But when AOC says or like has like a moment where she stumbles in conversation, then suddenly they're like, oh, AOC, barely articulate, stumbles through the conversation. And it's like, no, that was like 1 minute in like a 3-hour long talk. And so it's bizarre, to say the least, but I don't think the major attacks against AOC at all stick once she's in front of a crowd, once she's in front of people, once she's actually talking with voters. Like, it is a positive that she is of the working class. And it is a positive that their attempt to smear her as dumb is like just obviously a lie. And so, yeah, it might even be sexist. Interesting idea. Exactly, Ivan Holmes. I think that there is a lot going on here that indicates that this could genuinely be a great idea. And I wanted to play this for you guys.
Welcome, everybody.
Oh, God. This is her roundtable discussion at the Munich Security Conference. And I wanted to talk a little bit about this because I think in this, she is able to put a flag clearly on where she stands regarding a lot of working folks. And I see her engaging with geopolitics in a way and with a level of consideration that I think indicates where her head is at regarding an attempt at the presidency. I think she might go for it. I spent my day going over her multiple appearances at the Munich conference, and this one where she talks about responding to the rise of populism, I think really rings accurate. And she also did a talk in Berlin at a university, and I think that especially early on in that, we'll probably take a little bit of a look at that as well. She does a really good job articulating exactly what she thinks the guiding principle of a left movement should be. And I think I am cautiously optimistic for this. If it is a choice between a person who is going to fight for the working class and Gavin Newsom, I know where my vote's going to be. But let's take a look.
To this town hall on the rise of populism. We have real star power on this panel, but one thing we don't have is an actual far-right populist. So I thought I'd represent one at the outset. His name is Guido Reil. He's an old contact from the AfD in the northern town of Essen, in the post-industrial part of Western Germany. Guido was a miner, like his father and grandfather before him, until the mine closed a few years ago. He joined the union when he was 18, he joined the Social Democrats when he was 20, but 10 years ago he switched to the AfD. The immediate reason he did was because in 2016 he organized a protest against what he thought were too many refugees being settled in the northern part of Essen, his part of Essen, the poor part of Essen, where he said schools were already struggling, where affordable housing was already scarce, where food banks were already overwhelmed. He said Nord-Essen couldn't cope. The SPD, the Social Democrats, banned the protest, so he left. The deeper reason he left, he said, was that he felt that the Social Democrats had betrayed its base, working class base, people like him. He didn't feel at home anymore. They had become the elite. And so for him, there is something going on that means that the center-right and the center-left have become practically indistinguishable. The choice is no longer left and right. The choice is kind of between the people and the elite.
And to a degree, I know she's sketching out someone who shifted to pro-AfD, but to a degree, what is being articulated here is essentially a simplified version of what has happened. Capitalism is collapsing our political systems into essentially, are you a fascist or are you fighting against fascism? And obviously there's a lot of disagreement in that regarding how are you going to fight it? What is your political ideology as you fight it, etc. But it is genuinely collapsing support into two main sides. And it just so happens that the fascists support big business. They support the oligarchs. They support the elites. And they do it all while pointing fingers at, the root of all your problems are those poor immigrants that moved into your neighborhood. Yeah, it's the poor immigrants. No, it's the trans people. It's the degenerates. It's the Muslims. It's the Jews. And so you get like a bunch of these points, and it is all there to distract from the fascist power grab that serves the oligarchy. that serves the powerful. And on the other hand, you have essentially a bunch of different ideologies being compressed together. You have liberal and socialist and anarcho-communist all being crushed together in the anti-fascist category. And I think that that's kind of where we find ourselves right now, where people are realizing that, like, you can't be a moderate through a time when there are masked gunmen roving our streets and pulling citizen and non-citizen alike into concentration camps. You just cannot be a moderate in that environment. And, you know, I mean, Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer will definitely try, but it's just not coherent. It's not possible for them to do it. I do wonder why AOC decided to talk with SPD over Die Linke. Well, she talked to both. So that your answer is that she talked to both. We're just looking at this one.
Germany is kind of a special case because the Social Democrats have not just mimicked center-right economic policies, they've actually governed with the center-right many times.
Which is exactly the problem. Neoliberalism was the embracing of conservatism by the liberal wing of not just in the United States, but in many other countries around the world. And this relative harmony has led to a complete abandonment of the working class. And it's what brings us, folks who thought Donald Trump would make their day-to-day lives more financially viable, better, even. And it's why you get people increasingly disillusioned with the Democratic Party. And it's also why you're starting now to see more and more people disillusioned with Donald Trump, because it's becoming grossly apparent that he's not helping working class people at all. And now I would argue that that has been apparent for quite some time, but other people are slower at the uptake. And that's, that just happens sometimes. Many fascists think they're moderate. Many fascists don't know what fascism is. They just kind of go with the flow, and the flow in their spheres of existence just happens to be in the direction of fascism. Yes.
They're in government with them now. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, you are a Democrat. You are a member of the House of Representatives.
I'm sorry, gas is not much cheaper now. I was buying gas last year. I'm buying gas this year. I'm spending approximately the same amount on gas. And I'm sorry, if you think that, like, Donald Trump's policies that have lost the United States billions of dollars and put a unilateral tax on you to the tune of billions of dollars, that, you saving 10 cents on gas per gallon is going to make up for it. Like, no, it's not. You're a fool, and you've been taken for a ride. He's handing you pennies while taking billions of dollars from the rest of us. Don't be a sucker.
Has the left betrayed the people? Has your party betrayed its base?
Yes, what was the name of the individual from your story?
Guido.
Guido. It's funny that you asked this question because...
Is the mic working?
Is the microphone on? Okay, thank you. Thank you. It's funny that you asked this question about Guido, because in many ways I relate to him. I share many aspects of his story. I was first elected when I was in 2018, and I was a waitress in New York City. I had no health insurance. I could not pay my rent, and I consistently saw a party that championed special interests, the elite, and a Democratic Party that was very much kind of telling working people that everything was fine when it in fact wasn't. And after I was elected, I remember I was crossing this threshold, and there's this closed door meeting of many high-ranking Democratic Party officials, people that you see in the news and all of that. And they they derided behind closed doors at that time, a long time ago. They derided many of the populist demands that I had run my campaign on. And I had defeated a 20-year Democratic incumbent that was part of Democratic Party leadership. And they said $15 minimum wage at that time, way too high, too severe. The idea of tuition-free public colleges and universities, too far. Expanding health insurance and Medicare, too extreme. And these were all the things that I, as a waitress, had campaigned on and had been major pain points in my life. And then they said, we have to listen to working class people more. And I think that...
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what happened, right? Like, for years, the progressive wing of the Democratic Party has been saying, hey, Medicare for all, hey, housing first, hey, what if we just didn't embrace open, savage cruelty to working class people? Hey, what if we didn't just, like, I don't know, throw, unemployed minors into coding classes? What if instead we had actual, jobs programs to bring back rural manufacturing communities back to life? What if we, did something like, hey, what about a Green New Deal? Like, where we would make the United States the new manufacturing hub for the entire planet for green energy, for solar panels, for wind turbines, etc. What if we did that in all of these dying rural towns that have had their jobs shipped overseas by greedy capitalists? And instead of doing anything remotely like that, Democrats kowtowed to Republicans, kowtowed to Donald Trump, kowtowed to a lot of these folks championing big oil and natural gas and clean coal, and coal continues to decline even under Donald Trump, the champion of coal. Even though, like, all of these efforts that Republicans have put forward only serve the wealthiest people on the planet. It just seems to me that now that the Democratic Party is really on board with, like, well, we need to listen to what working people are into. It's like, where was that when Kamala Harris was running? And she was getting all of her economic notes and policies from a CEO or executive at Uber. Like, where was this? We need to listen to the working class at literally every single moment that it mattered over the last, 10 years. And the reality of it is that Democrats sold out the working class for their richest donors, who are also the rich donors behind the Republican Party. In a lot of cases, it is incredible. I don't know. It is very frustrating. As somebody on the left who watched this all happen, it is incredibly frustrating.
That encapsulates much of the betrayal that the working class in the United States had felt. But we have also come a long way since then, and we have a long way to go. The United States right now is experiencing a political pendulum, and depending, really, the party that is seen most as betraying the working class tends to be the governing party in this moment. Right now, that happens to be the Republican majority. But really, what we are seeing over the last 8 years, I think, has been a growing recognition that of those past errors that go back, that include military interventionism in the Iraq War, that include a recognition of NAFTA as a failed policy for many rural and working class communities. And now I think we are moving in this direction of increased recognition that we have to have a working class centered politics if we are going to succeed, and also if we are going to stave off the scourges of authoritarianism, which also provides political siren calls.
Remind me again, who is AOC speaking to here? AOC is at a Munich-based security conference for... so essentially, she's overseas representing the United States in some of these talks, not necessarily representing the United States formally, but it's an uncharacteristic move for her to go overseas and talk to essentially many of the leadership of, various European countries and militaries, etc. And so that's pretty important, especially considering she may in fact be prepping for a run for president.
To allure people into finding scapegoats to blame for rising economic inequality, both domestically and globally.
So when you run for president, are you going to impose a wealth tax or a billionaire's tax?
I don't think that I don't think that anyone, and that we don't have to wait for any one president to impose a wealth tax. I think that it needs to be done expeditiously.
Notice that she stumbled a little bit because she clearly wasn't expecting that, and didn't say that she wouldn't be running anytime soon. Didn't indicate anything. It's a very telling kind of non-answer. But it is a non-answer that also makes it very clear we should have a wealth tax now.
Interestingly, when I wrote about wealth tax recently, and of course the big argument against this is always capital flight, the US is actually uniquely placed to do it because you guys tax on the basis of citizenship, so people can't flee, And even if you change your citizenship, there's basically an exit tax because you have to pay a tax on unrealized capital gains. I learned this just recently. Manfred Weber, you are the president of the European People's Party, which is a group of conservative Christian democratic parties in the European Parliament, not far-right parties.
She was a big flop. A big flop in what sense? She's actually coming across as incredibly knowledgeable at this point.
But you have recently been voting occasionally with the far-right parties, breaching the famous firewall. Do you agree with J.D. Vance, who spoke here 1 year ago and told us all that this firewall is undemocratic? And if so, do you think that your party in Germany should actually be in coalition with the AfD instead of the Social Democrats?
Well, having J.D. Vance's speech of last year in mind, I 100% disagree with what he said there. And my party, the European People's Party, is the party of Schuman, of Adenauer, of de Gasperi, of those who founded the European Union. Afterwards, people like Václav Havel, of also Walesa from Poland, So after the reunification, that is in a way the heritage of us as European People's Party. And to mention AfD in Germany, to mention nationalists in other countries, that is totally the opposite what we stand for. My party, my predecessor as EPP party president is Donald Tusk in Poland, He is fighting hard every day against Kaczynski, against Konfederacja, there to keep Poland in Europe and to be part of this European family. So that's our DNA. There's a clear red line. And I personally have defined it. For us, there is no cooperation possible with parties who do not follow the three pros, so pro-Europe, pro-Ukraine, pro-rule of law. Three key basic aspects which defines our DNA as EPP. But let me also be very clear when it is about the fight against populism. You mentioned a voice expressing the disappointment, the frustration, the concerns, the fears of citizens of this European Union. The basic thing is to win against populism is to give proper answer on their concerns and to take it seriously.
To give a little bit of context, this guy basically represents one of the large pro-EU conservative parties. He essentially is if the United States still had like an actual like conservative but still believes in liberal democracy type of party, that would be his political alliance.
And this week in the European Parliament, we voted on a safe third country concept. So to make our external borders against illegal migration, against the fight against the mafia there in the Mediterranean Sea, to make our borders to protect them, And the socialists...
Yeah, the 80s Republican of Europe. Yeah, that an excellent way of putting it, Uncle Simric.
Remember everyone, populism isn't an ideology, it's a rhetorical style. It pits the elites versus the common folk. The key difference between left and right is who the elites are and how we fight.
True, Pluvius, and thank you for the $5 dono. Very much appreciated.
Not capable, so center left in Europe were not supporting this strict implementation of rules agreed by the overwhelming number of member states in the European Union, proposed by the Commission. So I don't speak about radical right extreme positions. I speak about the proposals from the European Commission, and their socialists were not ready to support this. So what can I say? I cannot continue to follow a quiet.
I don't know how any leftist can get elected without some internal shit-talking of turncoats like Fetterman, Schumer, and Jeffries.
I mean, I agree. And Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I think that there is a healthy degree of internalized shit-talking that we all need to be comfortable with, you know? Like, liberals are going to shit-talk any kind of left-wing candidate, and us on the left, we're going to shit-talk Chuck Schumer until he resigns. You know, like, that's just kind of how it be. But what is important to understand about this guy is that he's essentially trying to draw a line. That red line he's talking about, he's trying to say, we're not like those explicitly fascist guys over there. We just believe in corporate profits. And like, that's essentially his role here is to be like, we're not like those fascists. We believe in serving corporations ethically and, you know, not too much. Like, that's essentially his whole deal.
Left-leaning political approach on migration, which is obviously European-wide, feeding extremism.
What is the difference between liberals and leftists? I would say that the big difference is liberals believe in capitalism. Leftists, by and large, recognize that the failures of capitalism are, at the very least, severe at the current point in time, and we need to have significant change. I would say that, you know, in my mind, a leftist would be someone who rejects capitalism as like an organizing principle of an economy. But I recognize that other people might have a larger definition. And not a troll question at all. Genuinely great question. I also think that there is a tendency to use the left as like a catch-all for like liberal and anything else to the left of that, to essentially talk about how talk about getting involved in elections, etc. So hopefully that helps to clarify.
Populism. That's why the basic thing is to answer the concerns and to give.
Yeah, like some leftists want capitalism with regulation, oversight, good safety net, etc. Kind of like a New Deal 2 type situation, or like a Nordic capitalism type situation. But increasingly, folks are wanting a little bit more pro-worker than they are pro-capital.
Proper, serious, center-based answers.
What would you say to Guido when he says, look, the AfD is now the second largest party in Germany. In some ways, it's more aligned in some of its policies, particularly on immigration, which is why your bloc has voted with them on occasion, than the SPD, which is only on 16%. When he says you are ostracizing a significant part of the electorate by basically ruling out a coalition government with them, do you stick by that firewall, or do you think that actually in the foreseeable future, where the AfD is now, it will enter government sooner or later?
Again, firewall is there and exists. I personally.
The firewall that he's is describing, I want to really. If you believe you can maintain an ideological divide between a center conservative party and a fascist party that is on the rise, understand that you are woefully unequipped for the moment. Largely because if you believe that there is an ideological line that keeps you safe, that ideological line can be penetrated by money, by capital, by the very people who fuel the rise of these deeply far-right movements like AfD. Right? Like, that's actually a huge problem, and the central problem for why I tend to believe that, like, regulations on capital are ultimately are ultimately defeatable by capital. You know, capital just breaks the law, and consequences be damned, they just become another cost of doing business. Oh, you broke the law and you have to pay a fine? Well, that it's totally fine to pay that fine because you made, had $2 billion in profit. Sure, you'll pay $100 million as a settlement, but you made $2 billion, so it's a drop in the bucket. And then you just keep buying those political favors. Become too big to fail. The government will even bail you out.
As EVP group leader kicked out Viktor Orban of my party because enough was enough. And today Viktor Orban is far away from any kind of common sense on this. He's campaigning against the support for Ukraine. So he's far away from this. That's why our firewall is clear. We don't need any feedback on this. The key aspect is that we have to solve problems. Otherwise, the next European elections in 2029 will be a big festival for the right extreme. And that is to be avoided. So economic strengths, lowering a bureaucratic burden, creating single market, trade.
For another reminder that the biggest tool in our arsenal is the primary right now. Also, the fascists are deleting people from voter rolls for hating ICE. Make sure you're still registered.
Excellent advice, Red Rudy. Do make sure you are still registered to vote. We're going to be talking about either today or tomorrow. We've been talking about Donald Trump trying to make it harder to register to vote and some of the ways that they're trying to make it harder to vote. But yes, do check and make sure you are registered, and make sure you check, especially again, when you're like a week out from voting, just to make sure you're all set to go. And hey, get registered to vote in the primaries. Absolutely.
Mercosur. These are the aspects to have economic growth. And my main question to Guido would be, do you really believe this bullshit the AfD is telling you? Do you really believe this? That without Mercosur we should have in Germany, with your working place as an industrial country who is benefiting much from export.
But the issue is, people who support the AfD, they don't watch this, man. They aren't watching you using swear words at the Munich conference. They don't give a shit. It's all vibes. To fascists, everything is vibes. It doesn't matter if the economy is better or worse. If the vibes are good in their little fascist bubble, they will say the prices are down even if the prices are up. We got plenty of conservatives popping into chat making that exact claim right now of like, well, I'm saving money on gas. Even if that's true, are you saving money overall? Because you're losing money on groceries. Like, goddamn. You think, you think that 10 cents of gas at the pump per gallon is going to outweigh the tariff cost? That is a unilateral tax on the entirety of the American people? Like, get your head out of your ass. But it's all vibes to them. It doesn't matter what the truth is.
If the AfD becomes the largest party, are they still the Alternative für Deutschland? Or are they the norm at that point? THONKERS.
Indeed, Sake Tanuki. Do they just become, I don't know, something else? Do they have to rename themselves? Like I don't know. I'm struggling to come up with other names for an ascendant fascist party in Germany. Who can say what it might be? Nazi 2. Like what do you go at that point? God.
Do you really believe that without Mercosur we have better economic situation for you personally, or on migration?
Well, and Lady Ringcloud, I do think sometimes debate against fascists can be worthwhile if you clown on their vibes. If you clown on their vibes and ruin the vibes for their fascist audience, that I think can be effective. It's just a very different type of confrontation. It's not based on facts whatsoever. You know?
Nazi 2. Electric Boogaloo.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. I appreciate it. And I appreciate the booger in there. That really made me happy.
Have a look. We reduced now the number of illegal migrations by 80% together with Giorgia Meloni in the Mediterranean. I was also in contact with her and we delivered on this. So please see, if you vote for the right center-right people, we solve your problems. That would be my message to Guido.
Mercosur is a good segue to Latin America.
Yeah, like if Nick Fuentes, exactly, just to be here, if Nick Fuentes was watching this, he'd be like, lame, boring. Let's get some more Catboys on here instead. I want to go on more dates. Girls are gay. Like, and then a bunch of slurs.
Diana Fernandez Molero, you are not a member of Javier Milei's party, but your party supports him, you support him. I always found it quite confusing that, you know, the sort of, there's a groundswell of anti-elitist voters who vote.
God, I forgot.
You're right. I'm saving tons of money on gas, but that's not because the price is down. It's because everything is so expensive that I can't go anywhere or do anything.
True. I've been cooped up here in Minneapolis because it's not safe to go anywhere with ice. Unfortunately. Pluvius, thank you for the $5 dono. It's unfortunately well observed. I forgot that this panel has a lady who is in favor of sane washing Javier Milei, which is wild as hell. It's wild to see someone trying to do that on an international stage, but it is funny.
Into power people who then end up being very rich and mingle with the elites, like, you know, Trump and the sort of tech broligarchy is a good example. It's confusing in a way. Milei has a slightly different approach, and I would love to hear from you what anarcho-capitalism, which is sort of his slogan, what that stands for, the kind of capitalism he's going for. Because on the face of it, superficially, it's a little bit reminiscent of Musk and Doge, you know, the chainsaw. So what does it mean?
Oh,
and how do you
Mithril.
how do you serve the people with the market?
Well, it's an interesting question what you made, because that's exactly many times Milei got confused, no? Because anarcho-capitalism has nothing to do with what is going on in Argentina.
Oh yeah. Our president is just really confused. Is that what you call someone who's doing like daily dog ghost seances? Is that he's just confused? Is that what you call someone who thinks he and his cloned dog are reincarnated spirits from the Roman Colosseum? Daily what? Yeah, no, I've talked about this before. Javier Milei is just fucking cracked, man. His brain is just gone. He literally consults his dogs like every day and has like a spiritual medium do a seance to connect him with the spirit of his dead dog that he believes lives on in the form of his of its offspring. He had his dog cloned as well. Who? Javier Milei. He does also treat his sister as the first lady of Argentina.
We are having a capitalism of rules, because what we had before wasn't capitalism.
He was just confused. Just 1 second.
You need a special kind of brain damage to believe in anarcho-capitalism.
It's true, Sake. I've literally debated anarcho-capitalists on the show back in the before times when I still did that. And their ideology falls apart pretty quickly. Javier Milei had a campaign ad where he dressed up as an anarcho-capitalist superhero. Also, it's worth noting that he didn't just dress up as a superhero for that ad.
Hola, soy el general.
He was literally known
de Liberland, una tierra creada por el principio de apropiación originaria del hombre. Una tierra de 7 kilómetros cuadrados entre Croacia y Serbia. Un país donde no se pagan impuestos. Un país donde se defienden las libertades individuales. Donde se cree en el individuo, ¿sí? Y no hay lugar para colectivistas hijos de puta que no quieren cagar la vida. Así que mi misión es cagar a patadas en el culo a keynesianos y colectivistas hijos de puta que no quieren cagar la vida. Vamos por una sociedad libre, vamos por el orden espontáneo, vamos por los valores de la libertad. ¡Viva la libertad, carajo! ¡Viva la libertad!
Like, he's not confused. Like, he knows exactly what he's doing. This is an official Twitter account from him. This is the pinned post on his Twitter account from just last month.
Hello, freedom fighters of the world. I'm General ANCAP.
God, I hate
Definitely
it.
not Malay. I'm here to guide you in the official English account of our real-life hero, Javier Milei.
Ministerio de las Mujeres, Género y Diversidad, afuera. Ministerio de Obras Públicas, afuera. Ministerio de Educación, adoctrinamiento, afuera.
The past year was big for Milei, who's becoming a heavyweight as a world influencer.
Make Argentina great again. Viva la libertad, carajo!
With his unique brand of epic, rockstar, aggressive libertarianism. Here you will find everything about him. His story, his ideas, and his latest news. I leave you now with Javier Milei.
No tengan miedo. Vayan y den la batalla contra el zurderío, que se la vamos a ganar. Zurdos, hijos de puta, tiemblen. La libertad avanza. ¡Viva la libertad, carajo! ¡Vamos!
Viva la libertad, carajo.
Yeah, I found it, by the way. I found the actual ad that I was looking for. So get ready for this. You are not prepared.
El Banco Central está haciendo de las suyas de nuevo. Creo que es hora de cerrarlo. De una buena vez.
He's just confused, guys.
¡Destrucción! 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 ¡Basta inflación!
Like, I don't know. He's just confused though. It's just a silly little Billy, I guess.
Was crony capitalism, and that's a very, very important.
Oh, the problem is crony capitalism.
The three biggest flaws of ANCAP are that the market doesn't have infinite choices for the consumer, the consumers don't have all info to make informed choices, and it assumes humans are all rational actors.
I mean, true. And also, it assumes that the market would want to provide for everyone equally, which is not how markets work. You know, like, if you're in the housing biz, you're not necessarily in the business of housing everybody. You're in the business of housing people who can make you a profit, you know? But thank you for the $20 super chat, Red Rudy. I very much appreciate it. Thank you so goddamn much for supporting the show. Sake Tanuki.
Millie is what happens when Gollum and Sam don't assist Frodo with getting the ring into Mount Doom.
His little gleeful smile when he looks up after opening the fucking case with the hammer gets me every time. But guys, it's crony capitalism that's the problem. It's crony capitalism. And surely Javier Milei would not engage in any kind of crony capitalist endeavors. Surely not.
Thing. So what we are trying to do, the government and the ones that support these reforms, are creating a capitalism for the people, and that's the opposite of anarchy. It's capitalism of rules, but rules that benefit the people. And let me be precise about it.
Anarchy is not when no rules. Just as an FYI, that's not what anarchy means.
You have like populism that can be economic populism or political populism, Dornbusch or Mueller, basically. So if you go to economic populism, you have the recipe that many Latin American countries applied many times. That is, short-term things that gives some relief in the short term.
Also, just as an FYI, El Ciudadano reports that in 2025, Milei's economic moves lost over 290,000 jobs from Argentina's job market.
But end up being...
Oh, and 22,000 employers, if you only care about employers, I guess.
A tragedy for the future. It's like public expenditure, huge public expenditure, price controls, sometimes wealth tax, and you end up if the wealth goes away and you have just the tax and you don't...
Yeah, man, because countries will just tax someone and then have no way of making sure that they pay their taxes. If somebody owes taxes, they'll just leave the country, which is why so many billionaires left New York after Mamdani won. Oh wait, no, none of them left? Oh, that's crazy. You mean it was all bullshit? That all of this, they'll run away? It was all bullshit the entire time? What's that? We've had studies showing it was bullshit the entire time? Going back like 40 years? Oh, that's wild. That's crazy. Is this a socialist channel? Yes, it is.
And you don't have wealth anymore. That was something that Peronism did many times. So all these recipes then creates a cycle, no? Then you have this short-term relief, but then goes with inflation, shortage, then you have more poverty, and this and the cycle goes and goes. Then you have political populism, and that's different. That's a threat to democracy many times, because it's when you deny pluralism, when you say, okay, the popolo del pueblo, the people against the others, the enemies of the people, and you also erode key...
I mean, capitalism inherently creates that relationship by viewing the people as essentially cogs in your corporate machine, right? Like capitalism breaks society down into forcing the perspective of people as either labor or consumer, and nothing else. It is purely a form of wealth extraction either way, right? Like, in that framework, if you are either a consumer or merely labor, in both cases you're being taken advantage of in some way, and that inherently builds up a us versus them mentality. My argument anyway.
Institutions for democracy, free press, freedom of speech, court, judicial system, etc. But I think that Milei is none of them. Maybe you cannot like his forms, his style, but it's very important when we discuss populism to distinguish in between style and substance. And I think that maybe the style, it's uncomfortable, but it doesn't make you a populist.
So when you say rules-based capitalism, I actually studied...
Oblivious, thank you for being a member.
Economics a long time ago. The perfect market doesn't exist, of course, but the idea is that you create a competitive environment. You do not allow for the concentration of wealth, which means antitrust and things like that. Regulation is very important. Is that something that your government stands for?
That's exactly the reforms that the government is doing is exactly that. The free trade agreements, more competition. Argentina is one of the closest economies in the world. We need more competition. So I insist, capitalism is a bad word in Argentina, but what we had wasn't capitalism. It was capitalism for a few, for many that cannot compete with abroad, and so you can charge people extraordinary prices. A cell phone in Argentina was unaffordable. You have to go to the US to buy them. That's unfair for the people, and now people is seeing that it's working, because that's also interesting. That's why he got too much support from the people in the midterm election as well, after doing things that traditionally were not very popular. Any political advisor would have told you, oh, said that you're going to reduce the budget and that you're going to cut a lot of things, but this end up working for the people. So that's interesting. Free trade agreements, more competition, antitrust, all these kind of things.
So maybe you should give some advice to the US becoming a more competitive.
Oh, we are signing a free trade agreement with them as well. So
that's true. Peter Pavel, you are the Czech president, but you also were a very senior NATO general, the most senior one that the Czech Republic ever had. I want to start by asking you about your part of Europe, the sort of former communist part of Europe, and it's notable that a lot of the populist parties have done quite well. That there seems to be a sort of groundswell of support in that part of Europe. Certainly in Germany, the east of Germany, the former communist east, is the kind of heartland of the AfD. Why is that? And do you think, as somebody who has actually experienced a change in system in 1989, do you think that maybe capitalism was nicer, kinder, when it was still competing with communism?
Well, I'm afraid I will not offer you a thorough analysis, just my perception. But I believe that a number of people in former communist countries believed that with the change of the system, they will achieve all the benefits of capitalism while keeping all the benefits of socialism. That means getting richer, having access to travel, study, work abroad, having nice cars, plenty of goods in the shops, but no responsibility. And that created a lot of frustration, because when people realize that not everyone will get rich, and there will always be people who will be better off, and those who will not necessarily suffer, but will have living conditions more difficult than the others, then that frustration, if it is not properly addressed, it creates a lot of tension and frustration. And that was easily taken forward by those who believed that feeding on frustration of people, offering them short and nice solutions that they could never deliver because they were not in power. They usually were in opposition, and they were only feeding on these insecurities, pointing to those who allegedly were behind these problems. They mostly referred to the government, to institutions like courts, to media. And of course, a number of people were prone to believe that their misery is because of lack of support and attention of the elites. I think it's very simple.
It's weird how crony capitalism issue keeps cropping up.
Yeah, and I mean, my argument is that it's going to continue to keep popping up, right? Like, my argument is that capitalism inherently leans towards this as an inevitable outcome of its very own system. Like, ultimately, it doesn't need to be even like a nefarious like group of people. It's that rich people all tend to hang out with each other. Rich people all tend to, by virtue of hanging out with each other, do business with the people that they hang out with in their own social economic class. And then ultimately, like, they all know each other, and the system is designed to maximize extracted profit. And so over time,
capitalism.
Exactly. Like, you got like the frat, like the entire reason guys join frats in elite schools is so that they have a ready social network they can call on in order to do business deals, in order to gain new executives for their company, in order to find venture capital, etc., etc., etc. And like, if you're not in that club, you're never going to get that call, right? And so it's that old George Carlin clip you're talking about. I'm not even talking about a George Carlin clip. I'm just explaining the system. I know which clip you're talking about. I was not referencing it. I was just trying to explain it. It's just that Carlin did a really good job explaining the system, right? And so my argument is that even if we got a New Deal 2, we would be in this exact same situation, 60 years from now. If we got a New Deal 2 tomorrow, 60 years from now, we'd be in the same spot, or our kids would be in the same spot. And it's deeply, deeply unfortunate. It's a big club and you ain't in it. Yeah. You bring it up. Yeah, exactly.
Similar to any other country where the populism is a problem. But in general, I don't think that we should give a populism a label of something bad, because it depends how we define populism. I know a number of politicians who are proud of being called populists, because they believe that listening to frustration and problems of the people, transferring them into policies is actually the very sense of and the meaning of politics. But the problem starts.
Jack, were you talking about Brett Kavanaugh? No, I'm talking about literally every rich asshole you know. Every
River,
rich asshole
wiggle.
You are aware of. I'm describing 95% of them.
When this populism is turned against the institutions that are there to protect democracy.
I want to sort of do one more quick round of questions about what this means for foreign and security policy, since we are at the Munich Security Conference, but then I will throw it open to questions, so get your questions ready. And maybe I'll actually stay with you for a second. As with your head of former president of the military committee at NATO, very senior job, I wonder, are you worried about the fact that next year Bardella might be the president of France, maybe in 2029 Farage as the prime minister of the UK, and then the two nuclear powers in Europe are run by far-right nationalist populists, whatever you want to call them?
Well,
how is his head so square? I mean, his hair's doing a lot of work, but also, I think there might just be something about being in the military that makes your head square. I can't explain it. I don't know why. I don't know the science, but maybe that has something to do with it.
First, I think we have to respect the will of people. If we live in democracies, we have to understand that not always there will be parties that we like.
Blockhead, if you will.
But at the same time, the experience is that when these people who used to be for a long time in a position on the critical side, once they are put in a position where they have the responsibility to deliver, then they suddenly understand the complexity of a situation, and they change a lot of their, let's say, extreme positions that they held before. I believe that the best protection is to have a good set of checks and balances, to have some counterweight against potential extreme moves. Another layer of protection could be vibrant civil society that can also do an excellent job, because most of those populist politicians are very sensitive to.
Oh, Puller, that was good. The Eastern blockheads, indeed.
Public opinion.
It's an interesting point that you raised there, because it's sort of this idea of democratic resilience in a way, which in a way, if we think holistically about security, it's not just defense budgets, right? It's about people voting and people feeling safe, people feeling secure and happy and represented by their governments. And I wonder, to the extent that maybe this is something I can throw to you, Alexandria. Defense budgets have been rising everywhere. You guys have been spending a lot on defense for a long time, but a lot of governments now have very serious debt problems. And so there's a trade-off, right? I mean, if you spend more on defense, you spend less on other things. In France, for example, I was shocked to find out recently that the interest payment on debt annually is now bigger than the entire education sector. So
my brother was in the military, and I can confirm he is square forming. Scully emoji.
Oh no. The square maxers. We don't talk about square maxing. Thank you for the $5 super chat, AC Gods.
You have a situation where all budgets are going down, only defense is going up. And it does raise the question, should we not invest in democratic resilience by providing good public services and spending money on that in order to actually protect our democracies internally as well as externally?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, that is correct. 1000%. Yes. Like, the big threat that is posed right now by fascism is born exactly out of the deprivation and the choice made every single time the budget is up for consideration. This is why it always pissed me off when people were like, well, I'm socially liberal but fiscally conservative, because you cannot separate these two things. You cannot separate like slashing funding out of like normal politics. Like you cannot do it. And this idea that you want lower taxes and it has no other costs to it is it's just baloney. It's just absolutely malarkey. The idea here is that, like, well, we cut all of our social programs to spend massively on our military. Well, I don't think that's quite the correct formulation, right? Because it's not necessarily we cut all of our social programs to fund our military, though that does happen to some extent. What it tends to be is we're going to cut all of our social programs and then give you tax breaks, give you, and by you, I mean the richest people on the planet, massive tax breaks. Essentially, shifting the tax burden from the wealthiest people in society to the poorest or to the weakest people in society, the people who are more subject to that exploitation. So I disagree with the framing of the question a little bit here, but also by transferring funding from social safety nets, for example, to the military, you're essentially giving a massive handout to military contractors and the private corporations that are downstream of the military, which is another handout to corporations, which I shouldn't have to point that out, but I guess I do. So a lot of this just keeps coming down to shifting money out of programs that help working class people and into programs that help the wealthiest people on the planet. And the priority, the question that is posed to us every single time there is an election, every single time there is a budget up for a vote, is which do you want to prioritize? Do you want to prioritize the wealth of the wealthiest people to ever exist? Or do you want to prioritize your child being able to learn how to read? Do you want to prioritize your ability to be able to put food in your belly and have a roof over your head? And I think that most people, when it is put in stark and simple and easily explicable terms, understand which choice they would make, and understand that if this is the choice being posed to us, who has a vested interest in making sure the money goes to the wealthiest people to ever exist? It's pretty easy to tell who's screwing us over. Where's all the money going? I don't know. Look at who has the most money. It's pretty... We don't have to look at who's doing it here. It's the guy in the hot dog costume.
That's absolutely right. You know, I think one of the connections and relationships that is under-discussed, particularly in the security space, is the fact that I believe we're seeing an economy, across economy around the world, including in the United States, that extreme levels of income inequality lead to social instability and drives, in a sense, in authoritarianism, right-wing populism, and
Yeah, exactly. The failures of neoliberalism lay the seeds and the groundwork for fascism, for this right-wing populism.
Very dangerous domestic internal politics. And that is a direct outcome of not just income inequality, but the failure of democracies over decades to deliver. The failure to deliver higher wages, the failure to rein in corporations. You know, the point was just made about antitrust. In the United States, antitrust is such a foundational bedrock value, not just because the ascent of monopolies create the abuse of power in corporations and market power. But there is a level of market concentration and corporate consolidation where a massive company can get so big that its consolidated power can rival that of nation states. In democracies, we have elected leaders. And in massive corporations that then begin to consume the public sector, gobble up the spending, they start to call the shots. And we're starting to see this with some of the billionaire class throwing their weight around in domestic politics and in global politics as well. So it is of utmost urgent priority that we get our economic houses in order and deliver material gains for the working class, or else we will fall to a more isolated world governed by authoritarians that also do not deliver to working people.
And, you know, it's interesting. So this idea of, you know, in Europe, we are now spending...
I mean, like, she's correct. And the thing about her entire appearance on this international stage, and it's through all of her appearances. I watched all of them today. And after we finish this, we'll have a little bit more. The reason I show all of this particular talk, or wanted to go through all of this, is because I think it's particularly of the moment, as it were. But what I'm really interested in here is AOC's responses, because she's very clearly staking out a left-wing position that is extremely far left compared to where most mainstream Democrats are here in America. And like, I'm not here to say like AOC is, you know, is going to be claiming the label of a communist anytime soon. But I do think that she's a significant step in a leftward direction, and her firming up these stances right now in the lead up to 2026, combined with her touring the country with Bernie, I think that this is laying the groundwork for a potential 2028 run. I think that this is her essentially dipping her toes into communicating internationally in a way that people are actually going to take note of, right? And so I think that she is being exceptionally diplomatic in her responses here, while still maintaining, you know, pro-working class positions, which is very important. Very, very important.
More in defense budgets, but, you know, like I said,
because if the question is, hey, who do you want to run in 2028? Right now, the list of candidates is exceptionally terrible. Like, you've got who? Kamala Harris again? Gavin Newsom? Pete Buttigieg again? Like, maybe JB Pritzker, but like, I don't see him really setting himself up for a run, you know. And maybe he will. Like Josh Shapiro, like, people don't like Josh. Andy Bashir, Gretchen Whitmer, no. Like, the only candidate that actually makes me feel like change in a positive direction would be possible is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and she happens to be the most favorable person currently rumored to be in the process of getting her shit together to run. So like, I'm kind of here like, this might be our best and only option in a crowded primary year. You know, it matters. It matters as we look ahead. But again, we are putting the cart before the horse, even talking about her running. Right now, it's fueled on a lot of speculation and her appearance and performance during this series of events.
There are these trade-offs. I mean, we are in a situation where the group of pro-Russian countries within the EU is actually, it's still very small, but it's potentially growing. I don't know, I'd be curious to know whether the Czech Republic is halfway there. Certainly Viktor Orban and Robert Fico. You know, is the EU, in that sense, in terms of its foreign and security policy, still an entity that we can even think about, Manfred? Like, you know, what is the EU? And if Bardella and Farage well, Farage is not inside the EU, but linked to it now in defense terms, possibly one day, a junior coalition party that is the AfD. What is that EU in terms of foreign and security policy? Does NATO still have a place in that case?
Well, first of all, about the role of the European Union. This week in Strasbourg in the European Parliament, we voted for the 90 billion euros for Ukraine. A clear message of full solidarity with the Ukrainian people. We stand on their side. We finance the pensions, we finance now the teachers, we finance the healthcare people. So that is what we are doing there. And I think that people know it. So that's what European Union together is doing. I would be happy if we would have used the frozen assets from the Russians to pay for this, but okay, now we are on a way at least to have the money provided. So clear message. But when we speak about populism in regard to the defense and security dimension, I think first step is to deliver on the main concern about just society, about economic growth, about migration, to have control about this. But the second thing of answering populism is to show brave leadership and not following always public opinion. You know, when the German Chancellor Kohl invented the euro to make Europe strong economically, one block, which is now is the second biggest currency in global level with the euro, it was not popular at all to give up on the German D-mark in Germany. Not at all. But he did it. He stood in front of people. And that were great times for my party, for CDU-CSU. Because people saw leaders who were convinced about an idea and fought for it and didn't give up the public discourse space.
Also, I want to point out how absurd it is that the German moderate conservative party can have a representative here who's basically politicians need to fight for their ideas. They need to go out and convince people why their ideas are good and should be enacted. Yeah. Meanwhile, you've got Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer over here being like, well, it's not our job to make things popular. It's the activists' job. You've got Matthew Iglesias posting on social media about how it's it's not the politician's job to lead. They're supposed to just respond to how things are. It's terminally brain rotted. Just absolutely devoid of any actual ideological spine.
For the populism, they dominated the discourse with their ideas for the future. And that is what we are probably lacking today. That's why I'm so ambitious to say I would love to have one president of the European Union, probably directly elected by the people of Europe on the long run. Why not? To have one person capable to be on the same level as Trump and Xi. And
opinions on Pritzker? Pritzker seems fine. I wouldn't be incensed by the election of JV Pritzker like I would with the election of basically any of the other candidates that I listed outside of AOC. But Pritzker's a distant second.
And Putin. And the second idea, I am in favor of really unifying our defense pillars in the European Union. On the long run, also a European army, where I would say we are spending so much money now, 6.5 trillion euros.
Who's the blonde woman in white? She's there to represent Javier Milei in Argentina, the ANCAP dipshit.
In the next 10 years for defense, but we have not the same capabilities than the Americans have. And that's why I know it's a long project, but again, Euro, or 7 years after the Second World War, when Adenauer said we have to make peace with France, it was also mission impossible 7 years after the horrible war of the Second World War. So we have to be ambitious again. And that are the two pillars of fight against populism, delivering on content about the concerns, but also showing brave leadership in historic moments.
I hope we can go deeper in that actually in the Q&A. I'm going to ask one final question, Diana, and then throw it open to you guys, because I'm curious. I mean, we're talking about foreign policy here and foreign policy off populist presidents, for example. I mean, looking at the pivot of President Trump to the Western Hemisphere, which has been very aggressive to say the least. Argentina has been a beneficiary, of course.
Okay, I am going to, in the interest of time, jump forward here.
Answers.
I'm Ava Federley from New York City, Straight Arrow News. Congresswoman, they're saying that there's more American delegates here than there have ever been at the Munich Security Conference. Why do you think it's important that you're here, against the wrecking ball politics of Trump. But, why is it important that you're here representing the U.S.?
Also, I'm so glad you made it. Who paid for your flight?
We did.
Should we just you start, and then we just take a quick fire round of answers?
Sure. I'll start last to first. I think this is a moment where we are seeing our presidential administration tear apart the transatlantic partnership, rip up every democratic norm, and, really calling into question, as was mentioned by David Carney at the World Economic Forum, the rules-based order that we have, or question mark, do we have? And so I think one of the reasons why, not just myself, but many of our colleagues here, in fact, many Democrats that are here as well, is because we want to tell a larger story, that what is happening is indeed very grave. And we are in a new era, domestically and globally. There have been many leaders who've said we will go back. And I think we have to recognize that we are in a new day and in a new time. But that does not mean that the majority of Americans are ready to walk away from a rules-based order and that we're ready to walk away from our commitment to democracy. I think what we identify is that in a rules-based order, hypocrisy is vulnerability. And so I think what we are seeking is a return to a rules-based order that eliminates the hypocrisies around when too often in the West we look the other way for inconvenient populations to act out these paradoxes.
I will say that in any effort to return to any kind of rules-based international order where hypocrisy is actually a check is necessarily contingent on reining in AI, putting a stop to the corruption of our information ecosystem that is being perpetrated on a mass and unprecedented scale by AI chatbots and AI agents. It is not possible for us to restore that previous system where hypocrisy actually mattered and could get people out of politics completely, unless we also rein in AI and its abuses. Frankly, we gotta do that as any part of any larger scale attempt to reform.
Whether it is, kidnapping a foreign head of state, whether it is threatening our allies to colonize Greenland, whether it is looking the other way in a genocide. Hypocrisies are vulnerabilities, and they threaten democracies globally. And
I do think that her saying stuff like this matters, in part because she is, albeit indirectly, calling out the Democratic Party, calling out the powers that be in the Democratic Party, calling out the Chuck Schumers, the Hakeem Jeffries, etc. Granted, she's not taking full aim at them yet, but this is definitely a shot across the bow. I would characterize that as a shot across the bow.
I think many of us are here to say we are here and we are ready for the next chapter, not to have the world turn to isolation, but to deepen our partnership on greater and increased commitment to integrity to our values.
Just a 20-second follow-up, really, just quick. Are there any particular institutions that a Democratic administration would want to save? Like your voters?
She's also calling out the support of Israel and its genocide. Yes, that's why she said that specifically to call out the Democratic Party's complicity with the genocide in Gaza.
NATO, is it the climate accord? Is it the Iran nuclear? Are there some things where, just give me a lily pad?
Well, first and foremost, I think we need to revisit our commitments to international aid. Not just USAID, but the the dozens of global compacts that this current Secretary of
You are
State.
saying the opposite of what I read of this. I heard it was a joke.
Yeah, and chicken on biscuits, like, the reporting on this has been terrible. Like, I want to give an example of just what I saw that was, like, just almost just absolutely incredible, right? So we've watched this. Let's take a look here. So this is from 16 hours ago at the New York Times. Let's see if they kept it in. Yeah, this quote. I think that this is such a I think that this is of course a very long-standing policy of the United States, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez said before saying that the country should try to avoid reaching that point with China in the first place. And like, yeah, if you quote her as saying that, which is, I think, a very unfair characterization of her general speech throughout several hours of media appearances. And then you compare how the New York Times reports on how Donald Trump speaks in public. I don't know. I think there might be a bit of a double standard going on here. The New York Times reveals its biases in its method of quotation. You know? Yeah. Did they quote Biden like that? Did they quote Trump like that at any point? Like, I mean, God, I have prepped here a segment on Donald Trump, and I just want to read one of his tweets to you. This is not even like a quote from Donald Trump speaking. This is just a quote from his social media page. The Democrats refuse to vote for voter ID or citizenship. The reason is very simple. They want to continue to cheat in elections. This was not what our founders desired. I have searched the depths of legal arguments not yet articulated or vetted on this subject, and will be presenting an irrefutable one in the very near future. There will be voter ID for the midterm elections, whether approved by Congress or not. Also, the people of our country are insisting on citizenship with no mail-in ballots, and with exception for military, disability, illness, or travel. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President Donald J. Trump. And like, I'm sorry, if you actually quote that entire post, it looks like it was written by a goddamn lunatic, okay? Like, just absolutely insane. Here's just another, just like, here's 30 seconds of him talking.
And you have confirmation U.S. citizenship. That's about a 99% one with Republicans, about 86% with Democrats, except Democrat politicians because they cheat on elections. And then you have no mail-in ballots. And it would be no mail-in ballots, very important. You know, we're the only country in the world that does a system like we do. We're the only country in the world that has mail-in ballots. The way we do this is unbelievable. It guarantees cheating. So it's no, and you have confirmation.
To fight from either extreme left or extreme right, freaking America needs some darn middle ground. We are divided and conquered. Vote how you like and STFU, amen.
I wish I could shut the fuck up, but I've got armed men in masks on the street abducting my neighbors and shooting them in the face. So until that stops happening, I encourage you to shut the fuck up and do something productive that helps your neighbors. But thank you for the $10 super chat.
And President Trump have withdrawn from. They are looking to withdraw the United States from the entire world so that we can turn into an age of authoritarians that can carve out the world where Donald Trump can command the Western Hemisphere and Latin America as his personal sandbox, where Putin can saber rattle around Europe and try to bully around our own allies there, and for essentially authoritarians to have their own geographic domains. And it actually is the Trans-Pacific Partnership. It is our global alliances that can be a hard stop against authoritarian consolidation of power, particularly in the installation of regional puppet governments.
Amazing. Manfred, should we just take it this way and then you...
And I mean, like, yeah, she's nailing it. She's nailing it in this appearance. Like, I'm sorry. The characterization of her as, like, inarticulate or stupid. It's just not accurate to her actual performance here. She's an idiot. What about what she said right there struck you as the ravings of an idiot? Because frankly, all I've seen is nitpicking of the fact that she used filler words when getting an unexpected question. And that's about it. Do you think AOC is the best candidate for 2028? She might be the best one that we're going to get. Just looking at the list of people who might throw their hats into the ring, you know, the most powerful one probably being either Kamala Harris or Gavin Newsom. She's one of the few Democratic politicians outside of like Bernie Sanders who has a higher degree of favorability within the Democratic Party. But let's take a look. I wanted to check in with this appearance, which she made at TU Berlin a few days ago as part of her Munich Security Conference appearance. And I think she laid out, at least early on here, a very good preview of what a type of candidacy from her would look like.
That unapologetic visibility of Latin culture in this moment.
Yes, you know, it is. It's so interesting, and it is so impactful that this halftime show felt so resonant for so many people, because
she got asked about Bad Bunny's performance.
As in this moment and in the political environment and conditions that we're in, where cruelty has become in vogue and inhumanity and callousness is seen as this kind of sophisticated, realpolitik kind of approach to the world. A halftime show based not just in proudly centering Latin Americans and immigrants of all kinds in the United States who are under attack, but also Latin American culture is so communal and it is so warm and compassionate, like many other cultures around the world, that just centering kindness and, you know, in Spanish there's a word cariño. And this is like this, cariño is like this, I don't know how you would translate it, but it's
like warmth.
It's like a cherishing of one another.
Bad Bunny was an awful show. I mean, I guess if you're like media illiterate, I suppose.
And that just putting those values on television felt countercultural, rebellious, resistant. And that, I think, speaks so much to the moment that we are in, that it was defiant. And I think mainstreaming that is so important, even though it may seem like something we would have taken perhaps for granted just a few short years ago.
It was crap. My opinion, get over it. It's fine. You're entitled to your opinion, but like, why did you think it was crap? I mean, I'm interested. I'm not angry about it, but I am interested. Why did you dislike it? I've heard a lot of people disliked it, but I haven't really heard many reasons why, other than it was in Spanish, which I think is a not great reason to dislike something. Kind of like how Parasite was not in English, but it still slapped as a film.
Qué orgullo. But I will switch to English, no worries. So let me move along in your biography, maybe ask you a few questions. You studied international relations and economics at Boston University, interned for Senator Ted Kennedy at some point, and after graduation you returned home to help out your family after your father had passed away. You had to take odd jobs, you had to be a waitress and supporting your family. So you at that time already got involved in the organizing and politics, but when was the moment where you actually realized, okay, I don't want to just look at politics, I actually want to do something?
Yes, you know, I think that whole...
Oh, no, Princess Mouse, over it on the YouTube stream, we get a lot of trolls. So every night it's basically an unending deluge of people telling me I look like a man or I'm ugly or, something about like transes need to get out of America, stuff like that. A general milieu of hatred that existing as a trans woman out on the internet and a socialist just kind of attracts. The low-hanging hatred fruit of internet trolls.
Journey was so formative to my life and to my experience. My mother was born in Puerto Rico. My father was born in the Bronx, New York. And I grew up at a time when the Bronx was experiencing some of the highest dropout rates, high school dropout rates in its history. And my parents moved to a suburb to try to move me to a public school area where I could have a chance. And I think, so much of this was built on the promise of the American dream, that if you work hard and even if you are born or come from economically challenging circumstances.
I'm sorry, if you think that Bad Bunny's halftime show was too sexually explicit, I encourage you to go look over the lyrics of literally every other performer at the Super Bowl for like the last 30 years.
That you can be entrepreneurial, that you can work hard. My mother cleaned houses growing up to put me through school. My father started a small business, and we struggled, but we were starting to make it. They were able to finally buy a home, which is part of the white picket fence American dream. And around the time I was 16 years old, my father was diagnosed with cancer. Of course, in the United States, healthcare is not treated as a human right. It is not universal. And so we suffered greatly financially through his chemotherapy treatments. And I got into college and I started studying in school. And the first week of my sophomore year of college, my father passed away. And my mother was left to be a single mom and trying to support 2 children on a house cleaner's salary. And I really saw and lived the same story that so many Americans can have, where it's that you are promised this American dream, you do everything right. My parents came here, they tried to raise 2 kids, put them through college, get an education, and it all fell apart. And this was all during the 2008 recession. And so after I graduated college, we were by that time on the brink of losing our home, and I started waitressing because it was in the wake of the Great Recession. There was no jobs available, and it's how you could walk home with cash in your pocket. I felt very cynical about our politics.
And I mean, like, I think that this is an origin story that, like, a lot of working people in America can get behind and understand.
Especially about the 2-party system in the United States, because the Bush tax cuts were made permanent under a Democratic administration. They were made by a Republican administration, made permanent during a Democratic administration. You grow up with this background. We had the Iraq War, and it felt just very much, you started to see the same banks and the same large corporations contributing to both political parties at this time. And I grew very cynical. I felt, what is the point in electoral politics? It feels like no one is fighting for me. And it feels like, more importantly,
it's true. Obama did betray us. I have another entire segment talking extensively about how Obama betrayed us, prepared to go right now. But I don't think this is an Obama situation.
Politics had really drifted away from seeing families like mine. And there was a time when I gave up on it. I was very cynical, and I just said, you know what, I'm just going to put down my head and I'm just going to work and just accept these conditions. And when you do that, life gets very depressing. It's very dispiriting when you give into that. And I think it just kind of got to a point where it was just intolerable. And I thought, you know what? Even if it is impossible to change this Herculean system, I will feel better about my life having tried. And so I first started really engaging in activist and advocacy communities. I went to Standing Rock to resist the Keystone XL pipeline at that time. I got involved with many other activist movements. I still thought there was no way I would ever be able to get elected to office. And then, you know, the opportunity arose where I looked at my own backyard and I saw that our elected representative, I looked him up in one day and I said, I've never seen this person in my life. And I kind of felt to myself, there hadn't been a primary election. He had kind of been named to the seat. And I said, I might as well run. And I think it was that switch that was important. It's less the decision to run for political office that was important to me. I think the most consequential decision.
I dipped into the rightosphere, and AOC apparently doesn't know geography. Meanwhile, conservatives struggling to find Agrabah on a map.
Is resisting cynicism. Having gone there, visited it, and then made the active decision that it is no way to live a life. And I think that is the thing that is the stuff that successful political movements are really made of.
Yeah. Like I said, we have over 1,000 students here tonight, many of whom I'm sure care deeply about the state of the world and our politics, but maybe also feel overwhelmed or powerless or even cynical sometimes. So what
is there a video of that? There's not a video, but here is a poll from like 11 years ago. 30% of GOP voters support bombing Agrabah, the city from Aladdin. So that's fun. It's really fun to see that conservatives are only now really caring about geography, apparently.
Your advice to young people who are politically engaged but don't know how to take the next step or want to actually begin?
By the way, not just like, oh, they support, sanctions on Agrabah or can't locate Agrabah. They genuinely just sight unseen are like, should we bomb Agrabah? Yeah, we should kill the people in Agrabah. And it's like, girl, you know little about the situation that you are in favor of violently killing fictional people from a fictional place just to sate your bloodlust and hatred of Muslims. It's crazy.
Getting involved into politics.
I think one of the things that can't be underestimated is the power that young people and particularly students have. It can be an overwhelming time.
God, I do really, really wish that reporters in the White House press pool would just start asking Trump basic follow-up questions. Like, I have here a map of North and South America. Can you please identify for me where Venezuela is? Like, just some basic questions. I feel like it could genuinely be the thing that obliterates him in politics. I just want some like basic, assume he genuinely knows nothing and work from there.
And that is by design. The right wing in the United States, they call this the flood the zone strategy. And that is if your senses can be overwhelmed, if you can be brought to a place of paralysis with new news developments every day that you will say, there's so much to do, I don't know what I can do, I'm just one person, so I'm just not going to do anything. And that is how, that's how they try to operate. That is their strategy for power. And the one thing that I can't emphasize enough is that there genuinely is no action too small. There is no organizing too insignificant. And all too often, people dismiss the smallest actions before they even start because they're too small.
And this is one of the reasons why I try and encourage you guys, however you can, to get politically active. Because even if it's just putting up some signs, even if it's just, you know, walking around and like posting stickers in various places around your neighborhood, like that does something, you know, like even if it's just getting one more person to go to DSA, even if it's just getting one more person to go to your local Democratic meeting, you know, that does something. It's important because you are not alone. There are tens of millions of people working in concert with you. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. What is this?
Very disappointed in the fact that that one's not settled. To think that we settled Azerbaijan and Albania as an example.
No.
It was going on for years. It was never going to be settled. If you remember, the prime minister and the presidents, they were there for many years. They said, when they were in my office, we settled. And they started off at both sides of the Oval Office, so far away. I didn't know you could be so far away. And as we were together for an hour, they kept getting closer, closer. And by the time we finished, we all hugged each other. And one said, I've been in this position for 22 years, and all I've done is kill their people. The other was there for 7 years, and all he did was kill their people. And we got it settled. And we did others, as you know. Very disappointed in the fact that that one's not settled. To think that we settled Azerbaijan.
I wanted to hear it one more time. That's very funny. But yeah, like, I don't know, people shit on AOC for, like, misspeaking once out of... Like, this that we're watching right now is almost 2 hours long. And, like, the press will hyper-focus on the part where she had a few too many ums. But, like, Donald Trump, the leader of the United States, not being able to pronounce the names of countries and not knowing which countries he's talking about, that's no biggie. That's fine. We'll barely talk about it.
And when I think about some of the formative moments that led up to an ascendant progressive left in the United States, they were things that people dismissed.
Yeah, he was talking about Azerbaijan and Armenia, but he Azerbaijan and Albania. Like, god damn.
The Occupy Wall Street movement began as a collective of students, and it grew. And in the moment, even when it was disrupted and dismantled, it created a cultural moment that captured the attention of millions of people. And in that immediate moment, people would have said, well, it didn't accomplish anything, it wasn't successful, but it really planted the seeds that then rolled into a lot of the energy just a few short years later of Bernie Sanders' first presidential campaign, of which I got, you know, I kind of cut my teeth doing electoral organizing. And so I would say that no action is too small and too insignificant. We are all drops that, when put together, make an ocean, but we don't see the ocean at the start. So I would really say that having faith in your convictions and your smallest decisions genuinely matters.
moving on in your biography, you entered Congress in 2018 during the first Trump presidency. Now, with Trump back in office, I think many Europeans are still asking, how did this happen again? So what is your analysis of why the authoritarian politics have gained such traction in the United States?
I think there's a lot of dynamics that feed into that. One is that universally, there are material conditions, political conditions, cultural conditions that can sow the seeds for far-right movements. But they are also opportunities to go a different way. One, in terms of material conditions, is that when you have...
Just a question to the mods. Should we turn on subscriber only for a bit? You guys doing okay, or could you use a break? I'm sorry that we even have to ask, but yes, I can handle it. Okay, well let me know, Banana Brains, if you get overwhelmed, or if it just seems like if chat wants them gone, go for it. All right, I'll turn it on. People have been real extra tonight.
Economic stagnation for the working class.
I swear, where do these people come from? It's because we have vertical stream on. We have the dual stream feature on over on YouTube, which makes a vertical chunk. Like, it makes, like, this part right here becomes like a standalone stream that gets broadcast in the YouTube Shorts area, and the conservatives don't watch normally lengthed content anymore because their brains have been rotted, and so they're all in the YouTube Shorts now. And so whenever I have the YouTube Shorts on, they just stream in barely coherent with their rage. Also, Plevius, I don't know why I didn't read it off, but thank you for the $5 dono. Not only was it just too many ums, but there was a subject where the official policy of the United States is, I don't know, maybe, don't F around either of you and you won't find out. Yeah, exactly.
That, especially in an environment where GDP is growing, that is the stuff of populist movements, period. The choice is what direction those populist movements can go. I was at Munich just a few days ago, and this conversation about populism came up, and it was universally derided as negative. And I want to challenge that frame a little bit, because populism at its core means a politics that is directly proximate to the people. And when you have populist movements rising up, almost regardless of their ideology, it is telling us something.
Also, just apropos of nothing, we are currently at 69 subs, thanks to Pluvius. Just wanted to note that. Congrats, and nice.
The ascent of populist movements is telling us that governments have strayed too far from being responsive to the working class. And so populist movements can all have, they are mechanisms of delivery, and it really matters what they deliver. When you have economic stagnation for the working class and GDP is growing, it is an injustice. And one path and one story is, they both frankly need to provide a prescription of why and who is causing this.
I mean, I think that she is doing an extraordinarily good job at summarizing the current moment of populism.
Direction is we are going to blame this on the vulnerable in society, on immigrants, on people of different gender identities, on a cultural or the educated and an anti-intellectualist movement. That's the stuff that right-wing populist movements are made of. And that, of course, is all done as a distraction from the truth, which is that it is economic elites that are taking the lion's share of growth for themselves and leaving crumbs for the working class. So the alternative to the lie, which is that it is the most vulnerable in society that is doing this, the alternative is a populist movement that tells the truth. A populist movement that says, this is an injustice. You are being screwed over. And that story is not a cultural one, but a class one. And that
there is no war but class war. AOC 2026. Look, all I'm going to say here is that she's doing an incredible job explaining this. But when we look at the potential field of candidates for 2028, where is the populist left capable of telling this truth? Who is the avatar of that? Or who could even feasibly be the avatar of that? Bernie Sanders would, but he's too old. He's just too old. Who else do you have? JB Pritzker? No. Maybe if he really got his shit together, but no. Gavin Newsom? Fuck no. The only person who could feasibly be the avatar of this kind of populist left movement based in truth, the only person who it could be is AOC. Like, I don't see any other possibilities in the field. Yeah, so far she's the only one who could do it. And like, I've heard Jon Stewart's name kicked around a bit, but like, I don't think Jon Stewart is as far left as a lot of people want him to be. You, Jack, you're the one who could do it. No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
It is a class one.
I think I know who. It's Jeb.
The answer is, I think there's an inherent reaction when we have a right wing blaming any given segment of people to say, no, we stand with those people. It is important to say that, but we have to go deeper. We don't stand with these populations because it is just because it is the morally right thing to do, although it is. We don't stand with them out of the goodness of our hearts or charity. We stand with them because it is strategic, because we are united as a class, and we will not be divided within our class. And so the alternative truth-telling prescription is not expulsion and targeting of people based on our differences, but a championing of higher wages, stronger safety nets, and accountability to those elites who are abusing our systems and our productivities for themselves. And it is accountability, it is antitrust, it does require a confrontation with power. And that, I think, is what is different about the time that we are coming into. We all need to buckle up. That is the moment that we are in. But if there is any place that shows that good people can prevail over the horrors of inhumanity, it is Berlin. It is Berlin. And it is so many other places around the world that can be a front line to show that we can overcome and we can defeat fascism by a class-based solidarity that champions all of us.
Hell yeah.
Think about this.
Because I think it is important that she's pointing out class-based solidarity that fights for all of us. Because, again, class reductionism is a hell of a drug, and I think it takes us in a very unproductive direction when the reality is we need to stand for each other, and we need to stand for an inclusive movement. We cannot have class solidarity while simultaneously throwing part of the class under the bus. Like, for obvious reasons, you can't do that.
think about this, and I'll end with this note, but I think about this very often because, of course, the universal healthcare systems in Europe are the envy of every American. And it is truly such a revolutionary environment that you all grow up in, the universality of healthcare, because it really is a decision and an affirmative material commitment to everyone's basic humanity, to human dignity. And to me, it is not a coincidence that universal healthcare systems across Europe were established in the wake after World War II. They are directly connected, where you had all of this destruction and all of this rubble that was built on a politics of persecution and division. But when we decided to move past that, we built material systems based on universality, affirming our human dignity. And I think it's so important for us to recall those lessons for today as we confront many of the shadows of those similar movements.
Hello everybody, good morning, good evening, hope you're all doing all right today. Gary Johnson, Viz, I'm still alive, soon to be, occupied Los Angeles. Yeah, LA's not looking great either, it's pretty bad everywhere. Please stay safe. And Twitch did, but then it glitched, of course it did, anarchist export. Twitch has gotten quite a bit worse, it seems, lately. It's wild, because I used to get like nobody watching on YouTube, but everyone on Twitch, and now it's kind of switched. Sorry I have not been around for the past few days, guys. I have been pretty sick. I think I actually got sick twice, which is very rare. Like, I had a cold for a few days, and then the last, like, yesterday I was going to stream, and I woke up and immediately was, like, projectile vomiting, so, didn't work out so great. But, we have a lot to talk about. It's been a big fucking week. Where to start? Well, I suppose I'm going to start with something a little bit more broad, and then we're going to jump into Australia, because it seems like Australia is also getting occupied. We had a pretty large-scale protest yesterday in which the police were acting very much like American police, let's say. But, first off, I still don't understand how we are one species and we'll do both of these things. And I actually have a point to make on one of these, anyway.
A team of Earth scientists accidentally turned lead into gold when they were trying to replicate the Big Bang. So tell me what we're doing here again? We're waiting to see if the groundhog sees his own shadow so we can tell how much longer winter will be.
So, like, yes, on the broad spectrum of we made lead into gold while trying to recreate the Big Bang, but we're still doing this. But actually, I have a different point to make on that. From what I hear, the groundhog is actually correct only about 30% of the time. Wrong 70% of the time. What I don't understand is why we haven't flipped what they mean. You know, like if it sees its shadow and then it goes back underground, we think that means 6 more weeks of winter or whatever it is. But that seems to be wrong 70% of the time. So why have we not flipped it? That's just, it's silly to me. I don't know. It makes zero fucking sense. Now, continuing on. As we've been talking about for a while, the US dollar is not doing great globally. Like, especially when you account for its price comparatively to gold. I believe it's down 12% since last year. But the Australian mining industry is having a field day here because the failing of the US dollar is fantastic for the Australian gold mining industry. Yeah, the groundhog is worse than a coin flip, so why don't we switch it? If there's a 70% likelihood that it's one way rather than the other, and it's the opposite of what we are currently, like, assuming, why not flip it? That is already more likely than a coin flip. Just flip Groundhog Day around. It's far more likely to be correct. What's up, Latina Mifune? All right, so going into the crash of the US dollar and how this is benefiting Australia's gold mining industry, it's going to be relevant as we continue on.
The demise of American exceptionalism, a troubled Chinese economy, and a falling US dollar.
The currency is grappling with a crisis of confidence. As US markets continue to weaken,
fear and confusion drives a flight to safety and a modern-day gold rush.
About 6 months ago, we were expecting that for the financial year 2026, earnings for the overall ASX 200 would grow only by about 3%. Now, 6 months later, the expectations for that FY26 earnings growth sits above 10%.
That's more than doubling the projections within 6 months. And I must say, at this rate, the 2027 Super Bowl halftime show, we're going to be singing the Chinese national anthem at this rate.
The price of Australia's biggest export, iron ore, remained resilient, largely above $100 a tonne, boosting the bottom lines of BHP, Rio Tinto and Fortescue. Gold miners like Newmont rode a once-in-a-generation boom.
They should get a proper earnings boost when you see an uplift like this.
More importantly, where there's plenty of cash on the balance sheet, I think we're going to see some surprises again in terms of dividends.
And cash poured into.
As we know, gold prices keep increasing. There was that slight little bit where gold and silver prices crashed for about 3 hours and then went right back up, and everyone was confused as to why that happened. That was Western elites selling off their gold and silver stores to pay off debts that they have, and then that gold and silver being bought by Russia, China, and India, functionally just transferring trillions of dollars of wealth from the west to the east. Mind you, we've also had professionals saying that they expect the price of gold to continue rising, so big deal.
Data centres for companies like NextDC, but analysts warn it could soon dry up.
It's an interesting play. There's certainly extraordinary growth built into forecasts, but they had perhaps run a bit hard.
Data centre development is inevitably going to hit delays. We know that the water requirements for cooling are just can't be accommodated by Sydney's water storage, and so there is going to be some slowdown to the hopium that's been priced into many of these AI-related stocks.
Yeah, fuck AI. I'm talking about gold, like resources. First off, Australia needs to stop cucking ourselves and selling our resources for cheap to, I don't know, anybody and everybody. Gold is going to continue going up in price as the US dollar continues to crash. And so that is good for Australian gold miners. In fact, there's like, if you're in Australia, you know the show like Gold Rush, where it's a game show where people spend their life savings on investments to go mine for gold in random parts of Australia, and sometimes they get some and sometimes they don't. Those people are very happy right now. What's up, Jerry?
While the tech race hits a speed bump, the competition for shoppers' dollars heats up in the supermarket sector.
If your PM had the balls to shit himself in a Macca's, you'd be on the good path. Well, you know, considering the PM that did that is in the Epstein files, and Albanese, as far as I'm concerned, is not, shockingly, genuinely, like, I'm actually surprised he's not, but, you know, that's crazy, because gold is just a shiny rock. Well, gold is a shiny rock, but gold is also where people go for safety when currency is unstable. And the US dollar was the global reserve currency for a very long time. That is falling apart. That has been falling apart for quite a long time. We don't have Taco Bell in a bunch of states in this country, unfortunately. And also, like, that would also require Australia to be not an American colony. So, speaking of American colony, the U.S. government's goal is inflation, then drive the U.S. Dollar value down on purpose to bring assets up or something. Well, yes, they want to crash the economy by doing that. They want inflation, they want to drive the U.S. Dollar value down, and then they want to have an economic crisis. Again, if you want to make massive changes to the government and to the economic system, is that easier to do in a good economy or in a bad economy? It's easier to do in a bad economy. But, so, yesterday, there was massive protests in Australia as the president of Israel came for a visit, Herzog. And to start off with, I mean, there was a lot of people who showed up to these protests. An absolute sea of people is gathered at Flinders Street Station in Melbourne this evening. Tens of thousands saying loud and clear, Herzog is not welcome here. And the police response to this was, well, what you would expect. Explain to me why that was justified. We got, you know, scattered groups of people over here. We got lines of cops. Like, that is a fucking battalion. These people aren't even chanting. They don't even have signs. Like, I'm sure they were rushing past most of these. But, like, why? What was the need for this? Looks like a Python sketch? Yeah, it does. It was bad. That was pretty bad. They were brutalizing people on the street, like American police. I mean, take a look. Sydney police grabbed the woman from behind, yanked her scarf, and strangled her, dragged her to the ground during a protest in Sydney, Australia. What's up, Shuva Pooper? Something to consider is where, with whom you plan on working with to make that consideration. Yeah, I do agree. Continuing on, here's police charging, bashing people in the face. This is in Sydney. Like, again, this was an entirely peaceful protest until the police started, you know, being violent. They literally closed off a part of Sydney to make the president of Israel feel more at home, which to me feels like that's anti-Semitic. Like, they're like, okay, the Israeli president is coming to Sydney. We need to apartheid part of Sydney. Like, that's what that feels like the decision they made is. It actually legitimately feels anti-Semitic. No, but like, no, protest is illegal. Peace is illegal.
Tell me what happened. Fascist pig. I was trying to shelter her. She's 70. And I said, well, we'll back off. And he just went for it 3 times.
And pepper sprayed you?
Straight in the face.
For trying to defend a 73-year-old that they were also trying to pepper spray in the face. Remember, like, pepper spray, tear gas, like, these are all fine for domestic policing, but they're literally a war crime when used on a battlefield, like in an international war.
You got sprayed too, madam? Yes. How old are you?
71.
I guess someone else.
Tell me what happened.
Fascist pig. I was trying to shelter her. She's 7.
Like, repeatedly spraying elderly people with pepper spray. Why? This was on the New South Wales Premier's office this morning. Want some police brutality? Inquire within. Fuck you, Chris Minns. Fuck you. He seems believable. Yeah. I wonder why. What is the like purpose here? Is this democracy manifest? You Aussies doing the America thing again? I don't recommend it. Yeah, we are, and I don't recommend it either. What is the purpose here? Like, this person is clearly on their back. They clearly already were sprayed because their hands are, like, on their face. The purpose is cruelty. Exactly, circuit overload. Exactly. By the way, just imagine what our government would do if anyone in this country touched or pushed a Jewish person praying at the current time. Like, imagine this happening to Jewish people in this country, and this being, like, perfectly fine. Again, we just passed new hate speech laws that are supposed to be, you know, applied to everybody. This is not even like the hate speech laws don't even apply here. The police are acting like a hate group in this case. Again, this is in Sydney. Well, Gary Johnson, we don't have midterms like that in Australia. You know, it's literally a crime for me to call someone who is like a faith leader talking about their beliefs a bigot. If I said that, that would be a crime. However, this is fine. Every cop here should be arrested under the new hate laws. Every single one of them committed a crime. This is Islamophobia, this is discrimination, this is hateful behavior. These people are peacefully practicing their faith. Like, are you kidding me? There's some brown men on their knees kneeling. That looks like terrorism. Like, what?
They're fucking praying! They're fucking praying! They're praying! They're praying! You fucking animal! Look! Oh my God!
If only we had super cops to arrest them. Well, we do. In Australia, that would be known as the Australian Federal Police, or, even bigger than that. In America, that would be the FBI. That would be the National Guard. The National Guard, for example, exists specifically. They are super cops. In fact, they're super military. The National Guard exists to fight the U.S. military in case they tried to do tyranny on you. In this case, we have the Australian Federal Police, who did not help in this case. Are they complaining about the praying guys praying to an invisible deity? No, they're complaining about the police assaulting these people that are praying. Like, that's what people are mad about. There are people peacefully praying at this protest. This is them protesting. Instead of marching, instead of holding signs, they are praying. And the police are dragging them and arresting them. And the question I'm asking is, with the new hate laws, it is illegal for me to call a religious leader a bigot after they make a speech. How is this legal? Imagine this being done to Christians or Jewish people. In any case, imagine any other religion in this country practicing their faith openly on the street and this happening, and it being okay. Yeah, the police suck here too? Yeah, ours didn't used to, well, I mean, ours have always been pretty bad, but not America bad. These are just American cops. This is, Abigail Boyd, a Greens MP, describes how she was assaulted. This is a member of parliament, was assaulted by New South Wales police last night, and how the police assaulted Muslims who were praying and other people who were nearby. This is a member of parliament.
What happened? Can you talk us through what led to that?
Yeah, so I was on the top of the steps where the speakers were. After everybody had gone, the police were stopping people from leaving, but also stopping people from marching. I thought that it would be a good role for me to video from up on the top of the steps where I could get a really good view. And I started videoing and I saw police intimidating people. There was a young kid they were chasing at one point. There was a bunch of things going on, so I just was videoing. There's just a few of us up on those steps. I saw as the horses were coming in, and I videoed as the police were just running.
Guys, don't make fun of religions in my chat. It'll literally get the channel taken down. It is illegal to do that now. I'm not even kidding. Like, y'all making those jokes in chat can get me in trouble, unfortunately. Oh my goodness, thank you for the raid, the noisy immigrant. Welcome. Let me give you a nice little shout out. We are, at the moment, just talking about some Australian news. We're talking about how the Australian police in Sydney were brutalizing protesters yesterday. We're protesting against the visit of the Israeli president, and then we're going to move on to America. But welcome, everybody. Thank you. So right now we're listening to a member of parliament talking about how she was assaulted by police and how police were assaulting the protesters yesterday. Illegal laws? Yes, I have a video on it, Latino Mifune. By the way, guys, follow me on YouTube if you don't. I've been banned on Twitch twice already, and so, you know, third time's not going to be the charm. So you can follow me on YouTube, you can join the Discord as well. I know you were not being serious, but like the law's the law here, and they will make it a problem for no reason other than they can.
At groups of people and sort of corralling them into an area. Up on the steps, I was really out of it, like I wasn't part of any of it. And the police, there was about 6 of them, came up the steps, told me I had to move. I said, okay, I'm a member of parliament. I'm recording to make sure that everything is above board. But of course
police
I'm moving on.
Police were protecting property and commerce? Literally not even. Police were not even doing that. They're like, the last video I showed was a bunch of dudes sitting on the ground praying, and the police were attacking them.
Down the steps, there was a group of people who were praying because it was evening prayer time.
I'll show it again in a second.
It was, I think, maybe 12 of them. They were praying peacefully, and it was clear that the police were wanting to move them on in the middle of their prayer. People were yelling at them and saying, just let them pray. It doesn't take that long. You can wait a minute. And there was plenty of room on the other side of them.
So okay, I didn't know the context for this, because they're talking about how they did this because they needed to move. That was their justification, is because this was taking too long. This video is 1.5 minutes. This was taking too long.
Guys, what are you doing? What are you doing?
They're not damaging property. They're not holding signs. They're not screaming. They're literally praying. This isn't even ICE. Fuck ICE. But this is Australian police. Can you give us a rundown what we can't say in the comments of this channel since the new legislation came through? Just don't... I don't know. No, not really. I have a video on it. You can check it out on my YouTube. Basically, everything's illegal. Just... I don't care. Just try not to, like, make fun of religion and we'll be fine. Aside from that, I'm not particularly worried. I thought you'd find it amusing that in a Harvard class on Hitler, they told a story of when he was so poor he lived in shelter for homelessness and destitute, and that had been financed by 3 wealthy families. I do know that, and it is kind of funny. So, let's see the statement that APAN made. Now, APAN, fuck Aussie ICE, I guess. That was literally just New South Wales Police Department. That wasn't even federal police. So APAN is the Australian Palestinian Advocacy Network. I have interviewed Nasser Meshi, who is the leader of that, at a protest in Adelaide, for example. And this is what they said. We unequivocally condemn the racist violence unleashed by New South Wales and Victorian police against peaceful protesters last night. Community members, including our own staff, took to the streets to oppose the visit of Isaac Herzog and demand an end to Israel's ongoing atrocities in Palestine. Last night, across 30 cities and towns, tens of thousands of people mobilized in peaceful protest. In Sydney, police attacked Muslims at prayer, punched and pepper-sprayed families, elders, and young people. Responsibility for the violence in New South Wales sits with the Premier Chris Minns. Fuck you, Chris Minns. Within his jurisdiction, police were authorized to act against non-violent assembly. That raises serious concerns. Yeah, no, like they just have the right. They made protest fucking illegal in this country because we're just an American colony. Literally, we must stop peace protesters from terrorizing our war criminal guests. This is the headline, and this is fucking correct. Genuinely. If you mention YouTube in a friendly manner, you get better service. I don't care about service. Like, I genuinely don't care about it. I'm not trying to become like a big streamer. I'm trying to say what I see as authentically and truthfully as I possibly can. And I know that I get limited. I know a lot of people don't get to see me. The people who do, if you listen, then you're better off. Like, that's just how it is. In 2025, police killings in the United States surpassed 1,000, marking a significant and alarming trend in police violence. Yes, in fact, you know, in America, I actually have something interesting about that. So, police violence and, you know, like, shootings and deaths related to law enforcement have increased. You know what's decreased in America this year, though? Shockingly? Mass shootings. Now, I wonder why.
So I started thinking the other day that I haven't heard much about any mass shootings lately. And then I decided to look the numbers up, and it turns out that 2025 was the lowest number for them in about 5 years.
Because they all have something better to do now.
So then I looked it up and I realized that the numbers of mass shootings by month started dropping off right around the time that ICE started heavily recruiting for more federal agents. Almost as if they have something else to do right now.
ICE is a terrorist organization. It is literally, definitionally, state-sponsored terrorism. And so it makes a lot of sense that they hired a bunch of ICE agents, or ICE terrorists rather, and mass shooting numbers went down, because now they get to just assault people, like, legally on the street for free. It's fun, like, for them. They don't have to, you know, go do a big mass shooting and get killed. They can just legally kill people because they are a terrorist organization. Meanwhile, like over here in Australia, as we become more and more America in our colonial state, this is what it looks like. Like everywhere is just becoming this. This is the same thing here, it's the same in Germany, it's the same in France, it's the same in England. Oh, it gets so much worse, circuit overload. Like, wait till we get to the America news today. Because we're going to be talking about the concentration camps. We have whistleblowers from inside the camps. Please stop peacefully resisting. Exactly. No, like, it's like that post said. We have to attack our peaceful protesters to save our war criminal guests. Maybe protest in the rural areas. Maybe no, because the entire point of a protest is to cause, I don't know, disruption. Global solidarity now. Like, first off, your job at the protest is to be this guy. When you go to a protest, your job is to get the shit beaten out of you on camera. That's the entire point. Like, in a democracy, in a system like we have, the state has a monopoly on violence. And so your job as a protester is to rage bait the violent state on camera until they brutalize you on camera. That's the whole point of protest. Besides that, it's also to cause disruption, because that's why people notice. Again, like, you see stuff like this and that works. Who is this keeping safe? Who are they keeping safe? Keeping property safe. And again, this was an entirely peaceful protest. By the way, just so you know how much influence America and even Jeffrey Epstein has on Australia. Mind you, so many Australian prime ministers are named in those files, but just here's one quick example.
How powerful E-Man was in Australia? This is an email that he sent 12 months before Kevin Rudd was ousted by Julia Gillard. He said, "Rudd will only be in power a few months. Do not wait." And then Epstein, someone replies to Epstein, this Rod Larson says, "I know."
They're arresting people who take videos during murders here too. Yeah, they've officially put that out. It is terrorism to record them murdering people. They've said that, like, openly. That has been said. So look, before we jump to America really quickly, I need you to understand that this is not the only way. Like, we don't need to live like this. Look at this foreign policy. This is the Danish foreign minister visiting Egypt and presenting the Egyptian foreign minister with a Lego set of the Great Pyramids of Giza. And look how happy this man is. We could have foreign diplomacy like this. But no, we gotta like make other countries beat their civilians with their police. We have to pepper spray children. We have to arrest 2-year-olds and murder people. And like that's what we gotta do? No. Why can't we have this? Why can't this be the government that we build? Like, I just don't understand. Well, I do. It's because they hate you and they like your suffering. That's the whole fucking point. Now, I suppose we should jump right into some of this. I'd be that happy if I got a Lego set of the pyramids as well. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. But then again, we don't live in a, like, well, I mean, I live in Australia, but America's not a real country anymore, guys. Like, it's just really not. For example, it just runs on corruption. Binance, whose founder was pardoned by Trump, now holds 87% of Trump's crypto stablecoin. This is like Balkan level of corruption. By the way, the Department of Justice is now demanding voter files from every state and suing the states that refuse. You're not having a real election again. Like, I told you this. They said last week they were going to put ICE terrorists at polling stations. You're not having a real election again.
For months now, the Trump administration has been demanding that nearly every state hand over confidential, unredacted voter data. I'm talking about full copies of statewide voter registration lists, including driver's license numbers and social security numbers. And if the states don't comply, the Justice Department has been suing them. This is unprecedented. The federal government has no business
I'm going to tell you right now, the law in the United States is dead. Go check out my YouTube video where I interview a JD in constitutional law, talking specifically about how the law will not protect you. Like, this person's job is literally to help people who are arrested by ICE. That is their full job. They have a JD in constitutional law. And the law is not going to save you. Protesters could cover themselves with petroleum jelly to slip away from being grabbed. Yeah, they're going to call that an act of terrorism too. Although I will say, I feel like maybe somebody's listening to me over there in Minnesota, because I said last week that it would be really funny if people started bringing, like, you know, sex toys to the protest and, you know, maybe covering them in, like, ketchup and shit and make these people feel uncomfortable because they're all pussies. And it turns out this week that people were throwing dildos at the ICE agents. Lady Braz, I totally disagree with how the police responded to the protesters in New South Wales. There were reasons why they did that. Did you cover what part is? I didn't, and I know that there are reasons why they did it. I just don't accept them as reasonable, rational, like, justifications. Like, I just genuinely don't. This is fantastic, though. 10 out of 10 for throwing dildos at Nazis.
Alright, so they still have more dildos.
Genuinely, like, I've said this as part of, why don't we have, like, people making shields, so we can have, like, shield walls, you can, like, cover them together, you can create, like, cover for a medic to help someone that's hurt on the ground or something, and you know what, you could even have, like, a stick, you can tie a dildo to the end of the stick, so it's like a spear, but it's not sharp, so it can't hurt anybody, and stand in, like, a shield formation. And then I see, like, a couple days later, people just sticking dildos onto their cars and shit, and it's just 10 out of 10. Very happy with that. Watch this whole dildo event live, it was wild. Absolutely. The mighty dildo strikes again. Look, we're just picking up where Ukraine left off. You know, they have the dildo of consequences, I believe, which is their flamingo missile. Anyway, let's continue going, because there's a lot of bad shit. And I need you to understand the type of people in the country, like, before we talk about the state, before we talk about the terrorist organization that is ICE, before we talk about what's happening in the government, I need you to understand the mentality of, like, the right in the United States. That's what you need to understand first. Let me open these links up. So first and foremost, starting off with today, this happened today. MAGA dad shot and killed his daughter after an argument about Trump. Harrison said he bought a gun because he wanted security for his family. Instead, he killed his daughter, who was visiting from the United Kingdom. While the Roman shield formation was very effective, they would march forward with the W. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was like suggesting. Great Lord of the Omniworld. Also, nice name. Dildozer. I like that too. A weapon of mass sexuality.
Former St. Cloud City Council member Jeff Johnson is suspending his GOP campaign for governor after his daughter was killed in an
This was someone who was running for governor of Minnesota. He killed his daughter.
Domestic incident. It happened Saturday night on the south side of St. Cloud. Police say officers found 22-year-old Hallie Tobler dead from stab wounds and believe her husband committed the crime. Danny Spiewak joins us now live from St. Cloud with the very latest on this investigation. Danny?
Well, the news of Jeff Johnson's daughter's death this weekend has really shaken the city of St. Cloud. Jeff Johnson is very well known here. He was a city council member from 2010 to 20.
Texas handed over the voter data with zero quarrel. I'm not surprised. Again, they're demanding the voter data from every single state, and they will sue the state otherwise. They're also going into schools and just grabbing it.
2018 through the year 2018 and was in the middle of running for governor seeking the GOP nomination.
Whatever. Too many fucking right-wingers killing their fucking kids these days. Here we have just a random guy. Just this is insane to me, okay? This is not a MAGA dude. I don't know what his political beliefs are. This is him venting about how he feels because life is hard, right? Just listen to him and then look at how he gets responded to by the right. This is by all accounts, a dude that they would fucking be on the side of. They would think that this guy is MAGA.
I don't know how.
It was the husband killing the wife on this one? Ah, I see. My apologies. That guy killed his wife, and then a different Republican killed his daughter. Tracks.
Many of you guys are going and going and going.
Is this a channel where you have a go at the right? I often have a go at the left as well, just because, like, I don't believe what we consider to be the left as the left. But, like, we'll get to that. And, like, I get it, Liddy Bruz. Like, they legally had the right to do it. I just think that it's disgusting and they shouldn't have, and it was horrific. I think it was very Americanized, like, response from the police.
I know you gotta be at the same level of mental health as me. Every day it's something new between the fucking news and the fucking stupid Biden and stupid Trump. And this
like, you would assume this man is MAGA, right?
Every day we're spending more and more money. None of us are getting ahead. The rich people are the ones that are fucking getting ahead.
The ones eating your fucking children.
I'm tired of struggling. I've done everything I can. I'm trying to be a good man. I take care of my daughter. I take care of my wife. The best I can. I can't keep going. Every day it's something new.
I know we all relate to this guy. Also, Liddy Bruz, I do love equal opportunity hater. So this is how he gets responded to. If you record yourself crying and put it on the internet, I hope whatever you're going through gets worse. Boo fucking who? These aren't people. First off, like, literally, they're not people. They're almost certainly bots. Almost everything on the internet is bots. Almost everything on this site is bots. So, already just straight up not a person. More than likely. Like, 85% sure this is not a human being. But, like, holy fucking shit. You watch this man just crying. Takes care of his daughter, his wife, honestly a bar most of the wealthy can't even reach. Oh, that's true. Remember, they see empathy as a sin? Yeah. Are you a bot? I literally could be and you wouldn't know. I could be AI and you would not know. That's the issue. Hell, like, here, let me show you. I know this is, we're gonna be jumping around a little bit, but like, how bad it's gotten, you couldn't know if I was AI.
Getting weird. Part infinity.
So I keep seeing these comments everywhere. She's AI. Well, I feel real.
It is AI. That's not a real person. That is not a real person making real music. That is an AI person making AI music on Spotify. You would not know. Well, I do know it's not that advanced, plus I know, no, what you have available to the public is not that advanced. What states have is significantly more advanced than what's available to the public.
And I hope the 3 billion people listening feel the same.
But you're not real.
It's not real. We're already there. Have you seen the bot farm of 5 million during TPUSA Super Bowl show? No, I didn't, but I'm not surprised. Like, they, got like 6 million views? Look, all I know is Kid Rock's music is for people who know the price of, like, raw copper, so. Let's keep going with, evil motherfuckers. This is another, horrific, like, parasite.
If you guys step foot anywhere near my house again, you'll all be deported. Okay, I'm a citizen. Okay, I don't care. Okay. I'm white. I'll make shit happen. I'm just saying, don't fucking ever come to my house again. Don't talk to my daughter. Whatever you gotta do. If you guys...
This is a MAGA mother telling their daughter's friend to never talk to her again, or she will call ICE to deport her. The girl replies, but I am a US citizen. To which the mother replies, I don't care, I'm white, I'll make shit happen. This is literally the mentality of your average MAGA. Like, we're here. That's what they believe. That is where they are. The same people who needed their own Super Bowl halftime show are the same people who needed their own water fountains and bathrooms and schools. Just so you understand. By the way, they're losing their mind because this Hispanic man who was arrested, like a child rapist, is labeled as white. This is what they're mad about. Holy crap, illegal immigrant Juan Rum blah 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 is charged with raping 3 children, has been labeled as white male. Yeah, because a lot of Latin people are white. That's their entire fixation. They don't care about anything else. It is a race war to them. They fully believe in that. Here's another one. This is happening in Florida.
Can you stop following me? Seriously.
No,
God bless you. Have a great day.
You almost caused an accident
You were
3 times because of your
Can you
ignorance.
stop following me,
Mentally
please?
retarded fucking cunt.
All right.
Fuck you.
Go
no,
ahead.
All right.
Have a great day,
You do
ma'am.
what you do, and I do what I do.
Okay.
And you don't tell
Bye.
me what to do. Fuck you, cunt.
Can I just go to the store?
No, do you want an Uzi up your ass or
Do
in
you
your
want to
face?
call 911?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. All
Fuck
right.
you.
How about go park?
Oh, you do whatever you want.
No, I want to go to TJ Maxx, and that's it. I love you. God bless you. Have a great day.
You almost caused an accident on the phone while driving it, literally. Regulation was needed decades ago. Same shit with social media that gets away and changes your... Oh, yeah, no. Literally, like, social media is made to addict you. Every time you open one of these glowing screens, you are being manipulated, including myself. I'm not immune to this. But, like, all of this shit is meant to addict you. The reason that you scroll the way you do on your phone is because your brain thinks it's a fucking slot machine. We've seen MRIs of people scrolling TikTok and doing cocaine. It's the same thing in your brain.
You're full of bullshit.
You hate me? Oh, I'm
You're
so sorry.
blasphemous,
Okay.
You fucking cunt.
I'll call ICE and they'll shoot you like the others.
Fuck you. Go back to where you came from.
Where is
we
that?
don't want you.
Where is that?
We don't want you.
Where is that,
I hope
mamacita?
you're fucking
Bye,
illegal.
honey.
I'll call ICE.
Vaya pues, hágale. Go ahead. Call ICE. Call ICE on me. Go.
I would love to.
Go.
And they'll shoot you like they shoot the others. Go back to where you came from.
There is no fixing these people. I do not want to reconcile with those people. Those are dead people. Genuine. I firmly believe this, that those are not people anymore. They have died. that is a corpse being, like, puppeted. You require empathy. Empathy is key to humanity. This is why AI can't produce art. This is why fascists can't produce art. This is why fascists can't be creative. They lack the core part of humanity, which is empathy. You need empathy to be able to understand the world around you, to be able to understand people around you. These people have lost they are dead. They are zombies. That is why zombie historically is an allegory for fascism, because they are a mindless horde that wants to destroy everything in front of them. This is why I have classifications. We have the zombies, like this lady at the bottom. We have the ghouls, which is one step above, the violent ones, the ICE terrorists. Then we have the liches. The liches are the ones spawning these, you know, Matt Walsh, Candace Owens, all those motherfuckers. And then we have the demons up top, the demons running the show. Technically, if you really want to get fancy, you can add vampires to the corner. They're demons, but they also just siphon all of the wealth and happiness out of your life and leave you into, so there's nothing left. Here is another instance. Now, this was actually funny, because the person doing this, I believe, got arrested. Yes. So this is in Indiana, and this is a student threatening to call ICE to deport an Uber driver for looking illegal, but she, on video, commits crimes here, and she's the one that gets arrested. There's no left or right, just opinions. No, there is only up and down. But Great Lord of the Omni-World, you need to understand that the right is the enforcers. They're the tools of up. There is no left versus right. It's up versus down. But there is a right, and that right is the soldiers. They are the occupying force, the weapon that is deployed by up against us. And part of that is brainwashing you. Part of that is making this okay, is normalizing this. It's making you feel like you can get away with this shit. And first off, I'm very happy that she didn't get away with this. What's up, Headless Chicken?
Abby, I got the license plate number.
You can
I got
complain wherever you
I
want.
got your license plate number.
Yeah, wherever
This man is so Turkish. Hold on. Just before, tell me this man is not Turkish.
Wherever you want.
My mom will see you in fucking court.
Get out of my car.
Head ass
Get
bitch.
out of my car. Get out of my car.
Abby, it's fine. Let's go.
Get
Take a
out
video.
of my car. Get out of my car. I told
Get out of my car. Head ass bitch. I'll shove fucking dildo up
you. Get
your
out
ass.
of my car. Otherwise, I'm gonna call police.
That is a threat of violence.
You're gonna
One
go
crime.
Yeah.
What is it?
I don't wanna.
She did get arrested for this.
Wait, what is it called?
Are you crazy?
Abby, let's go.
Yes, of course
Go,
I'm
go,
crazy.
yeah.
Cause
Go.
my mom will fucking
Okay,
sue your ass.
Yeah,
You will see me in court.
Yeah.
You will have.
You
Wait,
wanna check my ID?
My mother will hear about this.
My ID.
okay, let me see it.
Send her.
Wait.
Yeah.
Wait, let
Send
me
her.
see it. Wait,
Send
let me.
her.
Wait, let me
Send
see
her.
it. Let me see it.
Yeah, exactly.
Send her,
That's why you can't say
Let me
you
see
can't
it.
say
Exactly.
Exactly. Let's go, Abby.
Guess what?
Let's go. He's not.
Okay, wait,
he's not
let me
legal.
see
Let's
it.
go. He's not legal.
Don't
Oh.
touch.
Do not.
And she now assaults him. That's what she gets arrested for.
Oh, let's get it. Let's
Oh,
get it.
you're-
Hold my purse. Hold my purse.
Oh.
Get out of here.
Oh.
Hold my purse.
Oh, you're trying to hit her? Oh, you're getting fucked up. No, you're getting fucked up.
kicked my
I got the on video. On video. Yeah. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah?
Oh, you
Good
hit
job
her
recording
again.
it all.
Oh,
Thank you.
let's call the police then. Let's get Abby supported. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
This is what they want to make okay. Can someone explain to me how the fuck white supremacy is on the rise in Indonesia? Growing threat of far-right radicalization. This said white, yeah, there we go. Indonesia white supremacy ideology. Like, this comes from us. Assuming he's not legal, our education system is so fucked, critical thinking right out the window. Well, they don't want you to have critical thinking. There's a reason I have been called the mother of critical thinking. Because nobody teaches you this. You're literally taught to not do that. Like, it's the opposite. They don't want you to think. Thinking is a crime. It's thought crime. By the way, I find it really funny that the gay Mexican Nazi liked Bad Bunny's halftime show. Of course he did. Because, like, he speaks Spanish. God, sometimes, like, we have the most DEI Nazis. Damn, that wasn't a plop, that was a thump. Yep. Okay, then we have people like this. Let me be clear. If you're a parent and you say something like this, your children should be taken away from you. I don't even like CPS. The foster care system is fucked. This person should not have the ability to raise their child. That's fucking insane. I don't give a shit about the Epstein list. I don't give a shit if President Trump is on it. I wouldn't give a shit if President Trump raped me, and I wouldn't give a shit if President Trump touched my kids. Your kids should just get taken away from you for that. Gone. Dutch influence left in the region. Lots of Dutch Indonesian moved to Indonesia thinking that they're better because they have white blood in them. No joke. Okay, that makes sense, Ahmadads. Thank you. That is a good explanation. Speaking of, did you know that the Dutch have openly said that they think that we in America right now are more dangerous than Hitler? Which I firmly agree with. If the old school Nazis got to see the surveillance system that we have set up, they would have they would pop a boner so hard that they would explode. They want you to obey orders and just go about your day. That's why they hire the stupidest among us to be cops. Well, it's not just the stupidest among us. Literally, it's they hire criminals. This also happened today. Hold on. Because this is wild. This today.
Out of Maple Grove. This is the most disturbing arrest that we've had here. He is a backgrounder for ICE, Homeland Security, and federal agencies. So when you're getting your security clearance, this is one of the guys that does your backgrounds, which is kind of scary.
He was sex trafficking. Literally, it's all of them. Every single person in the government is a criminal.
So
the Nazis got the idea from us and they couldn't do everything we did. Yeah, I know. And now we're going to do it better than them. We're already doing it better than them.
So we locked him up. And I think if you're going to be, these people get access, they get a high security clearance, right? Because again, for all the ICE agents, Homeland Security agents, and people get.
By the way, even when you comply and follow orders, they will still shoot you. That doesn't stop them from shooting you. You do what they say, you still get shot. Thought we got confirmation these guys kidnapping, disappearing children and women. They just arrested a 2-year-old yesterday. They're deporting a 5-year-old soon. Again, we have not had any real deportations, because a deportation is a legal procedure where you go in front of a judge, and a judge decides that you don't belong here, and then they deport you. There is none of that happening. You need to understand the mentality first, because the average, Republican in America has a belief that is inconsistent with reality. They look at this. This is someone that they're calling a radical left communist. Listen to this person talk, this 17-second clip, and tell me if there's literally anything radical in here.
It's definitely a tough time in our country right now, and I think I just continue to represent my values, which is compassion and respect and love for others, and also to represent my community at home and those that have given us the opportunities to be here. It's a very special experience.
That's a radical communist. This is outrageous. Yes, reject the right's framing, call things what they are. I do not call ICE agents. They are terrorists. Police are not taught to de-escalate. They are literally taught to escalate. Which one do I listen to? There's 5 jackasses yelling an order. You listen to me. That's who you listen to. I heard a Republican say, I think ICE has done a good job. I've honestly been impressed that they've deported hardly any citizens. That's insane. By the way, if you're new, go on my YouTube and check out my video on why I think that they are doing illegal medical experiments on ICE detainees in Honolulu Federal Detention Center with Neuralink. I have a very long video of that. In fact, I even brought on a guest, someone to play the devil's advocate, a member of this space, Devil's Advocate Productions, who, I don't know, was pretty fucking convinced. Oh, they absolutely are. There are reports of that? Yeah. By the way, while we're on the subject, guys, if you have not heard of This Space, please go and drop them a follow. Now, This Space TV is currently running our first subscriber drive, and I do my show weekly there on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So let's have a look. So first off, this is the lineup. Wait, right here. This is the lineup. This is the amazing community of creators and contributors that we have at this space. And we are currently doing a subscriber drive. Go and subscribe. Support independent media. Together, like, is the only way we get through this. And come hang out with us all week for news. We do very long streams throughout the day, and we will be ending on Friday the 13th of February with a marathon stream, where starting 6 p.m. Eastern, we will have an all-in. Multiple hosts will cycle in and out. We're going to have some games. We're going to play games like with the chat as well. And we're going to end this off with a movie. It is a fantastic community, and I highly recommend it. Now, on top of that, we just got a promo video, so I would like to show you. How do I full screen this? Whatever, that's it.
Thank you all for watching This Space TV.
If you don't know what This Space is,
we are a working class independent media collective.
It's a great opportunity to get involved with a community that is absolutely trying to do the right thing over there for the right reasons.
We are here Monday through Thursday. We do live content. We do syndicated content.
Amplifying the voices that you definitely know and the ones that you probably should know.
Watch this space.
Hell yeah. All right, sorry, I just wanted to do that because this space is actually fantastic and has been amazing to the community. So, continuing on. Let's see some of these comments. Fuck that, ICE are commies. If self-described commies can miscribe nihilism because it's the popular definition, fuck it, Trump and ICE are commies. You know what, I agree, anarchist tech support. Fuck it, why not? Call them communists. Literally, I don't care whether what you call them is correct or not. I genuinely don't. I think you should be calling them whatever makes them mad. I saw a TikTok video. I can't repeat this, by the way. You know what, I'll just show it to you. I cannot repeat these words myself. But, you know what? If you have the ability, if you have the privilege to say something like this, first off, not only do I think it is correct, I think you should.
A white protester took it upon themselves to call a black ICE agent a house nigga. Now, this is my issue, bitch. The fact that it's the right message is blowing me. It's just the wrong messenger, like... Let that be your last time you say that, sir.
Yeah, white people don't be saying that. But if you're black, I highly recommend you say that. Especially to brown ICE agents. I also recommend if you find a brown ICE agent off duty that you call ICE on them. They have arrested other ICE agents before. They have for DUIs and shit. Like, we're in a war right now. You need to understand where we are. Because... a lot of things are happening that, like, we're not looking at correctly. For example, why Alex Preddy died.
Survive because he did not treat the enemy like the enemy. That man did not survive because he did not treat the enemy like the enemy. He treated them like rational human beings that just needed an attitude adjustment. That just needed somebody to point out that what they were doing is wrong, and then they would knock it off. He was unable to recognize that he was already in a combat situation and that his life was already in danger. We are past the point of appealing to whatever humanity you assume people who are willing to do this job may still have inside. Because if anything, they're going to display that privately with a certain cylindrical shaped object in their mouth. They're not going to do it in front of their friends at work. Or colleagues. I don't know if you can have friends when you
remember, the things that we see in the media are them being on their best behavior. That is their best behavior. It's not the reality of the situation. You want to see what the reality of the situation is? People die without their medication. Many of the deaths in ICE custody have been due to lack of medical care. This is a toddler, a baby in respiratory failure. ICE denied her medication. This is a cull. They don't care if detainees die or become disabled. They are installing biomass-graded incinerators in the new camps. I've explained there is literally zero use case for biomass graded incinerators unless you are trying to burn corpses. There is no other reason to have them. They are very expensive. There are several other kinds of incinerators you can get for other things. The fact that they are installing biomass graded incinerators in the new camps means that those are for you. For you. Well, let me open up some more links. Zora, what's a good thing to say to a black ICE agent that carries the same application without being the same? Okay, legally, I'm not going to be able to say what I want you to say, but I mean, like, talk about slavery. Like, they act like slave catchers. In fact, a lot of the time, so everyone calls ICE the Gestapo. They are not the Gestapo. What they are is the brown shirts, the ones that came before the Gestapo in Nazi Germany. These people were like terrorists. They walked around the street. They beat people. They raped people. Would Uncle Tom be better? Yeah, you know what? I like that. And after they gained a little bit of power, they got a little bit of, ego in their head, and they challenged the Fuhrer just a little bit too much. And then they got put in the camps. So, like, that's who ICE is. Those are the thugs that are also going to end up in the camps eventually. So, just put them there now. It's easier. Arthur Kirk got you, fam? Yeah, they are acting like slave patrols, slave catchers. Absolutely. So, by the way, you're not safe. They can get into your phone. They're watching you now. If you've not seen the fact that they have Elite, which is working with Palantir, you have a little social credit score number above your house on like a map of Google Maps, and that's based off of your neighbors, your activity. If you live in a big city and a protest crosses past your house, your number goes down, making you less trustworthy, meaning you're more likely to get, assaulted. Flock cameras, yep, all of those also now have ultra-sensitive microphones that are designed to be able to pick up private conversations in busy city areas.
Hey everybody. How would you feel if the FBI or the Department of Homeland Security copied the entire...
They're not getting paid. They're getting paid in promises. Their promises is raping and killing people, which is what they're doing. That's their pay.
...contents of your email account or your phone? If the answer is not good, you need to watch this. I'm Liz Oyer, the former pardon attorney for the Department of Justice. There are two stories I want to share that are cautionary tales for all of us. The first is about a 67-year-old retiree named John who lives in Pennsylvania. In October, John read a news story about DHS's efforts to deport an Afghan refugee who feared he'd be killed by the Taliban if he returned to Afghanistan. John was worried about the man, so he picked up his computer, opened Gmail, and typed out an email to the prosecutor on the case, urging him to show compassion. He wrote, apply principles of common sense and decency.
See, the thing is, I've been working with a lot of lawyers, and a lot of these lawyers are losing hope because the law doesn't matter. They just ignore the law. They don't care about the law. When you have a system built on, like, liberalism that requires people to abide by the law, when somebody says, no, fuck it, I don't care, and nobody stands up to them, then nothing happens. Yeah, Congress never approved their sign-on bonuses for hiring. It doesn't matter. Remember Anne Frank? Oh, you want to think about Anne Frank? Here, let's look at Anne Frank. Today's Anne Frank. Inside the homes where Americans are hiding from ICE. How about that? How about, where is this? People being terrorized. This, by the way, look at this. This is from a stand-up set, right? This is literally terror produced by terrorists.
Oh, ICE is here? Oh, ICE is here. Oh, okay. Jeez. Holy hell. Thanks, lady. Unrelated. Do you mind locking any of the doors? Just anywhere. Wherever the emergency exit are, please. Put marbles on the stairs, please. Let's Home Alone this place right away.
This comes from terror. See how this random white dude got scared? Yeah. Because it's everybody. They don't care. They just don't care.
And she was driving to go pay her rent and to pick up a birthday cake for her 14-year-old grandson. That day. And as she was driving, she noticed that she was being followed by a car that didn't have a license plate. Within minutes, it happened where the car put their lights on, she got boxed in, and she was pulled over. She had no information about what was happening. The people got out of the car, they had vests on that said police. They started banging on her window, telling her to open her door. She was scared. She has asthma. She didn't know if tear gas was going to be used on her. She watches TV like everyone else. When she didn't respond, they broke her window and pulled her out of her car. She has injuries that were like, she went to the hospital later that day with a torn rotator cuff, a concussion.
You have no rights. They have the right to come into your house and murder you. They do. This is, but it's not even nice. This is just a cop. It's the Epstein class, exactly.
Somebody help me, man! Somebody help me! Help me! Help me! Help me, man!
Hey, remember during COVID, Bo Burnham put out Inside, and there was that one song with a sock? And it's, what is it? Every politician, every cop on the street exists to protect the pedophile elite. Yeah, that's never not been... I would literally play the song if it wasn't copyright. But that was so fucking correct. Again, this is why we say ACAB.
Y'all ain't gotta do that, dog! Oh, shit! Oh! Oh, my Lord! Shit! Oh! Y'all ain't gotta do that, dog!
This is why we say ACAB. DSH terrorists are now assaulting deaf high school students. So this is ICE terrorists chasing a deaf high school student because he did not comply with verbal orders, tackling him into the ground.
Go, 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 get back! Get back! Get back! Get back! Get back! Right there.
He also said neoliberal fascists are destroying the left. That is true. And every politician, every cop on the street protects the interest of the corporate pedophile elite. Yep, that is true. Again, deaf kid. Beating a deaf kid for not listening to verbal orders. How about the fact that, like, Fourth Amendment? Gone. They're just breaking into your house now. No warrant necessary. And this isn't the worst of it. I'm still building. We're still getting there.
Bullshit!
They just break through.
Yeah, you can't get in here because you don't fucking live here. I know, but I'm telling you for myself. How safe do you think I'm fucking gonna feel? How safe am I gonna fucking feel tonight?
We gotta
I
take
live
pictures.
here. You can't tell me to fucking back up. You could have did it the This is my home. This is what you did.
You have no rights anymore. Again,
Yeah.
NSPM 7. NSPM 7 says everyone who's not an outright Nazi is a fucking terrorist. They're openly saying that. I linked it, read it. This is the list. If you have any of these, then you are in danger and they are actively coming for you. They're not looking for immigrants or criminals right now. They are looking for anyone who fits these categories, which is all of you. Please, guys, join the SRA. Like, do something. Go outside. The lists are active. Your neighbors will trade you to save themselves. If you think you're safe, that comfort is a delusion. Join the SRA, a 501c4 nonprofit prioritizing self and community defense education, firearm safety, and education. They are a non-political group. You can face them alone, or you can stand together. Your loved ones need you, and there are no second chances. Are you ready? Are you ready? Because all of you are on this list. Every single one of us. There's a 9-year-old child in Louisiana being forced to carry a pregnancy from rape, by the way. I've never been more proud to be an enemy of the state. Same. She says that federal immigration agents told her that they could do anything they wanted to her and that she was no longer in the United States. She also says the agents mentioned the death of a man in detention and said, yeah, you know, crazy things happen. For 280 days, we haven't eaten a single piece of fruit, banana, apple, orange, anything. We're all in one big room, no doors, windows. We can't see grass or trees. We are constantly sick. This is an exclusive from inside of one of the concentration camps. I will link you the full article so that you can read it for yourselves, but we'll have a look. They have been, to get these messages out, they have been writing these on tiny little pieces of paper, stuffing them into lotion bottles, and trying to toss these bottles of lotion over 2 walls to get them outside. Good afternoon. My name is Redacted, and my wife and I have been in OMDC since April 15, 2025, reads a handwritten note, wrapped around a lotion bottle that was thrown by a man held captive inside of the concentration camp on Sunday. It's cold here all the time. The food is poor. The mist continues. For 280 days, we haven't eaten anything fresh. We can't see any trees or grass. We're all constantly sick. The bottle needed to be tossed with enough strength to make it across a cement wall, 2 barbed wire fences, each around 12 feet high, and separated by about 5 feet of gravel, and 10 additional feet of road. First off, getting that fucking lotion bottle across that alone is fucking impressive. But yeah, no, this you from inside, you have to throw that out here for someone to get it. About 150 people gathered there that day. San Diegans have been assembling like this outside the privately run federal concentration camps since November 2nd. Like, yeah, it made me sick watching the disabled lady being pulled from her vehicle from an incident ICE terrorists caused, and then they combined shared brain cells deduced that she shouldn't be driving. Oh, no. They actually have specific orders. Like, they have instructions to hit you with their car and then arrest you for hitting them with your car. There's, like, literal memos on this I've shown internally.
Responding to an ICE sighting, I watched a Ford Explorer filled with ICE agents blow through a stop sign, T-bone someone on accident, and then kidnap the driver that they T-boned. That was their way of cleaning up their mess. This was not someone they were pursuing. It was not someone, a suspect on their list. This was not even a protester. They just blew through a stop sign, accidentally T-boning someone, and instead of calling police and waiting for an ambulance because they didn't want to stick around for the scene, instead, they got out of their Ford Explorer, approached the driver's side broken window of the vehicle that they hit. They ripped that driver from his vehicle, threw him in the back of their Ford Explorer, driving off, kidnapping this man. That was their way of cleaning up their car accident today.
You know, like, after they murdered Renee Good, they didn't even let forensics take a look at that car. Like, it's all on purpose. It's all on purpose. By the way, we know that they've been monitoring social media posts, but they have just ramped it up. So before they were scraping posts, and now they are monitoring. And it's not just Reddit. Homeland Security is monitoring anti-ICE Reddit posts, and intelligence bulletin leaked to me reveals. I will link you the Ken Kuppenstein article. But it's not just Reddit. Reporting from the Brennan Center and others show that they build broad surveillance network designed to monitor all social media activity among all their technologies. I've been saying this for months. Every single social media app has Cyberwell in it. Cyberwell being an Israeli cybersecurity company that uses AI to determine what they define as anti-Semitism on the internet and delete it, as well as multiple other layers of surveillance. Everything you do online is watched. You have no privacy anymore whatsoever. Like, that is gone. That's gone. Here is a handwritten letter from a child, a 5-year-old child being held in a concentration camp. Your upvote has been recorded, accident or not. True. Hello, my name is Susie J.F., and I am 9 years old. I am from Venezuela. I have been 50 days in Dili concentration camp. Like, here, read the ProPublica article. Have a look. Because it's bad. Like, we are already here. I want to go to my country, but I miss my school and my friends. I feel bad since when I came here to this place because I have been here too long. I have been 2 years and 6 months in the United States, and I was happy with my friends in the school, but now I need to leave. I miss my family and my country, so now I want to go to Venezuela, but my mom do not want to leave because she wants a better future for me. Like, seeing people like me, immigrants are being treated, changes my perspective about the U.S. My mom and I came to the U.S. looking for a good and safe place to live. My mom was looking for a good job. A 9-year-old wrote this. This is from a 9-year-old. Here's more. These are children in the camps. You want to listen to it? Here, let's listen to it.
Hello, My name is Ariana V. I'm 14 years old and I'm from Honduras. I've been detained for 45 days and I have never felt so much fear to go to a place as I feel here. Every time I remind myself that once I go back to Honduras, a lot of dangerous things could happen to my mom and I. My younger siblings haven't been able to see their mom in more than a month. They're very young and you need both of your parents when you're growing up. Since I got to this center,
I saw people laying in feces.
All you will feel is sadness and mostly depression. When people have...
Do you want to keep listening to this? I mean, here, I sent you the article. Read it yourselves, guys. It's too depressing, and I'm going to move on because we have a lot of other depressing shit to read. The amount of manipulation these kids are forced to endure on top of the abuses and injustice, well, they're grooming them. They are grooming them because these are terrorists and pedophiles. I mean... Look, I wasn't really going to go too much into the Epstein stuff today, because that shit has been breaking my brain. But, like, Clarence Thomas raped kids. Supreme Court Justice. Steve Bannon talking about how he took down the Belgian government. Here's how they used World of Warcraft gold farming to launder money before crypto was a thing. Here is... Epstein, Peter Thiel, Mark Zuckerberg, and Elon Musk having dinner together on August 3rd, 2015. Talking about the Russians, like all of it. It's all true. Russiagate is true. He may not have even won 2016. They were buying fucking gallons. 6 55-gallon drums of sulfuric acid to melt bodies. You know what the FBI is saying? That there is Epstein was not running a sex trafficking ring for powerful men. That's what the FBI concluded. This is what the government's saying.
Thank you. You said this is the end of the Epstein, of your review of the Epstein files. So, just to clarify, is the public going to learn the identities of the men who abused the girls?
These motherfuckers were eating children. They were having women stand on the table and give birth onto a fucking plate and eating those children. I'll show you the cream. I didn't want to talk about this, but now I'm mad. I'm going to talk about it.
It's the information that you're releasing, and if not, why not? And then I have a quick follow-up.
I mean, you just baked in an assumption into your question that I have never said and I don't know to be true.
I've heard theories Epstein pressured to help him with... No. Trump did not pressure Epstein. Epstein was meeting with the Russians, telling them how to manipulate Trump before he was even president.
The public going to learn about men that abuse these girls. Like, what does that mean? I mean, I don't understand what that means.
Well, I mean, they're the men who abused the young women through Epstein's...
Look, we said in July, and it remains as true today as it was in July, if we had information, we meaning the Department of Justice, about men who abused women, we would prosecute them, right?
Okay, how about Howard Lutnick? Because he's all over the fucking files. Here's CBS, Stay Media. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, Jeffrey Epstein were in business together. Here is Lutnick and Epstein's signatures right by there, side by side, same fucking document. Here is Lutnick laughing when child rape is brought up. By the way, did you know that eating children, eating human beings can give you prions? Did you know that eating human brains could give you something called kula? And one of the symptoms of kula is laughing. Like, crazy fucking laughing. Now, do I think Howard Lutnick has that? No, but like...
Is he hosting some kind of gathering of top advisors this evening to talk about how to respond to these?
Twitching too, yep, seizures.
I could ask you that question.
They're laughing at child rape. They're laughing. I'm not done. Hold on. Because this is just the fucking beginning. By the way, hold up. Here is the fucking Dubai dude who stole a piece of the Kaaba, like the most holy site in Islam, the fucking Mecca, where people, like 10 million Muslims go and walk around the obsidian cube in a circle. They took a piece of it and sold it to Epstein. He used it as a rug. This was a UAE businessman. This is shit that would literally start a holy war, mind you. Oh, by the way, Bolsonaro was in the files. Bolsonaro was fucking like 14 and 15-year-olds. Former president of Brazil, Bolsonaro, worked with Epstein. I didn't like Bolsonaro calling any association with you fake news, though I understand. I prefer make Brazil great again hat. Steve Bannon got to keep their Jair behind the scenes. My power, blah, blah, blah. Prison is too good for them? No. This is, however mad you are not mad enough. You're not mad enough because here, this is what these people think. Like, I'm genuine with you. This is how they still view it to this day.
He knew everybody that was very powerful. So, like, if you were on the scene and you were powerful, like, to be honest, like, if you're not in those files, it would be an insult because it just means that you were a bit of a loser.
You are a loser if you weren't raping and eating children with these people, is what she said. This is like where we're at in this fucking like planet. Fuck this planet. Fuck these people. These aren't people. Human beings don't act this way. These are demons. Like legitimately. I'm not even religious. These are fucking demons. By the way, like, even though America's not a real country, here's a growing list of countries that are investigating or pushing leaders to step down because of their files. The UK, Norway, Sweden, Slovakia, France, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Ireland. Yeah, by the way, like, Irish people are ending up in the camps too now, but we'll get there. I had to skip over ICE for a second so we can talk about the disgusting amount of shit that I found in the Epstein files. But first, I need you to understand, because this I agree with this post so much, and I've been seeing this so much. Stop treating revelations as a substitute for resistance. The system loves files and leaks because they feel like justice without changing anything. You get the thrill of exposure. They keep the architecture of power. If you want to hurt what Epstein represents, you have to do 3 things. Stop confusing scandal with accountability. You follow patterns, not personalities, and you withdraw cooperation where you can. You need to stop engaging with this system. I have been talking about for months, the only way out of fascism like this is without violence, is to build the systems that exist, that we rely on locally, that you don't have to rely on the state for. You build local policing with your neighbors. You create local food gardens. You create trade networks with your neighbors. Hell, it's too expensive to run the heating. You take turns with households. You build a community. Also, you get this motherfucker fired because this guy still hasn't lost his job. And this Mark Landon, MD, physician of maternal fetal medicine, is still working at Ohio State University, and this guy was working closely with Epstein. Gynecologist named Mark Landon, still a physician in OSU, specializing in maternal fetal medicine. He focuses on high-risk pregnancies. What a coincidence, given the number of Epstein's victims used for reproducing. These people were trying to clone people. They were trying to do eugenics. They were trying to make, like, the one file that made me lose it was they were trying to genetically engineer people that are trans from birth. By the way, Jamie Raskin says the unredacted files mentions Trump more than 1 million times. The man is in the files more than Epstein. Are these just the fucking Trump files? So they named 6 collaborators today. They still have 4 more to name, but they're working on it. If you haven't seen them, Salvatore Nora, Zurab Mikelza, Leonov, Nikola Caputo, Sultan Ahmed bin Suleiman. This is the one that brought the Kaaba piece to Epstein, and billionaire businessman Lex Wexner, who was part of like Victoria's Secret, Pink, Abercrombie and Fitch, Bath and Body Works. You know, these people use like security cameras to pick you like a menu. Moloch worshippers is no joke. This is ancient. No, you don't understand, Ahmadads. This is Christianity. It's not devil worship. It's not Moloch worship. This is literally Christianity. It's not Jesus's Christianity. Jesus talked about the opposite of this stuff. But this is literally what Jesus was trying to stop. 2,000 years ago, Jesus was trying to stop this. You know why I know that? You know how I know that for a fact? I can prove it. Because of a specific word that is being used. This shit is Christian. So here is the most fucked up part of this. Excuse me for having trouble with this one. Jeffrey Epstein, subject, cream cheese baby. They're talking about how babies taste like cream cheese.
It seems unbelievable. It seems like so far-fetched that it couldn't possibly be true, but I want to offer another explanation. I talk about mothers and babies a lot, but
Vernix. Vernix is the very specific word here.
This is a word I had not heard before, so I'm not sure if it's pronounced vernix. Cream cheese-like coating on many babies at the time of birth. It is good for baby.
So what vernix is when a newborn is born, they're covered in this like white sticky substance. It's kind of like a natural moisturizer. Generally, it's even recommended to not wash that off the newborn for like 12 to 24 hours after they're born. Vernix. If you look up what this word means, this is the scientific Latin word for this, right? What does that translate to in English?
For the Immigrant Legal Resource Center. Just so you know, we raised over 10,000.
Wait, wrong video.
This person.
Here, let me just do it. Vernix caseosa. That is the word for this. Like, here, let's just take a look at the Wikipedia for a second. It is a waxy white substance coating found on the skin of newborn human babies. What does this translate to in English? English translation. Well, it translates to, hold on. Translate. Oh, they're not even going to show it. Here. The vernix caseosa is a creamy, cheese-like coating that covers baby's skin during the time of the womb. Literally, the Latin word translates to cheesy garnish. They have been doing this since the beginning of fucking time. This is not new. The word for this coating on a newborn baby literally translates to cheesy garnish. However mad you are not mad enough. You're just not.
Being seriously underestimated, and I need you guys to understand why. So there are two photos from the Epstein files that no one is talking about. I get it. They look boring. It's just people in a room. But when you look at where this photo was taken, who's in it, and what kind of discussion appears to be happening, it gets unsettling very fast. I can confidently identify 3 people.
Pre-breakfast banana. You feel like that because they set the stage for this. That's what QAnon was for. It was to make all of this seem crazy so that you won't believe it when it comes out. But it's real. They were eating children.
On the far left,
I will show you a video after this.
A world-renowned evolutionary biologist who founded Harvard's program for evolutionary dynamics. In the center is, of course, Jeffrey Epstein. And to his right in the brown jacket is Steve Bannon. At the time this photo appears to have been taken, Bannon was running Trump's 2016 campaign and would soon become White House chief strategist. Everyone else in that room is still unidentified, so if you recognize anyone, say something. Now, based on the room overall, this photo was taken inside Harvard University within the program for evolution.
By the way, the guy he was friends with at Harvard, still not fired.
Evolutionary dynamics sometime between 2015 and 2017. That program studies how ideas, behaviors, or traits spread through groups of people, how they catch on, how they become the normal, and how hard they are to undo once established.
They were literally talking about brainwashing. There's a file where they're talking about if you put like the mother's voice or a female voice on as an audio next to a baby, they naturally suck. That's a fucking file. We need names? We have names. It's all of them.
Epstein himself donated $6.5 million to help launch this program and actually kept a private office inside of it. Now, this next part is critical. Jeffrey Epstein had a long documented obsession with eugenics, which is the belief that humanity can be improved by controlling who gets to reproduce and who doesn't. Historically, that's led to forced sterilizations, racial hierarchies, and mass atrocities. Epstein openly talked about DNA heredity and creating a genetic legacy, and he also discussed seeding his DNA, selecting traits, and engineering future generations.
He was literally doing this shit. Mind you, this is a man who had a prion. I've been doing research on Epstein for a day, and I don't even know the cream cheese makes me want to throw up. All of it makes me want to throw up. Like, literally, it was breaking my brain. I don't want to look at it. But here's something interesting. New release files show FBI agents removed the hard drive from the jail's camera cells, wiping all footage from the night that Epstein died. No video record, no accountability. They didn't lose the evidence, they erased it. This is from the FBI. They erased the hard drive. Guys, they did that on fucking purpose.
Gabriela Rico Jimenez. She was a Mexican model and disappeared back in...
By the way, think about how many people disappeared back in the day. I'm positive that Charles and Andrew killed Diana now, for one.
In 2009, of course, yet another person disappearing. She was filmed outside of a luxury hotel screaming about how they were eating people. Everyone thought she was crazy. Of course, the woman is crazy, not to be believed. Don't believe the woman.
I remember this. There's another example like this where a model in France was being interviewed and she went on an entire rant and like said a bunch of true stuff. They put her in a mental hospital. They are eating your children. By the way, you guys want to know how Trump laundered money for the Russians to get elected in 2016? Because we know that too now. We know exactly how it happened. By the way, I've been right about this the whole time because this is exactly what I said that they were doing. Yeah, no, I'm done with the cream cheese bit, John Davis. I just had to get you all to understand that that is a thing. This is how they were laundering money. Hypothetically, if someone approached Trump and said, can you buy the Palm Beach house in your name? It was Trump Properties LLC, not sure who actually owns the LLC. Donald can get a loan from a bank, but it is guaranteed by an entity controlled by R. R has BVI Co. Zytrans that is owned by a family trust in Cyprus. Our wife settles in October after Trump announces candidacy. The LLC agreement or the loan agreement allows Trump to get a few million for his name. Or in essence is the owner. He was part of the Panama paper release. He also sold the Da Vinci to Mohammed bin Salman. If you are a gangster, where and how you invest your money, answer not through the front door. Yeah, we know that his hotels were used as a front. He puts his name on the hotel and it is used to launder money. His casinos were money laundering places. The man's name was Teflon Don. Everyone in New York knew this man was a fucking criminal since the 80s. Everyone knew. Everyone knew. Now, there's been a lot of shit about, like, is he dead or is he alive? And personally, I don't really care. But, I mean, it is pretty sus to me that they wrote this letter stating that he was dead the day before he died, because he died on August 10th, and this is written on August 9th. Now, he died in the middle of the night, so this would require the person writing this to come in the morning, get the date wrong for yesterday. Like, he didn't come in at 2 a.m. and write this. No, they wrote this in the morning. Yeah, no, that doesn't make sense to me. This sounds crazy. How am I supposed to know if I'm talking QAnon-type propaganda? Pre-breakfast banana. Listen to what I say, and that is correct. I have been right this whole time. Listen to me the first time next time, and you will understand. I've been saying every accusation is a confession from the beginning of time. I mean, I do think he's dead, but I also think they killed him. Yeah, no, I think he's dead. I don't think he made it out, because it's too difficult to maintain that. He had too much knowledge. He had too much, like, ability to damage these people and their goals. By the way, that's why, like, they're treating Maxwell so well, because Maxwell is pissed. So she spent her whole life helping this man rape and eat children, and he left her $10 million. He left her the same amount of money that he left his pilot. He left his Russian girlfriend $50 million and the full island. So she has every single, like, incentive to go out there, connect the dots, and like, make this entire system fall, which is why they are being so sensitive around her. That's why there's so much talk about, you know, whether she should have clemency or not. That's why. All of it. By the way, let's keep going with ICE. Let's talk about what's happening inside of America again. Let's jump back to it. There's average people that if rewarded with the amount of wealth that Epstein got would do the same exact thing, because I've seen people do horrific shit. Well, that's the thing. Capitalism creates this incentive. Epstein was whacked. Maxwell knows how to keep her mouth shut. No, they're both whacked. It's just like, she's gonna die if they don't make a deal. By the way, like, moving off of Epstein for a second, because I need you to understand, everything we are living through comes from the Epstein class. Epstein met with Christopher Poole, who was Moot, who owned 4chan 3 days before the poll board opened, where QAnon started. I was at the source of the infection when it happened. Trust me when I say, I know what these people are, I know what they're doing. I've been saying for 10 years exactly this. And now we are in a place where this is what the concentration camps in America are like. This is where you're going. This is not for immigrants, everyone. If you are not a Nazi, you're going here. NSPM 7, baby.
People throwing up, people laying in urine.
At the time, an ICE spokesperson blamed the overcrowding on widespread flight cancellations and
Epstein was very active on 4chan. He's also the reason that microtransactions exist. Look, let's talk about the concentration camps. We can jump back on that. I have very severe ADHD, so forgive me.
Severe weather conditions that made it nearly impossible for ICE to safely transfer detainees to long-term detention facilities. In a new statement this week to WUSA 9, ICE went further, adding flatly,
they're just flat lying. They are using processing centers, camps, and then train lines to send you to other camps. Look at this shit. I don't care what ICE is saying. I want to hear what the people inside are saying.
In a new statement this week to WUSA 9, ICE went further, adding flatly, overcrowding does not happen.
Did you witness overcrowding that was worse than what we saw in that video?
Yes. Yes, I did.
But this former worker provided WUSA 9 with what they claim are internal headcount sheets from December, showing conditions worse than in that viral video. 47, 50, and 56 detainees in that same cell, more than the worker counted in the video itself, and as many as 50 detainees in an even smaller cell. A federal class action.
They are concentrating them in a fucking camp.
Lawsuit filed last May alleges conditions similar to what this former worker described to us and seen in the video. And when Maryland Congresswoman April McClain Delaney toured the facility last Friday, she said,
you know what? Here's a better one. Former ICE terrorist worker and what they said. This is a former terrorist. We've seen a couple of these quit their jobs recently.
The identity of a former worker here at the ICE detention facility.
Look at, just hear the difference.
This federal building in Baltimore, because they signed that non-disclosure agreement before starting work here, which means they could face legal retaliation for talking about it.
People laying on the floor, head to toe. That reminded me of the pictures that I saw in elementary school of how they brought the slaves from Africa.
For months, this person had access to what our cameras are not allowed to see.
Miren cómo nos tienen aquí. Miren migración cómo nos tienen.
The inside of the same Baltimore ICE.
They don't get food, they don't get medicine. I reported last week that there is people who have their testicles crushed for asking for medicine. They are torturing these people. These are animals.
Detention center.
People need to understand that NDAs are not ironclad. People need to understand that in this fascist system, you have to be a criminal to change it.
Showed in this viral video.
Nos tienen en un depósito aquí en Baltimore.
The former worker showed WUSA 9 documentation proving they were employed there.
It was probably day 1 or day 2 that I saw the abuse.
What did you see?
I saw people laying in feces, people throwing up, people laying in urine.
At the time, an ICE spokesperson blamed the overcrowding on widespread flight cancellations and severe weather conditions that made it nearly impossible for ICE to safely transfer detainees.
You are all Palestinian now, because everything that's happening to you was built in Palestine. Exactly, Paul Yassin. Everything. We are all fucking Palestinian now.
To long-term detention facilities. In a new statement this week to WUSA 9, ICE went further, adding flatly, overcrowding does not happen.
Did you witness overcrowding that was worse than what we saw in that video?
Yes. Yes, I did.
But this former worker provided WUSA 9 with what they claim are internal headcount sheets from December, showing conditions worse than in that viral video. 47, 50, and 56 detainees in that same cell, more than the worker counted in the video itself.
Laying in
And as many
fucking
as 50
feces.
detainees in an even smaller cell. A federal class action lawsuit filed last May alleges conditions similar to what this former worker described to us and seen in the video. And when Maryland Congresswoman April McClain Delaney toured the facility last Friday, she said she was disturbed by what she saw.
It is just a horrific thing for us as a country.
This former worker told us on one occasion they showed up to find a detainee strapped in a restraint chair.
And when I asked the guard,
Every accusation is a confession. These are barbarians. The barbarism fascists accuse others of is only a projection of their own mind. Every time. Every time. I have yet to be proven wrong on this. Literally, the Epstein files have made me so vindicated in saying every accusation is a confession. They literally accused everyone of what they were doing. Hell, I'm not even sure Michael Jackson now, because apparently Michael Jackson was trying to get kids away from Epstein, and then they called him a pedophile. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know. If this gets out, Trump is ruined. It's already out, and Trump doesn't matter. Trump is the fall guy. Trump exists to destroy the country. The next guy is the Führer. You don't understand. Trump is not the problem. If I could, I would put Trump's head in a jar like fucking Al Gore in Futurama and have him alive. The next guy is the bad one.
why was he in the restraint chair? His reply to me was that the mother kept making noise all night.
In its statement, ICE told WUSA 9 restraints are only used if a detainee poses a danger to themselves or others, never for disciplinary.
You are at war, America. You're at war. Your country looks like fucking Syria. They don't need the next guy to be charismatic. They don't need you to like them. It's too far in. They're just gonna put you in the camps. That's the plan. You don't need to like the next guy. You need to submit to the next guy. That's what they're doing.
Back, but apparently Irish need not apply might be back, but apparently Irish need not have rights, according to the United States government. Because if you don't know who Seamus Colton is, you better. Because Seamus Colton is an Irish national, and he came to the United States the right way, had a valid work visa, everything. And you know what happened to him? He's been locked like a fucking animal in a concentration camp for months. And when talking over the phone to press, because, you know, it's a foreign national that we fucking detained and we're locking them up.
What kind of material do you think is still redacted? Depends on what you're asking. Like, in the Epstein files, a lot of the people that did bad shit are still redacted. However, like, there's some really funny shit. Like, one of the Epstein files had, base 64, like, code for a PDF that was attached, and someone, like, recreated the PDF using the base 64 code. Now, it wasn't anything important, but, like, people are working on this shit right now. If you're talking about NSPM 6, we still don't know what NSPM 6 is. Now, we know what NSPM 7 is, but we don't know what 6 is. And if 7 is willing to say that everyone who's not a Nazi is a terrorist, and they're not telling us what 6 is, I would swap those, you know, put 7 first and then 6 comes after, because that's what it looks like we're doing. Absolute hell. Irishman with valid U.S. work permit held by ICE since September. Seamus Colton has been in a detention facility in Texas for nearly 5 months despite having no criminal record. They released today that only 14% of the people that they abduct have a criminal record. Only 14. Guys, go check out my video on YouTube of how we're doing illegal medical experiments on ICE detainees for Neuralink. Like, genuinely. Here's more about Seamus.
Probably like a modern day concentration camp. It's a bunch of
temporary tents.
After we see some horrors, I do have some hopium for you guys, and I have some actual advice. So, like, stick around. Don't burn out.
There's probably room for 1,000 detainees in each tent. I believe there's like 5 tents. I've been locked in the same room now for 4.5 months. I've had barely any outside time, no fresh air, no sunshine. I could probably count on both hands the amount of times I've been outside. So just locked in this room all day, every day. We've got 2 TVs on the wall. We get 3 meals a day, very, very small meals, kid-sized meals. So everybody's hungry, everybody's tired. We've got no commissary, we've got no options to...
Pre-breakfast banana, you know what you're gonna get? You're gonna get this. I've talked about this many times. This is what you're getting.
Dark Enlightenment, also known as the neo-reactionary NRX movement, is an anti-democratic, anti-egalitarian political philosophy founded by American software engineer Curtis Yarvin, with key ideological development by British philosopher Nick Land,
who's connected to Order of Nine Angles and other terrorist groups.
It rejects liberal democracy in favor of authoritarian, technocratic or monarchic systems, seeing societal collapse as an opportunity to build a post-human, elite-dominated future. Proponents see...
You know, Yarvin went to Israel, right? Because they're building the first prototype in Gaza right now?
...themselves as philosophical masters. Yarvin envisions high-tech city-states governed like corporations, with CEOs or AI acting as sovereigns. This includes constant surveillance, genetic profiling, and tight control over movement. Nick Land takes a more radical angle, promoting capitalism and technology as disruptive forces that accelerate the breakdown of current systems, opposing anything that slows it down, including democracy and egalitarianism. He also recommends reading materials from the Order of Nine Angles.
Again, terrorist. Remember that shooter last year that everyone was arguing was trans and had a bunch of like white shit written on their gun, and a bunch of it was Cyrillic? Order of Nine Angles, that was that. When do we get to the Swiss getting in trouble? No idea. May their data centers melt down into piles of molten silicon? Inshallah, our anarchist tech support.
The movement also has a transhumanist wing that embraces AI and biotech.
This is the Peter Thiel end and Elon Musk end.
And dismantle liberal democracy. The Dark Enlightenment operates through blogs, forums, and X. Political figures like J.D. Vance, Steve Bannon, and Michael Anton have shown ideological overlap.
As well as people like Leonard Leo, like all of them. It's all of them. This is what they're building. That's the future that they want you to live in. That is it. That's what we're doing. Here's a nice little series. Ice Terrorist of the Day.
Hey you guys, just an update about the ICE Agent of the Day series. Because I have been targeted by the state and they've started messing with my access to my passport and my global entry, I've decided to cancel the series. Psych! Did you guys actually think I was gonna let the regime bully me into shutting up? Respectfully, they're gonna have to kill me first, which I guess is a thing they're doing now. There have been...
Does anyone remember the intellectual dark web? I do, and I'm shocked that these people were doing everything on fucking Google Gmail and not like actually trying to hide any of what they were doing. So they're using the Jesus people to get to that end, and then they rubber stamp everything Trump does because they think Dems are demons? Well, kind of. They're a death cult, pre-breakfast banana. Like, they use the Christian evangelicals because they're a death cult, and they're a good base to like push forward, and then they're going to drop them because they don't care about that. Peter Thiel literally talks about the Antichrist non-fucking stop. They're intentionally forcing accounts to unfollow. Yeah, they're also intentionally making accounts not like visible, like my notification doesn't go up. Hence why you should join my Discord, where I also post those links. Also, Discord is going to be soon asking you for your face scanner ID. Fuck that shit, do not use Discord. Switch to Matrix. I will be setting up one of these for my server this weekend. You should too. Matrix is an open network, secure, decentralized communication. You can do this locally, or you can do this through like their own system. It's far more secure than Discord. It's basically just Discord, but better. Need a video calling out the evangelical is a CIA psyop? No, I've seen it. We don't have the time to watch it because I don't have the attention span to watch long videos, so we just go through a bunch of shit, like, real quickly. By the way, I need you to understand that Americans are fucking pussies, because this is what Italy is doing because ICE is in Italy. ICE went to Italy for the Olympics, and this is how Italy responded. Why are Americans such pussies? Why did ICE go to Italy? I don't know, and neither did their foreign minister. I showed a video of their foreign minister being extremely confused and angry that ICE was there last week. I'll show you that after this. Visora, Matrix's Discord if it didn't suck, yeah. Here's
So see,
this is a fucking Italian politician. This is why, like, this is their reaction to ICE there.
so seems to be confirmed that ICE is coming to Italy in February for Winter Olympics with American athletes. In my country, in Milan, in my city. Could someone please explain me which is the fucking reason for this? In Italy we have so many military corps and public agents doing every single day a wonderful job to guarantee public security. An underpaid job, I say, but a wonderful job. We have Polizia, police, Carabinieri, Esercito, which is our Italian army, Air Force, Navy. We have Alpini in the mountains, Guardia Forestale in the mountains as well. We have Guardia di Finanza, local police, Protezione Civile, and so many others. Do we really need ICE here?
You think I'm hiding, motherfucker? I'm going to the camps before you are. I'm literally telling people to join the SRA. By the way, join the SRA. Get armed.
To guarantee security for American athletes. So I would like to say to our Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni, which is clearly new Trump's Italian good-looking girlfriend, are you completely out of your mind? I'll say it even in Italian.
Kaname Kun, go look up the US-Australian extradition treaty of 1992. And then go watch my video on the new laws in Australia on what I'm allowed to say. I'm literally going to get arrested in the next year.
Bevuta il cervello? Anyway, Donnie, she's too old for you. I thought you preferred much, much younger girls, don't you? And guys,
fucking based. I love this guy. No, but like Italians are fucking mad. This is from CNN.
Protest in central Milan, where just in a matter of days, the 2026 Winter Olympics are due to kick off. Last week, news came out that ICE agent employees would be present at the Winter Olympics, and that did not go down well here with Italians. Tell me about your sign you've got here.
I think I wanted to make something, a message that was like clear and easy to read, that clearly shows that ICE don't really approve the...
Like, you can do both. You do the protest, and when they don't leave, you do the fireworks. And you're right, Shufapoofer, I am not having fun. I fucking hate doing this. It's just no one else can do this like me. See, the reason I can say these things is because I'm not in America. I'm still gonna get arrested. Eventually. They're leaving? Yeah, they made them leave. But you know what they did? They arrested a 2-year-old girl and held her for 27 hours.
Breaking news, federal government lawyers have filed a motion to expedite the deportation of Liam Conejo Ramos, the 5-year-old boy in a bunny house
that's a different story.
To Texas.
They're also doing that.
The judge ordered them released. That's according to the New York. In an MS Now exclusive, Jacob Soboroff reports on another Minnesota family, a 2-year-old girl and her father.
What do you mean they're leaving in America?
Jacob
Kinda
was in
mean.
Minneapolis.
I don't
when they
understand
were
what you mean
arrested,
by that.
And then later spoke to the dad.
No one's leaving America. Like, they're locking you in. This is incredibly sad. How in the world does anyone arrest a child? Because they're demons? They're demons. That's how. Guys. Here's fucking Giancarlo Esposito. If you want to listen to anyone, listen to this.
This is time for...
You ran them out of town, they'll be back and they know your address. I'm disabled, I can't fucking leave because no one takes disabled people. Australia does, but it's hard and expensive, unfortunately. But, like, this is why you need community. ISIS is a foreign invader that should be repelled by the Italian military? I agree.
Revolution.
Minneapolis didn't run them out. Minneapolis is worse than you think it is right now. There's literally shit coming out of Minneapolis talking about how bad it is. Mind you, they're in Springfield, Ohio right now as well. By the way, here's from Minneapolis. Quick update from the Twin Cities. Please forgive the unsolicited messages. Things are not better in Minneapolis. The media has mostly moved on. Trump is focused on other stuff, but nothing has changed on the ground. More than 2,000 DHS thugs continue to roam the streets, abducting people 24/7, assaulting legal observers with impunity, routinely denying First, Fourth, and Fifth Amendment rights. Drones and helicopters overhead every day. Hundreds and hundreds of terrified families have not left their homes since mid-December. It's an occupied fucking city. You are delusional if you think you ran them out. Genuinely. Listen to Giancarlo Esposito.
It's time for it, and they don't even know that's what they're starting. You know, some very rich old white men are exerting their power to suppress our own people, thus creating a feeling of civil war in the streets, preparing the haters to hate, teaching them how to shoot. They're not even trained right, to kill. This is all a preparation for a very insidious
they are specifically coming for dissidents.
Problem that's happening in our world. And for me, I have to speak out that we will not be iced out. This is not going to happen. They can't take us all down. If the whole world showed up on Putin's doorstep or on the Iranians' doorstep or in Washington, it would they'll kill 550 million, however, but the rest of us would survive with a new, this is time for a revolution. It's time for it, and they don't even know that's what they're starting. But we have to be strong enough to know.
I am so fucking proud of this man.
Change the world. We have to change it from within. So if I'm spiritually ready and right, you know, and I'm ready to understand other people and to agree to disagree with them and say, okay, let's find the solution together, then that starts to change things. Not by deporting immigrants, not by killing brown and even white people on the street. It's crossing over now, and believe me, this is gonna really spark the nature of so many people who are gonna show up and say no more.
Thank you. Thank you. I've been fucking screaming this shit for ages. Look, it's fucking time, guys.
Literally, they have dinner tables with pregnant women getting on the table with plates as the woman delivers the baby onto a plate for the individuals at these dinner tables. They're feasting. If that's not disturbing enough, there's so much more deep stuff that they haven't found.
They are
yet.
demons.
3 million pages.
This is real. Believe it.
And
It is
trust
fucking
me,
real. If you don't believe it and think it's not real, you are already dead.
We, the people who are working on it, we're all working on it. We're all looking. This is going to have ties to every government official, cop, politicians, all the people at the Grammys.
It is everyone. All of them. Every accusation is a confession. By the way, this is 5 hours ago, Minnesota. 5 hours ago.
With the exception of their youngest child, who was born in the United States, all members of this family in the town of Fridley in Minnesota are seeking asylum from Honduras. Both parents have given up their jobs for now. The father saw colleagues.
The eating people shit is not new. Americans during slavery used to use the skin of their slaves to make fucking furniture. They used to eat the babies too. This is not new. The literal medical definition for the creamy, like sticky white substance of a newborn that comes out with them called Vernix Caseosa, literally translates in English to cheesy fucking garnish. They have been doing this from the beginning of time. This is literally what Jesus was fighting against. This is Christianity that's not with Jesus. All of it.
Being arrested by ICE officers, while the restaurant where the mother worked closed down after a worker was taken away. She also had to confront officers.
I was driving to my job.
Stop going to work. Stop buying shit. Get comfortable with discomfort. That's the only way this happens. That's the only way this happens.
Welcome to If we're going to save the world, I'm going to need everybody to get comfortable with a lot of things really quick. The primary thing that we all need to get comfortable with is taking on the role of the transgressor, the most ostracized, alienated, punished, penalized, disappeared, endangered role within our society. Reviving a social contract that prioritizes life means becoming a criminal within a social order that violates life. And we need to collectively agree on a couple things. We need to agree that any act...
Every single person here is legally a criminal.
...against a system that traffics, unhouses, starves, kidnaps, and violates human life is an act of self-defense. We need to accept collectively that we are living in an immoral society. And so moral outrage in the face of our resistance is a good sign. There has never been a more fitting time for be gay, do crime. Because the fact of the matter is, your safety is defined and brokered by avoiding ideological or literal conflict with authority under this existing oppressive system. Your safety is brokered in obedience and compliance. The fact of the matter is, you cannot reform when we are in revolutionary crisis. There is no way to reform.
There is no reform, and I don't want to go back to what we had. What we had led us here. We need something new. We need a system based on mutual cooperation. What is good for the individual is good for the community, and what is good for the community is good for the individual. A system not built off of profit, because this is the ultimate result every time. Being rich is a virtue of the US, right? If you are poor, it means you're not morally good enough and not worthy. Literally, like, these people are so rich that they finished the game. There's nothing to do. That's why they eat babies and rape children. They're in the end game, and there's no content for them. They beat the game.
Form systems that manufacture injustice. All that achieves is injustice delayed or injustice dispersed. It's about a consciousness of an unbearable crisis and a willing to risk all as if your life depends on it, because it does.
It does.
To refuse to bear it. We have to collectively agree that basic needs are going unmet for more and more people every single day. We need to accept that the demands and the expectations of those needs being met are consistently thwarted and bypassed every day.
So build the systems for them yourself. If you need food, create a community. Go knock on your neighbors' doors. Walk around. If you have some money, if your neighbors have some money, pull some together. Buy a plot of land, build a garden there, grow some food. Get a friend in a different community to grow other food. Create a trade network. You want police, but you don't want to call 911 because it's a coin flip on whether they're going to kill you? Go talk to your neighbors. Create a PDF with everyone's address in it. Have a group chat that says any message in this group chat is equivalent to me calling 911. Come to my house and help me right the fuck now. Create that system yourself. Like, do these things yourself. Shitty game they chose. They're not even literate enough to get degrees about it. Like, you need to understand that, like, this battle, you need to think about it like a video game. If you want to take down either the state, which is the fascist state, or capital, you have to do both at the same time. I've said this for years. The boss fight is two bosses, and you have to get the state and capital's health down to about 0 at the same time. Otherwise, they spam you with stuns and each other with heals, and then the fight starts all over again. That's how it works. I know it feels dumb to be gamified like that, but that's literally the best explanation I can give you. People that wealthy can't even manage to... People that wealthy are mentally ill. Having, like, anything more than $50 million creates mental illness. Genuinely, it really does.
A revolutionary crisis does not mean that everyone is expected to somehow become a freedom fighter overnight, but it does require a collective acknowledgement and understanding that our needs will only and can only be met through revolutionary means. Delivering on that strategy inherently makes you a criminal.
How do I feel about armed defense community organizing? Join the SRA. The lists are active. Your neighbors will trade you to save themselves. If you think you're safe, that comfort is a delusion. Join the SRA, 501c4 nonprofit prioritizing in self-defense and community defense education, as well as firearm safety and training. You can face them alone or you can stand together. Your loved ones need you. There are no second chances. Are you ready?
In our existing system, and we need to get more comfortable taking on and acting on that identity. For Black, undocumented, trans, queer, people of color, immigrant human beings, criminality has been baked into the bread of our identities. But the only way that this is going to work is if everybody signs up to betray together, if everybody risks.
Democracy only works if everyone is in it together as well. It's the same concept. No one gets to stay home. Obviously, not everyone can do the outside on the street thing, but everybody has a role they can play.